Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Challenger Championships here in Kitchener, Ontario. My name is Seymour, joined by Proper for the opening of the show. And yesterday we cut things down to half. We got 8 teams remaining, and I couldn't be more excited to cut it down even more to get to our 2 grand finalists at the end of today.
Yeah, to enter into Ontario with 16 teams, to only stand with 8 and somehow reach top 2 in one single day. Some said it would be impossible. It might take a certain set of hours, but I'm excited to be locked and loaded into this weekend, Colin. Somebody's going to be on that main stage tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday was full of so many upsets, so many changes of the expectation for what we're going to be seeing into the bracket, and potentially even grand finalist people on the stage that we're going to be seeing later on tomorrow. But we can look at all that happened in day 1, kind of get a good recap of what we saw. And I think the biggest storyline coming out of it was that Group A, with Notorious falling short of making it to playoffs.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, Team Notorious walking into this, I wouldn't say favorites, but definitely one of EU's forerunners, given their, I guess, praise throughout all of their elite stages. Not to mention their championship win in Miami, but still, nonetheless, throughout all these highlights, we had so much jam-packed action. KD ratios thrown all over the place. People were definitely put into the absolute dirt, but even missing throughout all of this, no LATAM representation, no APAC representation, barely even a few of them won maps, let alone put a dent into some of these other top teams. But to your point there, Colin, like you were talking about, no Notorious on this championship Saturday as it may be, is kind of a miss.
Yeah, it is, and you can see this is the moment where they were knocked out by Cruzy and Co. And I'm sure that was a big moment for them, finally seeing Cruz and Dak make it out of groups into the playoffs for the first ever time at Challengers Champs. Excited to see what the Royal Spartans can do, but and how about this one for P7 White up against OMIT Brooklyn from that number 2 seed of Group B, or number 3 seed of Group B, taking down what was one of the better teams that we had going into this tournament from North America.
Yeah, I mean, P7 White, look, EU's old guard, you got good old Steve Vortex on this roster, as well as Sleeve, and those two, when they're playing at their best Call of Duty, are really tough to combat against. They lost that Search and Destroy 06, but still beat OMIT Brooklyn to qualify into the championship bracket 2-0. Here's that series for Royal Spartans versus Notorious. The Rewind Search and Destroy coming to an abrupt conclusion led to a very unfortunate yet very hype moment. Again, the last ride for the Royal Spartans, Cruzy to finish 2-1 in Group A to send his old teammate of Eric Boom packing home is a step in a miraculous direction to make a championship bracket. His first time making it out of Groups of Champs.
And it was heartbreaking for Notorious, but for Cruz, it is exciting. Let's see how long that ride can last now. Going into the Saturday, here we get a look at the groups where we finished day 1. Stallions taking Group A 2-0. Orchid 2-0 as well. We saw P7 White take down OMIT Brooklyn to upset one of our North American OMIT teams and make them go through that lower bracket run. But into Group D, it was pretty straightforward with that OMIT 2-0, as well as seeing Team War make it through. And everything's shaping up our top 8 now going into day 2.
Yeah, absolutely the case, right? I mean, throughout all that Group D, Decimate, they were able to beat Mind Freak down in the lower side to then meet Team War again. But this time they actually took a map off of Team War 6-4 in that Search and Destroy, so I'm sure that Team War were probably rewatching that VOD at the hotel, but they will be joining OMIT GG in this championship bracket. Got to talk about Group B, of course, with Team Orchid versus 5 Fears. 5 Fears having to go up against P7 Black twice, and well, the second time was just much as the first go of things. They won the Hardpoint by 7 points, but still qualified with a 3-0 win over P7 Black. But Team Orchid, the way that they absolutely desecrated 5 Fears throughout the entirety of that map number 5 was definitely something to remember going in towards this playoff bracket. But Team Orchid's problem isn't making the championship matchup. It's closing out the entire series when they do reach that pinnacle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Orchid, that's the whole thing of the story. Just Silver Surfers across some of these players' careers, some of their year just in Black Ops 6 alone with 2 LAN second places. For 5 Fears, we're asking the question, what is going on with their round 11s? And it's like a piece of Exodia is missing from that team. But looking at day 2 with the top 8 bracket, all of these teams are in the prizing for today and beyond. And they're going to be looking to see how far through that prizing they can get out of the lion's share of $150,000. And when we're looking down into the top 3, that is what these teams are eyeing up to make their way to Riyadh later on this year.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. Just a quick recorrection. That was actually the map 2 teamwork it dismantled 5 years on. That was a red card search and destroy 6-1. They wouldn't end up seeing them into the winners finals. But realistically, if you're looking from the winner, the upper bracket side, you want to reach it into that winners finals. That guarantees you top 3 to guarantee you a ticket to Riyadh for Esports World Cup to represent your team, your organization, your country, realistically, to then play at the Esports World Cup. That lower bracket, it is long, it is tenuous. That last 2 little blocks on the farthest right of this bracket are what we are playing until today. There's so much more Call of Duty left to be played, and we left so much more out there yesterday. Throughout all intents and purposes, we're going to get so many rematches, team kills galore, considering that we're starting off with the OMIT teams facing off against each other. Yeah,
OMIT, I mean, you're looking at Yuli on OMIT Brooklyn, who's looking to go back-to-back in Challengers champs from the MW3 year and possibly even the BO6 year. And same can be said against Team War down against P7 White, with 2 Real looking to make that run. One thing you and we have our eyes on is a top side as well for that Stallions versus 5 Fears, because the Stallions representing the Zoom Mafia coming from FC Draco in the NA-LCQ, the last LCQ team left standing here at Champs. And that's a storyline that a lot of people are going to love to watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, nothing like a team kill happening before the event actually ends up starting, right? A team kill within the parent organization, FC Draco, now FC Stallions, the LCQ champions. Stallions, formerly known, playing underneath that banner, they went up the Royal Spartans and beat them 3-0. And like we were talking about yesterday, they were just playing a completely different type of game comparatively to their adversaries. But it was the 3-2 map 5 win versus Team Notorious that really stuck out to me. Neum with a 1.53 versus Royal Spartans. Trakes was actually leading the entirety of his team for Team Notorious. And if you go back to even the LCQ and even previous beyond that, Trakes was dropped from that Cabal GG. And from that entire roster, he's the only one of 4 here, and he's leading ratios.
And he's just bringing together this band of misfits that can topple governments, it seems, going through this entire
bracket. It's impressive
stuff,
man.
I want to see them make this run, and I think, it's going to be a tough one with that 5 Fears for the first round matchup, but we've seen 5 Fears struggle in some of those search and destroys, and I think the Stallions, that is where a lot of their success was looking the strongest yesterday. So that's going to be a tough one. But you mentioned our matchup to start off the day. We got the OMIT Derby, because what's a Challengers event without OMIT matching up against OMIT at some point? So seeing the 2 of them face off here in round 1 for the quarterfinals of the winners bracket, that is, it's going to be fun unless you're OMIT Rafi.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's actually here to watch this entire debacle go down. He's going to have a front row seat to it. I don't even know which monitor you watch. I don't know who you cheer for. Probably the OMIT GG team. I'm not too sure. Guaranteed to go to Esports World Cup, but I'm sure Rafi would love to have 2 representations going there.
I was going to say.
Talk about championship on the Boulevard points. You could get 2 teams in the Esports World Cup. And these are 2 really good teams. Again, you're basically looking at, if not fully defined as the number 1, number 2 North American teams. And they have a really good coaching staff in between the 2 of them. We know what Raylis can bring to the table. We also know what's completely possible of Ricky Aturia right there, just flexing for the cameras. Nobody has to see these guns, Ricky. It's all good to have you back in towards the pit, buddy. But for all intents and purposes, between these 8 players, we haven't seen them play against each other in a whole month. They've had their scrimmages. They've had their warm-ups versus each other this entire weekend. That's all behind the curtain. It is a tournament Saturday. Who is going to step up and actually play today? Vivid Mac, former CDL players, Brack Standy, Proloop, been in and out of the league constantly. Yuli's trying to get back after that stint with the Royal Ravens. Everybody that's in this matchup has been in and out of the league besides Craze and Mamba.
And, even for the 2 of them, who knows what their future is going to look like. I was even talking to Mamba yesterday, and he was saying at the start of this year, I didn't even know if I was going to get to compete. And, now I'm going to the Esports World Cup. This guy, I feel like I've been on this journey with Mamba for, the entirety of my casting career, because I was there for his Cold War, playing the locals, just absolutely a reaper throughout the entire scene. And then the way he's built up into this OMIT team and qualified for Esports World Cup. This is the dream run for Craze and Mamba, who, might I add, Andy, last time that they were in Canada together, were playing on that NOLA flight roster that takes down Minnesota Rocker Academy all the way back in MW2. So
yeah, they made it to a Sunday. Though.
Yeah.
They made that really, really deep run. I mean, with the shot god. Hope Caden's doing all right there. I'm sure he's probably watching the stream, probably on mute, but if he hears this, I hope you're doing all right, Shoxy. But still, nonetheless, yeah, Craze was a new gun then. We know, Jeremy, he really gassed him up, does study. One of those players that was constantly playing in his 8s and those lobbies continuously. Has a really good thing going with him as well, some really good vibes as well, surrounded by both Vivid and Mac, and we know what Vivid's able to bring to the table, not only just as a player, but as a vocal leader, being able to help tailor a lot of these young and up-and-comers in the right direction. And to your credit, like Mamba was saying, he didn't almost think that he was going to be competing this incoming year. But I'm glad that he did, because this guy always shows up and always powers up towards the end of the year. But he is going up against some of the biggest Reapers that we have in the Challengers pit, mostly Prolude, who is trying to eclipse what is even his PR at Champs.
Exactly. Last year, that second place, it was heartbreaking for Prolude. And, then you see all of your teammates move up into the CDL, onto the Boston Breach, and we see how they're playing this weekend in the magical run that Breach is on, and he is fighting to see if he can get that revenge alongside Yuli, who was the team or the player that beat him last year on that big stage for MW3. But here's our best of 5. Now looking for the maps and modes, starting off in the Skyline Hardpoint. We got the Dealership Search and Destroy, Protocol Control Map 3, and if this does go to 4 and 5, it's the Rewind and Red Card Andy. And when I look at this right away, it does scream a fantastic map set for OMIT Brooklyn. But even first and foremost, OMIT Brooklyn are going to try to get that rechal on Skyline.
Yeah, that Skyline was the map 1 just about a whole calendar month ago. It was the map 1 of which OMIT Brooklyn were able to win 250 to 222. It was competitive then. I can only guarantee it'll be competitive now, given that this is the first series, warm-ups, 2v2s against your teammates. Now it's the real deal. We're going to be talking about Vivid. He's number 2 in Hardpoint KD, averaging 30 kills per 10 minutes and about 3,900 damage per 10. Vivid is a menace on the map.
Yikes. That is a roaring number for Mr. Reese, and already OMIT off to a fantastic start. As you can see, OMIT Brooklyn going to try to work their way onto the opposite side, see if they can flip things early, but it is OMIT in the time to start things off, and it is OMIT in the feed fighting back. Yeah,
you still have these back spawns for OMIT GG. You don't want to give up all of this time. It's still 20 seconds, and OMIT Brooklyn completely aware of this. Starting to send Yuli on a little bit of a route ski. Nobody was watching the exit from Kitchen, and now he's actually blocking the spawns. But you still got Brack all the way over on the backside of the couple. Yeah, it will spawn parallel. There comes Vivid all over the place, but wonderfully done there from OMIT Brooklyn to flip the map.
I love that for Brooklyn, setting themselves up for the P2 to see if they can get that trade, and trading out on time for that P1 is going to set themselves up in good standings as well. As you see OMIT now looking to put some pressure on it. Spawns are going to flip again, and this is time that you're definitely going to want to take advantage of, and Craze already taking Brack from inside.
Yeah, look at everybody just anchoring towards the back for OMIT GG, just making sure that nobody spawns in for OMIT Brooklyn. But here comes the push forward for the back of the push that I really did think that Brooklyn had the upper hand in, but the push through Kitchen started to manifest. Yuli has to play for the regen, and his teammates to boot.
Now you're looking at the break for Brooklyn. Standing, waiting for the teammates to get in towards the position. A flank from Yuli all the way in the back, but the respawns are close, and Yuli's got his hands full. Mamba gonna get rid of that pressure, put some over towards Standy, but he is a brick wall right now for those back spawns. This is a ton of time for OMIT.
Yeah, it really is. You can see it just generating in the scoreboard, 30-point advantage. Back 20 should be guaranteed here for Brooklyn, but you do have these back sticky spawns for OMIT. That could actually be beneficial if you're thinking about it from Brooklyn's perspective, right? Even if you die here, you actually have forward progress going over towards the Kitchen area. Prolude's getting a lot of good information, and he's not alone in this endeavor.
Let's see if they can bring this one back. Brack on the flank. That's going to actually pull the spawns for Brooklyn, so OMIT have the setup that they want for that P4 rotation. They're going to battle right back with a flawless 4 down, so no opposition from Brooklyn, and you can see this from Mac. He's even going to fly right out there, take the challenges off the respawn.
all about this kitchen hill, just trying to get a little bit of a push forward. But I mean, even when OMIT GG are looking from the outside in, actually are able to benefit from a little bit of a route not being watched. Just the drop down from top P2 area flips out the spawns entirely. Now OMIT Brooklyn from the outside looking in. Another route starting to be developed. But it is Carson up to 11-6 is Brack, waiting from assistance to try to push around the back now that OMIT GG are ahead by 40. You would love this breaking a full hold on P4.
You would. Brack, though, traded out. OMIT Brooklyn towards the top. What a break this would be. It is Skyline at the end of the day. You're never truly out of it for this first rotation, no matter how far you are trailing. So setup is here for the P4, and Brooklyn, they are in. I like this call from Yuli on 3 in a row. Looking for number 4. He gets it, but Vivid going to shut down that streak before it turns into anything.
Yep. You know how much ordnance this could mean, especially for a Hellstorm missile, but on a map like Skyline, very difficult to try to earn. We're going back through P4, 40 seconds left to fight over. You got Brack that's anchoring all the way into the back of the spawns, and that kind of leaves his teammates with a lack of numbers. Last alive is the anchor of Carson, and wonderfully orchestrated coming through there for OMIT to be able to break in for 30 seconds.
This is good time for OMIT. It's going to keep them in good graces going into that second set, and keep OMIT Brooklyn looking for a way to flip this script. So all the way towards this top bedroom fight. 3 down again. Craze trades out Standy, and now he can get a little rogue up top, but that is good damage mitigation from ProLoot as OMIT Brooklyn, they need this P1.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, more importantly, they just need to try to hold the 50-yard line. You can see what it means. They're so focused on everything forward that Reese is going to be able to find a free route all the way down low. Great capture from our observers, but Reese, by the time he ends up getting in towards the back, OMIT Brooklyn already spawned all the way out. From the flip that occurred, his teammates found everything from the front.
Hey, the boys in blue, they're all over it right now. And there is nothing that Brooklyn can do, as you want to see them turn things up over towards the second set of rotations, but they are fighting on an upwards incline right now. Brack up top, good shots towards Vivid, quick trade out from Mamba, and that is going to keep Craze just soaking up this time.
Yep. Trying to get a little bit more space forward is Mac, up to 17 and 12. We were talking about Vivid, how he was ranked very highly. He's actually tied with Mac, his teammate, as they were just slaying out on hardpoints all day yesterday up to 17, 12, 15, 13 respectfully, but still holding the entire line. Well, you know what broke it up last time around was the push through kitchen. It seems that ProLoot wants to try to unearth it this time around. Craze is going to pick it up, and that's wonderfully done. Just learning from their mistakes, even when they're up by so much. OMIT GG, just the funnies on point.
Hey, this is a stomping right now. OMIT are coming with a little gusto into day 2. This is the defending champs off of DreamHack, so they do have a little bit of an expectation to uphold. Mac on 5 in a row, 6 in a row after he is going to beam Yuli with a bit of a shotgun on that Jackal. P2 Hill locked in for 40 seconds. OMIT Brooklyn, they do have this setup, but you have to cross through this crossfire. And Mackie ends up getting traded out, but it's all down to Brack to just stay alive.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. This cobble area, you have to try to get past him. Brack's doing a great job just buying time for his teammates, but by the time he dies, Standy lost his 1, and somehow Mac was able to put together a 2-piece. So even though a trade might have been able to develop by the end of all that, that is about 30, 40 unanswered points for OMIT. They will be over 200 points, and they're already thinking about the rotation towards new because they have such an insurmountable lead. They can constantly throw lights at it. OMIT Brooklyn have to get about a full 60 off of P3, or it's going to be GG's.
I mean, the dynamic of this OMIT team, it is just so ever-changing, where you can have Craze and Mamba turning up in terms of that slaying and just allowing Mac to soak that time. You could just as much have Mac go 27, 28, and 15 and do all the heavy lifting for the rest of them to just play that objective. And this is not the expectation that we had for OMIT Brooklyn, but it has lined up with the hardpoint troubles that we've seen in the past couple days.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just about showing up on a Saturday, knowing that you got to play towards top 2. Might as well make it sure that it's 1, if not 2 less matches on a Saturday. Get prepared for Sunday. That's exactly what OMIT have come to do. Craze, good corner being played. 21 and 14. Kid wants to get back up on the main stage. Mac, to your point, is up to 30 and 17 as well. OMIT, they can't win it here, but they're going to put themselves darn close.
Almost a 2 KD.
Oh.
Race. Oh, I mean, it was due for 1.
All right.
13 seconds on this rotation. OMIT Brooklyn, they're going to be there, but Vivid in the back trying to do some damage. He's going to go down, and that's a big moment for Brooklyn as they're going to have all 4 players, 3 players standing for this defense. Mamba walks through the front door, and he just rips it away.
Yeah, just 5 seconds required. Got one in towards the back. Yuli has to contest the hard point, and they're aware he cannot do such an instance. Clubbed on a Saturday, not what Brooklyn were expecting, but it's all business coming through for OMIT GG. They know exactly what this team was developed to do, and that's win championships.
My bad, OMIT. I wasn't familiar with your game a little bit, but yeah, no mercy on the Skyline hardpoint. That's one way to kick off your Saturday.
Emphatically as well. Like they weren't just beating them gingerly with just simple mechanics, just showing them that they got the better gunning. They put them in the ground so sufficiently off of their practice going in towards the series. OMIT are one of a handful of teams that have been scrimming against the CDL teams ahead of this. You can only imagine what that meant for them to be as powered up as ever. Brooklyn really need to start waking up here because that clubbing was not it.
No, it wasn't. But it is par for the course for what we've seen for this Brooklyn team after losing that hard point in a very dramatic fashion to P7 White yesterday. 250 to 100 on that Skyline. This map just has not been kind to them. But this was OMIT Brooklyn's pick too. They wanted to chow the Skyline. I was expecting a little bit of a change. We didn't get to see it. Every single time you're going for these money hills, you get those P4 setups, you're broken in an instant. You go towards P2, you can't even get past the piano. There's just no coordination, no intensity when it came down to these gunfights. They were just lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah, Sandy's just having a really tough go of things this entire weekend as well. You know, I just don't want to point the finger at just one individual. But, you know, Eli is normally one of those individuals that you expect to constantly power up. He's been able to do it in the CDL. He's been able to do it out in Challengers. But through his matches being played yesterday, only having a 1.01 KD going in toward the entire series and just a abysmal 3,000 damage per 10 minutes. It's just not the standing that you expect when it comes down to some Call of Duty Challengers. But this line graph is steep, to say the least. One looks a little bit more level ground. One looks like Everest.
And it's funny that you're talking about Standy, too, because the whole talk for that Minnesota team, this guy's a major champion. He's won in the CDL. But the whole, talk of Rocker this year was that Minnesota Miracle. Did they spend all their magic in one place? And for Standy, I mean, I've been so impressed with him playing this year with the terms of just how well his communication is on this Brooklyn team, playing alongside Brack, Dallas champions as well, all the way back in Major 1 for this OMIT team, and Major 2 in Dallas for that Open. And where you see this team really trying to rise is between that duo of Brack and Standy. When they're playing so good, it's when we see OMIT Brooklyn playing at their best.
Yeah, they're not really concerned. I think that Brooklyn knew coming in towards the series that this is going to have to be a Neslo. We're going to have to win the 2-3-5. I think that the control is going to be a little bit more of a steeper ask for this roster, but we'll cross that bridge once we do inevitably get to it, as they're getting the communication from their coaches to make sure that the opening breakoff is going to be perfect. There's one thing to keep in mind going in towards this is that although they had to do it in 3 matches yesterday from the GSL group, OMIT Brooklyn are undefeated in Search and Destroy. They have a 6-0 win versus P7 White yesterday, and it's because of the background that is OMIT Brooklyn. They are just S&D reapers.
Yep, and even that, you're looking at the picks. This was another choice for now. OMIT wants to take OMIT Brooklyn to the dealership Search and Destroy, which we saw Brooklyn play twice yesterday, and they look fantastic on this map. Yeah,
when you go and you think about the top 5 KDs across all of the day, Standy and Yuli are actually up there. The reason being is because they're undefeated in Search and Destroy.
Yep.
In this current standing of time, all of them are within the top 10 in one shape or another. Mamba is right there as well with a 2.0 KD. He's the guy closest to the screen with the thick old mustache. So going in towards this map number 2, again, OMIT Brooklyn may not be as concerned, but what you should be privy to is that this is not the same teams that you're going up against in Search and Destroy. This is the different belly of the beast. It's OMIT GG.
Look, I might be wearing the corduroy jacket and the denim jeans, but that Mamba guy, he's the real cowboy out there. So, see if you can wrangle things up for Brooklyn, as he has been the star of the show for this team in Search and Destroy. But for OMIT Brooklyn, they have yet to falter. They have yet to break. So trying to get their bounce back on dealership.
Yep, and throughout everything, the dust settled. We do go 1 for 1 as far as the kills are concerned. Offense for OMIT GG as they're just trying to get a lay of the land. But they got so much space all the way in towards the backside of the map. They're just waiting for Mamba to cut back through the map.
Oh, crazy trouble. Yuli. Oh, good finesse. And Mac right alongside him. Yuli goes down. Numbers now to OMIT GG. That's going to back Brooklyn right down, and they got to figure out a way to break this as the map is flipped, and it is going to be a reflank onto Standy. The beatdown from both sides. Standy on 10 HP. I thought for a second he was going to turn on him, but no, it's Brack in a 1v3.
That shades of like invasion, though this time his opponent was facing him and bonked him right in the face. Braxton there to find the elimination, but immediately traded out from the window hop. But still a silly opening round where the map got traded out and ultimately reversed. I mean, if you're looking for Brooklyn's perspective, they just wanted to play retake over a day. They gave him the entirety of the bomb side, but for OMIT GG, they just continued to push all the way forward. Mamba had to recover the bomb. He was slow to then roll back over towards the A bomb, and then by the time he got there, his two teammates said, look, let's just clear over towards B, and then flush out the kills. Works wonderfully enough for me. Vivid's able to find 2 within that round. Let's see what the Brooklyn boys got cooked up here. Again, undefeated.
Yep.
6-0 versus P7 Esports, so that was a red card. Dealership, all about these set nades, man. That wasn't a good set nade.
Nope. You unlocked a memory with that invasion call.
I did.
Too.
I did.
It's like PTSD. Pro loot for the first blood, going to Brooklyn, see if they can work off of that. The A site is wide open, and Yuli's not going to lay the rock right away. You see the wall bang through the garage door, and they do know that there are some players going to cause some trouble.
Not a whole lot of space being produced here.
Oh, Vivid.
They don't really feel comfortable to lay down the bomb. They wanted that first blood, but it's not going to come through. Now you got the numbers if you're Brooklyn.
It's a tough fight. I mean, Brack on this head, he's shelling everything. Pistol as well. He doesn't care. Brooklyn with the quick bounce back, and a fantastic one, too. I mean, it all kind of boils down to Proloot shutting down the flank as fast as he did. There was just no way to bring yourself back into that round if you're OMIT without trying to fight for A.
I think it's just an easy read is that fast flank, right? You could just see how passively Mac and Vivid were playing inside of the slide door as well as over by the car hop up. And by that point, you'd have to assume that you get no nades over the top, albeit the one that was supposed to be there came up absolutely short, that a flank was going to be coming through. You flip the numbers in your favor. Vivid can't get that first blood. It's Brack that walks away with 3 out of the 4. Let's not forget who is number 1 search and destroy through the weekend so far. It is Carson Brack with a 3.80. He is 3-0 for first blood of the weekend.
5-1 right now. Having a great go at this dealership, and it's kind of what you expect from Brooklyn on this map mode combo. Cheeky angle from Standy inside the vent from the A bomb, so he hasn't broken in towards the offices, but Grace is going to read it. First blood towards OMIT.
It's all about the battle through the middle of the map. Timing for Craze is really bad, though. The retake through mid is absolutely ecstatic. Now, Vivid, Mamba left alive in a 2v4 in a round that you felt like was so winnable.
You wanted that mid space so bad, but OMIT Brooklyn not going to give it to you for free. I like this call from them. They're just going to rewrap the entire spawn of OMIT. They want to catch you by surprise.
No, it's just going to be shot in the side of the head and just immediately retook it. And that's why you just don't see, like, B break-offs, stuff like that. If you can get through the middle of the map, that's great, but more often than not, you'll see the best of the best teams immediately pivot over towards A. Now, it becomes a little bit more nefarious, given that Brooklyn did hard counter that with a B defensive setup, but even still, trying to brute force your way through the middle of the map, and then hopefully you get that mantle timing of your Craze is just so difficult to do. That mantle takes a long time. That player that's all the way up top that ended up finding the initial trade just had the wherewithal of knowing that Craze's red dot probably crossed back over to the middle of the map from the utility that got thrown over there. Just way too one-dimensional for OMIT GG to be throwing Brooklyn's way.
Way too eager for that second kill. Brooklyn going to go back-to-back now. See if they can go 3 in a row with the offense. What is the take through mid? Proloot leading on 3 in a row. Has some help, too. Yuli's going to draw first blood yet again for OMIT Brooklyn. That gives up the B site.
Yeah, B needs to be planted very quickly. Mac's going to fish out that first blood. It's calling for Standy to get activated a little bit further forward to find the trade, but bomb doesn't get planted. 2v2.
50 good shots. Back Standy down. Throwing some shoulders, bomb getting planted. Crazy gonna notice that, jumps right into the deep end, but slides a little too far. Brack, he is A-OK on the heady. And Standy has not moved from holding Vivid down.
Nah, man, you need to go back Carson Bragg. That man's been playing the bomb head glitch for years. Don't give him an easier gunfight. I mean, the exit might have been there. Like, obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but I mean, the fact that the bomb didn't get planted immediately at B off of so much space being activated for Brooklyn, I think was the scariest thing within its own self. The fact that they felt that the necessary to get more space further forward after they're getting pinched through mid, I think that that's probably the slip of that round ultimately. But finally getting themselves up on the board. We'll have to see if that's something that they can rally behind. But the offense has been a big old question mark for OMIT. B hasn't worked, mid hasn't worked, so we're just going to post up and play Nooch.
See if they can get that first blood. And there it is.
Saw everybody.
Mamba backs right back down. And that immediately pumps the brakes. Look at Mac. He is so far forward on B.
Well, what do they know? I mean, like, if you get the information for all three, you know immediately that it's going to have to be a rotation back through mid. Somehow still able to find another elimination. Carson now up to 6 in a row.
They're not able to find that Hellstorm. It's a big trade. Pro trying to make it into a 1 versus 1, just not able to recover the gun. That is a good answer from OMIT.
Yeah.
A much-needed round.
Well, they needed that round, right? I mean, 3-2 versus a 4-1. Very, very different conversation points going forward this time. You know, just posting up does look very good for them. They don't want to be the aggressors, though. That has been the nomenclature for this team for OMIT. That's kind of their ride or die through the DreamHack Championship run, was being the faster-paced, more aggressive team, especially with that guy on your team for Craze. But still, I think that posted up, play the counter-offer to what Brooklyn have been throwing your way is definitely the right idea. They are definitely overextending, and now you bring this within 1.
Can you tie us up?
Ooh, hard read.
It's going to be a fast A defense. How does Mamba get there in time? It is going to be Mac, not Mamba. Cudcaster. Be damned. That's bomb down.
Yeah, bomb's going to be dropped here inside of tiles. Trophy system's going to reveal that there's going to be a player nearby. Remote's going to have to wait for Eli. Standy's going to be waiting for a time. He's on his belly.
Whoop. That's awkward. Mamba had to have seen him. If not then, he definitely knows now. But you are just wasting so much time. Prolo's going to be the one to trade, and does that open up a route for Standy? Well, he's all the way through the spawn, but still Mamba is watching that. Proloot tucked away. Mac continuing his reign of terror, and Standy just cannot get anything done on this flank.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure Mamba's probably sitting there saying that you probably should have taken the gunfight when you had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Had the SMG in his hand for the Jackal and versus the aims there for Mamba, so now Standy's got to get a little crafty. Bombs. Pancake still inside of tiles. He's going to join Brack here off of that spree, but they're running out of time.
Full steam ahead. Right into the iron sights. Vivid holding it down. Standing now alone, and the trade battle favors OMIT to tie us back up.
All right, so we go back to the drawing board now for Brooklyn. OMIT have finally cracked the code in understanding how to stall out what they are being thrown at. But this time around, I mean, like a little bit of hesitancy. Almost felt like that Brooklyn didn't fully execute on their plan. I mean, for the bomb just to be trapped inside of tiles, not in a tradable position for anybody. Very tough scenes to be able to witness. So just trying to retake all of that. Standy, bad timing there on the B push through there from Mamba, who just completely conceded the space, knowing that they had that bomb dropped there inside of the A area. So into round 7 we go. It's the offense again for OMIT. They posted up last time. This time it's an A quick.
Nobody's here. Standy, does he even see anything? No, it's a fully passive setup. Nobody's even on the flank.
Yeah, I don't like that out of Craze. Getting a little bit too overextended. They didn't see anything to the backside of A. There was no utility. They should be aware that everybody's mid, and they try to get a little bit more than they bargained for.
They do get the bomb down. So now on defense for this post plant. Player down, seeing if they can get that trade, but Mac just unaware of Standy on the slide out. And it is still numbers over towards Brooklyn. 25 seconds left. Mac on 3 in a row. He is throwing so many shoulders, and that is a good one to bring things back to an even 2-on-2. 18 seconds. Mac's overwhelmed. Mamba up top on 5. Pivots back, but Proloot, he is so sneaky on the approach. The last one standing, he clutches up to put it away.
I mean, it came down to time. Utility was already thrown at the beginning of the round and beginning of the post plant. But, I mean, when you have to exhaust so much time just to try to find where those red dots are by isolation, Brooklyn just used their numbers like we talked about off that first blood. Just Craze getting a little bit too big for his britches, trying to get all the way to the backside of the defender side of the bomb side. And that's just not a comfortable place to be in that moment of time. So you allow the retake to come through. If you are Brooklyn, or if you are OMIT, excuse me, Brooklyn just able to exhaust the numbers very, very simply so far, but not a whole lot to gain off of that. It was just a very A-heavy hit.
Yeah.
I just don't like the Craze overextension.
I mean, yeah, you look at maybe Proloot just hiding behind the van, plays it right, throwing the right shoulders, timing pays off. It's a tough one to approach on for Craze. Just, yeah, it's a little bit of an overstep. Now having to figure out this answer, nobody on the flank, and it's a quick A plan.
Yeah. Again, a lot of posture being all thrown through mid. OMIT Brooklyn gonna this time immediately push through A. RCXD is gonna get exploded. It does get information, but it's taking a lot of time. 4v4 post.
how much information does it even grab? Craze has to throw a couple more shoulders. 30 seconds, time dwindling. Looking for that opening kill to see if you can light that red or that green light up. And there it is. First blood coming out from Mac. Immediately it's going to be the trade back out. 17 seconds. You are on crunch time right now. Craze, he is turned to activate, but take a look at the pivot from Proload. He has moved in towards the garage. He's behind, takes down one on the Mac, and now for Craze, he has to hop the bomb. No time. OMIT Brooklyn just all over the defensive setup.
Yeah, again, just the fast hit through A. It's kind of the same conversation, different side of the bomb. This time it's Brooklyn who gets the very A-swift hit. Mostly for OMIT. They were showcasing a lot of presence all the way through mid, and they were getting that player, the same position that Prolu was in the previous round, trying to watch the A push through, but Brooklyn just don't overextend. Byron's now up to 10-4 throughout the entirety of this map number 2. He had a nice little pop-off there as they're up to map point to tie up the series.
So many players to talk about and hype up. Proloot sure is that guy. Him and Brack, both 10-4 right now. Byron's on that 5 spree. He wants to put it away here and now. He's not going to spot this early attempt over towards B, but those Semtex are going to give it away.
A lot of good information. You have the wherewithal to try to get the bomb quickly planted. Crazy gets info on the second. Numbers here for the offense. And they're just forced to kind of turtle up. The flank's being watched. Sandy's getting scouted out, but is able to walk away with the elimination, so we're even Stevens. But now you know everybody's trapped inside the B bomb.
Proloot's getting aggressed on. And Brack has a tough gunfight to take. 50 seconds. Bomb yet to go down. Sandy, can you find another angle? Keep things even? No. Not just yet.
Oh, just trying to fish out just where some of these players are located at. Proloot gives them the easy one. Standy, 1v3. He's got the Jackal. And needs the first to be clean. Couldn't get the transfer, so OMIT staying alive in this search and destroy. You get the push through over by the B-bomb. Everybody stays trapped. But the read on the flank for Standy, albeit late, is enough bells and whistles for OMIT just to fully know, okay, now we need to push through the opposite side. We get the info of the players through mid, and that's wonderfully done. That's a good B execute. Normally you see the quick bomb plant, but this time they're much more aware to what happened a handful of rounds ago. They needed to push through, get the numbers back in their favor without even planting the bomb. Isolating the kills is a wonderful look for OMIT, now just trailing by 1.
3 separate times where Standy could have salvaged that round for the team. He made it look so darn close, and that's what you expect from OMIT Brooklyn. OMIT want to take you the distance now. Can they force around 11?
20-10 between Prelude and Brack thus far. They have enough to get themselves over the edge. They're on the offense. I heard the utility being pulled. Trophy systems are humming around the area, and they're denying a lot of different nades. Still all 8 players standing.
This looks like it's going to be a pivot back over towards the B site. Mac is here. If you could lose this bomb, that is going to put OMIT in such an easy place to put this round away.
Late utility being thrown now. I might just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Yuli's still sitting on a Semtex, but he doesn't want to give away his life. He is the bomb carrier, but he needs to be the entry.
Mac laying down. Yuli tagged up. Good pre-fire. Oh, he's in trouble, though. This fight is so weird. And where's the help? Finally, he's going to go down. First blood and a second one. OMIT Brooklyn looking to tie this series up. Craze on 3 in a row. Can he bring it back?
So I don't know how Yuli was able to throw that many shoulders, stay alive, and then wait for all the help to bait out Mac and the reload.
Oh, Craze.
2v3. Craze needs to go huge here. Needs to find the first. Can't walk away with it. Vivid being the last alive. Throws away his red dot, and that's an easy pickup there. OMIT Brooklyn just showing up here in Search and Destroy. They remain undefeated on the weekend, and they tie up the series versus their sister team.
And that's the way things swing for Brooklyn, as expected for the Search and Destroy towards the end there. Craze, another little bit of an overheat towards that last play. And you get that information, but trying to pull things out of a magic hat. And 6-4 is where we end. 4th at Dealership to tie us up 1-1 in this series. Heading into the control for the swing map mode combo. You can see the players getting up. Lots of conversations to be had.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that it took 21 eliminations between 2 different players to try to do so, but nonetheless, OMIT Brooklyn, they get themselves over the edge there at the end of the execute that finally came out you leave for the bait, and then everybody else soon after to be able to find the positional disadvantages that they left OMIT with. But as we get updates all around, we're starting to see the venue starting to pile on in as the main event is just about to be getting underway. But if you're in the area, come on, hang out, because this Challengers bracket is just getting underway. Here's some highlights from that map number 2. But 5 Fears, they're 1-0 up versus Stallions, 250 to 125. That's on our Delta stream. Team War, they won by 5 points versus P7 White on the Rewind Hardpoint for the Bravo. And then we also got Royal Spartans, The Last Dance, 250 to 224 over Team Orchid. EU down bad on a Saturday.
And if you're even at home, just soaking up all the crazy things happening at Champs for Black Ops 6 and Challengers, it has been such a roller coaster of emotions across day 1, day 2. It is not going to change, I imagine, and you can go to youtube.com/COD-Challengers. Make sure that you're showing love to everything going around for every single team. That is the Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta stream. All going to be streaming separate matches as our COD Zone goes through on this Saturday. But looking back at the history for this Search and Destroy, OMIT Brooklyn remain undefeated. Andy, that's the big story for this team, is how good their 2s and 5s have been, and they're going to do it again here.
Yeah, they know that it needs to be a super-duper Neslo coming through for Brooklyn if they want to take down OMIT. In previous past, they have not been able to get over the hurdle that is OMIT. Even though it's just a small sample size, it's still something that you can absolutely lean on. So Brooklyn able to remain absolutely flawless in Search and Destroy, albeit getting tested here. I think those 3 rounds from 2 to 4 really cemented how good this team can be, even when they get a 100-point club in the map number 1. So series will go to a protocol control, but as I was saying, not the only thing we got going on across the entirety of the venue. We do have 5 Fears versus Stallions currently underway. Stallions, by the way, that roster we were ever so highlighting, the only team from the LCQs to actually be in the championship bracket.
But, I mean, for Stallions, it's been a good run so far, but you match up towards this 5 Fears team who, you just look at them last week for the AMD overclock leading into Champs, and they make it towards the 2nd place. The respawns looked fantastic, a little bit of a hiccup in a couple round 11s, and that's really what's been plaguing your success as a team. And it is what really held you back to that Team Orchid matchup. So we look at it now for our 2nd game. 5 Fears leading off the hard points, and nothing has changed for the Surge.
No, not even one bit. 5 Fears, though, again, they came in 250 to 125 on the hard point. Former teammates on each side exceed from the Stallions and the time they spent with Asim in and out from Challengers, Defense, and Champions their own right. With a 4-0 lead and so much space through the upper hallways, you need this offense to stick.
They've won 5 in a row. Or this defense, lots of audio cues, gonna give away that nothing has changed for the Stallions setup. They're still gonna be in towards the top halls, still gonna warrant a reposition. All 4 members on a death ball through that office, slamming through the doors. They spot the players towards bridge immediately on the disengage, holding this lead.
5 in a row now for Abe, combined 10 for Charlie. Again, he did not have a very good opening day for the Challengers Champions Tournament, but still a step in the right direction, taking down one of the hottest teams that we have coming in towards this series, or this entire event, excuse me, are the FC Stallions. Another 2 quick kills leaves Hamza Glow Frosty last alive, has a good look at the first, but not enough HP to truly take the second, although rips the headshot. 5 Fears are just absolutely stampeding their way to a 2-0 lead.
See what you did there. This is going to be a tough one for the Stallions. It's been a while since we've seen a completed full sale. A lot of chances, a lot of players who've tested the idea. But I think, the last time we saw it must have been, I want to say last time I remember it as Vanguard.
It's definitely a while ago.
It's been a long, long time since we got that, but I guess with the game ending like this, obviously we weren't here for the start. Possibly a chance that that game was a reset.
It was a 3-1 Search and Destroy, so that was actually a 6-3 win for 5 Fears. But they come back in after the reset, and then they rip all 5 of those straight. Abe making sure that there's no other funny business. We're getting straight to that map 3 for those 2.
Yeah, honestly, my bad for that one. Off of the success that we see from 5 Fears in the Search and Destroy. 6-3 win over the Stallions is going to put them 2-0 up in that series, Andy. And for 5 Fears, seeing them win on Search and Destroy, that is a good narrative going into the Saturday.
Yeah, again, 5 Fears yesterday, not exactly the best look versus Team Orchid. Again, we talk about how they were coming up ever so short on that second matchup that we did have on broadcast, of course, with that 6-1 loss. Team Orchid are definitely in the really prime seat, you would think, at least from yesterday. But
yeah,
when we talk about consistency, 5 Fears didn't show up yesterday. They made it to the championship bracket. It seemed like that they got a good night's rest, and they're coming in prime form today.
Yeah, and this is a good time for all of you at home. Don't forget to show some love to AMD as well, and make sure that you're following along on their Discord that should be pinned in, as well as follow them on the social media for their AMD and AMD Gaming accounts for everything that they've brought to challengers through Toronto Ultra in tournaments in the past, in the AMD event just last week, and for this champs as well. AMD, I mean, they provided, and I actually got to tip it a little bit for what they even did for the monitor situation. As soon as it pops up, they switch things out, and I think that the team has been all over accommodating and making this as good as it can be for the challengers players.
Yeah, I mean, right down to the PCs, 4 challengers, and you go around and you talk about for everybody for the pit. Everybody's very happy that they are playing on benchmark PCs, just so that way they can play at the highest level of the competition, especially when it comes down to these 8 in the lobby. I mean, when you talk about Vivid, Mac, Brack especially, they've been playing on a lot of the league PCs, Prelude, Standy, in and out from the league. Again, same for Yuli. They understand what a good PC and a bad PC could definitely feel like, so shout out AMD for making sure that this tournament is in tip-top shape, making sure that the game runs as flawlessly as it possibly can. So just about ready to hop in towards this map number 3 between OMIT and OMIT Brooklyn. Protocol Control is on the docket. Last time they faced was a Vault. It was a 3-1 win in the favor of OMIT as they continue to take the 1-3 and the 4. And I already kind of propped it up here ever so slightly that this would have to almost be a Nesla you'd fear for OMIT Brooklyn. Their organizational skills, as far as the objective game modes are concerned, are very top-notch.
Let's see if they can get it on for this Control. A lot of the conversations that we've had on the desk is just what is going on with the offensive side of Protocol Control. Nobody has been able to crack that code consistently, and it has always come down to the last heroic efforts. 3 down for OMIT, going to scramble them back off the respawn and into the spawn trap.
How do you fight out of this one if you are OMIT? Number 1 team going to be at EWC. You think you can get out of a spawn trap here?
That is difficult in its own right. So you can see those lives dwindling down. Same thing with the clock. 53 seconds to figure out where to go. Craze in the reach out. But everybody's going to be tunneling in to this bottom triple position. Craze finally sneaks on through, but he has to back up. You have to provide some support for the other players.
Yeah, you sure do. Trying to get themselves past trips, but Standy's still lurking into the top of the windows. And oh, really good timing. Well played out from Standy. Wily as ever. 5-1 start out of the kid. Trying to stall out any sort of progress. Our OMIT so far just met with disaster. They trail only by 1 life, but they gotta try to shovel away at some of these segments.
Craze still on 4 in a row, so he was able to slip on in on B first segment and a triple stack. This one's gonna be fast. It has to have a reaction from Brooklyn, and the second segment's gonna be in. Yuli slides out, double kill. Mamba alone and down 6 feet under. Prolute there to assist, and that's gonna put now OMIT over towards this A zone.
Clock stalled out, 23.8 seconds. 1 good orchestrated break, and Brooklyn are right back in towards it. But you get those 2 segments done at B. That's what's most important, is the segment progression. Standy able to be right there, combined with Yuli space being provided for himself. And now that should just be the last few kills required. Spawn trap reenacted, 10 seconds on the clock.
Can you get the kills? Can you even get towards that zone? 7 lives left. Double kill in. They're going to have at least a chance here. So double stack over towards A with 7 lives left. We've seen teams fumble this at the finish line too many times, but you have to worry about the position over towards top triple. Nobody going to be there after your teammate goes down. And it is a solid defense from OMIT Brooklyn, not letting things get out of hand.
Still able to walk away with those segments, though. I mean, like that's what's most important. Again, when it comes down to protocol, we just simply will probably guess it's probably going to go to around 5. Very, very difficult to try to convert an entire offense around. Like you said, most of it is the last-second adjustments there to be able to make the last bit of heroics. You get the 60 seconds out on towards the board, and, well, it's all just a Cinderella story soon after. It won't be the case, not through the opening rounds. Very difficult to win the opening break-off as, again, through the beginning of the map. Got no trophy systems, those nades. They kind of hurt, so get themselves going very, very quickly are Brooklyn. We'll see what they can produce here on the offense.
Full setup over towards mid. Max gonna get the first eyes onto Yuli for this cross. Even gonna take out some of those teammates. Good wall bangs out from Yuli, but where is the assistance? Nobody inside Armory. That's gonna give Craze a free flank with the pistol. Takes out Prolute, and it is all eyes forward. Full steam ahead for OMIT.
They're just going to take this as an opportunity to try to move on over towards B, but wonderfully adjusted coming through from OMIT. They knew they got the squad wipe over towards A. They pivot over towards P2 just to deny the B push, but Standy still gets through, stalling out the clock.
Deep spawns in, and immediately Brooklyn head over towards A, but seems like they want to cut through the middle of the map and put some pressure over towards this B zone, see if they can force those deep spawns from the defensive side early on, but they pivot back over towards A for the double stack. Mamba here, good for the first kill. Help has arrived for 3 going down, and that is going to put OMIT Brooklyn right back to step 1.
So got another multi-kill in the feed, though. It's Standy, 15 and 5, getting activated on the map, and really makes you forget that Prac is only 3 and 10 through the round and a half of play so far. Here comes the double-ditched effort, trying to push over towards B. One should get caught. Prolute has a player right underneath him, gets the read on the Mac from a red dot, and now we got players bumping out. Standy's going to lurk over by the staircase, catches Mamba on the exit from Grandma's.
That flank shutdown is everything. Standy free to do whatever he wants, but trade from Crazy is going to come in. That's going to slow the progression over towards A. Still with the stack in. Crazy, the 1v1 saves it from getting that third segment worked on, and immediately you're forced, if you're Brooklyn, to go to B.
Able to at least match those 2 segments of progression. 16 plays 13, so feel like that this push that's starting to be put together is about to be your last, but just as soon as you feel like that Yuli's starting to make a stick into it, you still have players in towards your spawn, dealt with. Back over towards A, third segment being worked.
I thought Yuli spotted Mamba on that drop, but he's still going to be on this flank. Third segment almost done. Can Mamba get there in time? No. Standy is going to take care of that, and the A zone gets secured.
At 60 seconds, that 4-life lead now just even. 11 plays 11, and Brack, he knows he wants to try to get inside the top. Grandma's gets the timing for the kill, goes 1 for 1. Pinstripe kill feed. Everybody's turtling around over by the B zone, and you've got to try to move your way a little bit further forward. OMIT need to clear the zone first.
Standy gets 2. Now they're still going to have bodies here. Vivid, can it be enough to stop this B zone from getting captured any further? No, another kill this time, Yuli. Prolute watching over towards the top. Boxes is covered, and OMIT Brooklyn, they figured it out. They've put it together to put this offensive round in their favor and collect all 6 segments.
Calculated as ever, OMIT Brooklyn able to put it up on the board for an offensive incursion, able to put themselves in the lead for the control. 2-0 lead to be able to take a lead in the series, but they got to close things out. Standy up to 20 and 8. I mean, he has just been really on one throughout the entirety of this map number 3. He was 15 and 5 at one point. He's finding so many different routes and lurks and be able to get so much space being provided, but it's not just him. We're also seeing Yuli on that push after the A zone had already been captured to then push a little bit further beyond Grandma's to be able to get that push really in its trenches, to get that third segment, to get the 60 seconds, to flip the life lead, which they trailed by 5. Brooklyn now 2-0 up in the control.
Feeling good for this map 3 swing. Yuli's just going to stand still for a second, but is that an issue for him, or is that something that might be a little tactical that we just cannot read? No, he is standing still. He is a statue right now on the map. So, OMIT Brooklyn still playing through. Hoping to see if he can figure things out as quick as possible. You do have a player over towards Helicopter, but it's a stack over towards B that you have to worry about.
Yeah, Yuli trying to figure things out. Got the stack over towards B, OMIT, continuing on because that is the right thing to do, so we'll continue to cast it as it is. And yeah, so the game's going to be over. 2-0 lead there as we have a little bit of a tech issue. These controllers, these cords, look, sometimes these things just happen. But a 2-0 lead for Brooklyn, that is definitely going to stick so far. So we can give you updates across the board as we are continuing to ramp on here with our Saturday as we have matches going on. We're all over the place, all over the venue still. Hope as everybody continues to pour in for this Saturday for the CDL, stop on by for challengers because it is a hoot of a time. Most importantly for this series, Royal Spartans versus Team Orchid. They currently find themselves up 2-0 over Royal Spartans and Team Orchid, who honestly, Royal Spartans never thought themselves to be here for the playoff bracket. They won map 1, Hacienda 250-224, round 11, Hacienda Search and Destroy, versus EU's old guard of Team Orchid. Would be a hell of a thing to see if the Cinderella story of Cruzy COD can continue on.
Yeah, to get back-to-back upsets against the European squad. I would like to take a look over towards this Royal Spartans versus Orchid game that we got on our screen for one of the side streams, because it would be one hell of a story for that upset that we could be seeing. But it is a situation where we're still waiting to get these teams in and see if OMIT and OMIT Brooklyn can start up this protocol control as quick as humanly possible. But what a moment this would be for Cruz and Dak. You know, you not only take down Notorious, but you take down Orchid. At that point, you're aiming to take as many heads off of this top side of EU as you can.
Oh, absolutely, man. I think that's what's most important for just the Royal Spartans. They know coming in towards the Saturday, it's not their first time playing on a Saturday through the entire year. It's just the same ritual. We already heard from them yesterday saying how they don't care who is in front of them. They will just be as prepared as they possibly can be because this is the last dance, and this will truly be everything laid out on the line. But for the match, just as a scope back in for the OMIT team kill that is currently going on the main stream, Standy, through 2 rounds of play, again, is double positive, and I just don't mean that lightly. He is 20-10 through these 2 rounds. As the lobby's being recreated, we will not forget about these stats. 2,400 damage through 2 rounds being played. 17 of those 20 eliminations are non-traded, by the way. And, well, he's even Stevens on both sides. He found 10 eliminations on the offense, 10 eliminations on the defense. Standy, the Swiss Army knife, continue to get it done.
Well, here we get a look at this Orchid Royal Spartans game. While they're going into the 3rd round, Cruz & Co., they're looking for the 3-0 sweep on this Vault control. And what is going on here with Orchid? We got Orchid on the offensive side. They need to get this cap immediately, but you can see that Gunsey taking the full route on the flank. It's being watched.
This team just absolutely humming. Teamwork on it at an absolute high. The Wiz not finding all of the kills in the world, but I'll tell you who is. It's Cruz, 13-6. Getting a really good defensive look of things, a 2-life lead, and they're not overextending, too. I think that's what's so nice to see from Royal Spartans. They're not getting too eager for their own eyes. They're playing the correct kills, playing the right angles, but here comes Bance. He had himself a great day yesterday, Colin, trying to produce something for his team.
Henry, the slide out. Good double kill from Henry. But is this going to amount to any more progress over towards the 3rd segment? He might as well jump on, see if he can make anything out of it. But Dak is there to the rescue. Dak is flying as well. And he is through with 30 seconds left. Orchid now over towards B for a second.
24 seconds remaining. Trying to at least get something to move a little bit further forward. Dak will end up going 1 for 2 there. Favorable kill feed now for Orchid, trying to find their footing underneath the A control zone. Trying to put themselves in position to add 60 seconds, but fish in a barrel. Cruz will line up a handful. He's now up to 3 in a row, and it's just the last handful of lives to throw away at the A zone, and maybe a last-ditch effort to convert the zone. And it will not be anything to speak of. Royal Spartan.
Wow. In
3 rounds and maps. Get it done versus Team Orchid. A round 11 search and destroy, a 16-point differential in the map 1, and a 3-0 slammage in the Vault control.
And a whole lot of question marks that we're going to be having on this desk of what is going on with these European teams. I guess Cruz is just him when it comes down to causing some upsets here on Black Ops 6 for champs. The storylines just get better and better in that last dance. It is so beautiful to witness. for what they are doing, and even getting a look at, how everything happens. I mean, Cruz himself, 19-8 in that game, 17 non-traded kills. That is not usually the stat line that we see for him, but it's also not the only action that we do have going on. For a second, we did see that 5 Fierce game, but we are going to dip out of that one to see how that one's going. But, man, what a treat to see Royal Spartans playing like this.
Yeah, 5 Fears are actually 2-0 up over the Stallions as well. It was a round 9 win on Hacienda Search and Destroy, 6-3, 250 to 125 red card Hardpoint. So, albeit we do have a lot of teams that are getting very, very close to getting things in for a playoff bracket. They're coming up short in the winners round 1, but a team that is utterly prepared would be this 5 Fears team. You do have Exceed and Hixie Fire and the young gun of Abe, who was having himself a great yesterday, but Exceed, maybe not so much to speak of, is currently in the driver's seat, 20-13 here on the Hacienda control, but that zone still being worked on, running out of time. 5 Fears don't have the lives. Stallions aware. They just got to get onto the zone to try to keep things stalled out, and they should be able to win via kills, but they give away their lives way too easily, have to hop off the zone, and 5 Fears convert the round.
That is a good round to put it away towards that 0.9 seconds to get into a lead now for 5 Fears, trying to put this series away in a 3-0 sweep right next to Mr. Cruzy God. He just did it towards Orchid, and they're going to be feeling good off of the changes from day 1 in towards day 2. Stallions, they got to mount this comeback. And not only 2 rounds back-to-back now on the Hacienda control, but a reverse sweep in the series it would have to be. And one thing immediately on the scoreboard that pops off to me is that Neom is just not having the effect, the impact that we saw in Group A yesterday.
Yeah, not the same effect, not at all. At a 1.53 in the 3-0 win versus Royal Spartans in control off of yesterday. Is at a 1.92. Yesterday he was averaging about 30 eliminations per 10 minutes, and well, it's just not there, unfortunately, not on this fine day. So Neom's still trying to figure it out for the Stallions, as they are going to have the host ending the game for some odd reason as well. But 5 Fears looking good to get another North America team showing up on the Saturday. Got a lot of explaining to do for some of these other teams that are still struggling. Some map 4s, map 3s, still about to be underway as far as this Saturday is concerned.
Day 1's crazy, guys. You can expect that it's going to continue to be crazy throughout the rest of this action. We got 8 teams playing for the prizing. All of these 8 teams, yes, they're in the prizing, but if you bow out in a DFR, that is just going to be $3,000 of that $150,000 prize pool that you're going to walk away with towards the end of it. So every single win counts when you're trying to take home a little bit of cheddar and on your way to potentially being champions. Well, at the end of the day, we will have our grand finalists named to play on that main stage tomorrow, but it is going to be a long road before we get there. So while we wait for all of these issues to be resolved and to get back into our OMIT Derby, we are going to take a quick little break, and we'll see you on the other side with some more champs. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Champs as we're getting things back into the game between OMIT and OMIT Brooklyn as they are tied up going into the protocol control. We still got a little bit of time to go over some stuff, Andy, and with that we can kind of take a dive into talk about some of the series that have been going on. How is everything looking and how the teams are shaping up into day 2?
Yeah, so we got a bracket update for you all as well, just to give you an understanding of where we are currently standing. We only have one series that is currently all over, and that is the Royal Spartans versus Team Orchid. 3-0. And, well, at least one of the maps, or at least two of the maps were incredibly close. Not the ball control that we saw the end of, but as the update for the series, Team War just won the control. It was played on Hacienda 3-0 over their adversaries of P7 White, so now they lead that series 2-1. We are currently waiting for the conclusion of map number 3 between the OMIT teams, and then 5 Fears. We saw the conclusion of their map number 2 in round number 9 versus Stallions 6-3. They lead over that LCQ team 2-0.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if the Stallions can start to mount a comeback on that Hacienda control. They were down 2-1 when we got a little bit of a look there, so waiting for the confirmation on how that shapes up. But looking at our series between OMIT, and it has been a very, very different first 2 maps, because for that 250 to 65 on the Skyline Hardpoint, and Andy, I know we talk about this OMIT Brooklyn team and how, maybe Hardpoint just isn't really there for them at this very moment. I mean, given the history of these players, it's not the most surprising thing, but for a 100-point club to open up the day, surely that is just, first game nerves.
Might be. We'll have to see. Keep in mind, you going in towards this one, you see a little +2 for Brooklyn. They were able to convert an offense, all segments being captured, and that defense wasn't looking too bad to be a completely and utter 3-0. Standy was the player to be watching more than anything. Double positive, 20 and 10. Is the little bit of the icing going to be the difference maker? Can OMIT bring it back?
It's a big question. So let's see if they got the ice to clean this one up right away, as it is going to be an offensive break over towards A. Double stack in, late retake from Proload. He's waiting for an angle and hoping that Yuli can get something done, and he does. Yuli tees up Proload for the double kill. That's going to clear out A.
Clock's going to start ticking down again. Getting those 2 segments off of the opening break-off is no easy feat, but fighting out of the spawn trap, that's going to be your next biggest question mark, and they're starting to get some really good progress. They clear all of trips. You get the top side of the window. Now you can start clearing some of the space on the opposite sides, and Mac likes it so much, he's going to hop back on the zone.
Yeah, why not? Second player there as well, so Vivid's going to stack it. The A zone is gone, and OMIT already off to a lot better of a start than we saw their first offensive attempt in. Now it's just trying to clean up a couple of these spawn trap kills.
Prelude, 5-1, loves himself a good old spawn trap, up to 4 in a row. Has really been leading the team's success for Brooklyn. Had a wonderful map number 2. This clock will be dwindled down ever so slightly more, but that A zone was captured, so there is excess time from this. You got a 4-life lead now if you are Brooklyn on the defense, setting up another spawn trap inside the lockers.
Yeah, it looks like Mom is going to be able to at least secure 1 tick over towards B. He pops out. Not able to make anything more out of that. A couple players starting to break out of the spawn and have to look for some control. Craze, he's going to get through. That kill continuing to pull some of the attention away from their spawn. So Brooklyn have to answer, have to react from it. Mama's not going to be able to finish that kill. It gets away, and that's going to make matters still difficult, but you still have Craze on B.
And Mama's going to be really frustrated about that one. Getting that kill means that you have numbers at least for this then push that was about to be coming through the middle of the map. Crazy to find the kill, and does he ever? Headshot will be humming. Needs to hop back onto the zone. Just a minute 10 left on the board, but the second segment looking to get locked. Regen doesn't come through, and numbers there for Brooklyn once again.
It's a must-win round for OMIT GG to stay alive in this protocol control. And so far, they are giving a good go at it, but it's the lives now they have to look at 11v6. Only a few more in the respawn, and that's going to help out. Mac playing his life, a triple kill to open up B. 4 go down, and that's going to call for an instant stack.
Yep, it should be everybody on the zone at this point. Your trophy systems come through. Nades are going to be denied. Stack comes in, and that segment gets absolutely captured. So full-on offense is being converted. That's a total of 8 segments now from the 2 that they were able to accrue on their previous offense for OMIT. They stay alive in this control, albeit still trailing by a round.
Who cares about the spawn trap? Who cares about a couple shots missed there if you're Mamba? All 4 go down, and B topples just like that, especially considering the patch that we're playing on for those control spawns. You spawn in Narnia on that defensive side, and OMIT give themselves a chance for this game. So considering all you really need to do on this defense now is to get a full denial of the segments if you want that round 5 defense. You're looking to see if they can really get off to a hot break-off now.
Yep. This opening break-off is just about everything again. We are refreshed in towards these rounds, so being able to convert an offense when you don't have any trophy systems really cements how well OMIT did play that previous round. Now you got trophy systems for this opening break-off for Brooklyn, who do have an offensive round 1 in this map number 3, albeit it feels like an eon ago. The opening break-off isn't as selective, nor is it as happy for Brooklyn as they trail by 2 through the opening dust.
Couple kills to get out of your spawn now. It is going to take Yuli over towards A, in through Spiral. Mac, he's going to have himself a flank. Is anybody watching? They are, but Mac's still going to win that fight down low. Brack's going to have to activate, but as soon as he jumps in, it's 3 down for OMIT Brooklyn. Make it 4.
No progress being made. Going to be depleted over towards A once you hop on it if you are Mamba. And you're just going to be playing the irons, making sure that nobody gets over towards the helicopter side. Mac, he's here not alone. Working a little bit of a spawn trap, just bonks the stun right off his teammate's head. That's crazy. 3 of 6 damage, even HP and a disadvantage from the head glitch. Still gets the kill onto Yuli. And Craze is starting to put a little bit of a spree together now, up to 3.
3 in a row. Finally getting a cut down. OMIT Brooklyn down to 17 lives. 30 seconds, though, is what you're playing for. You're hoping to get 2 segments, at least give yourself a chance for that round 5 defense. But if you could get 3, secure it, that would be best. Down to 19 seconds. You got to go at some point. Yuli finally can have his go time to break over towards A and stop that clock at 16 and a half seconds.
This has got to be it. 15 seconds, looking like a round number 5. I'm going to have to do some quick maths because this is looking like a 0-segment offense for OMIT Brooklyn. 7 seconds, and Brooklyn got to go. They got to somehow convert a segment.
11 lives, doesn't matter. Flank again. It's going to be a hit over towards B from Standy. He's going to stop that clock, but again, hiding in the wings. Mamba from the shadows puts it away for a game 5 here in the protocol control. Bringing things back slowly for OMIT.
Round 5 calleth. Might not even have to go for a side swap here, given that well, actually, no, we do. Yeah, so we're going to probably have to reset this lobby, given that OMIT from the segment's probably going to sit there with the argument, and I can see them doing that there on the cameras as well, yeah. Having the segment advantage means that they're going to have that round 5 defense, and I mean, if you tell me before we had that controller tech issue, that we would be staring down on this potential reverse sweep for map number 3, I'd call you a crazy man. Again, Standy was 20 and 10 before that pause, so it needs to be reset for the lobby, and then we will get towards that round 5 defense. But an update again throughout the entirety of the venue, we got so many matches happening that 5 Fears had just 3-0'd FC Stallions. The only LCQ team is now in towards the lower bracket, so another 3-0 on the board to join Team Orchid, an EU team that is now knocked down to the lower bracket, going up against the Last Dance.
Okay, so Royal Spartans have taken down one of the biggest names that we have in the Challengers Pit all year long. Now 5 Fears has taken down one of the biggest brands that we have for the community. So storylines are building for these opening matches, and we still have 2 that we're going to be waiting on between Team War and P7 White for that Game 4 on the Vault Hardpoint. And so we're loading back into this protocol control between OMIT and OMIT Brooklyn. Round 5 defense for OMIT GG on the momentum swing from back-to-back rounds. And even for that defensive round alone, I mean, you think about that spawn trap that you had from Craze, who's starting to pick things up. Mamba as well, finishing his kills. Yeah. As this game goes on, they're just getting better and better throughout this map 3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing that's scariest about this OMIT team. We conversate about it constantly, about what that DreamHack Championship run looked like, constantly powering up, constantly learning. They have a really good back of house to be able to do it. A Rayless, albeit a meme within the community, is actually a very bright mind to be able to help these players digest the numbers, what they're seeing across the map, and really help them understand on how to develop a situational awareness to what they are seeing constantly throughout the map. Because towards the end of the year, let's be candid, there's only so many things that we haven't seen, minus Hydra's weird wall bangs, which we won't be seeing through the rest of the tournament. Sorry for the shade, but it is there. But hey, look, it's one of those things that you feel like you could develop a playbook for what is inevitably going to be happening in these rounds.
Had to sneak in at least one jab.
I didn't want to, but it was the only thing on my mind.
Well, I mean, you get to the end of the year and you're just kind of wondering how much more can you hide? How much more can you really surprise these teams with? And, when you have so much information on, your opponents and they have so much information on you, there's really only down to the vetoes, only down to figuring out how you can pick things up as an individual. And for some of these players, and even for Byron on our screen right here, what a change in the year it has been for him. I mean, focusing on his being a just a better individual for his team when it comes down to playing his life, being a harder kill, and being just more involved with the team as a whole.
All right, here we go. Round 5. We got the lobbies back in. No trophy systems. Nothing you can do about that, Mamba. So, got to get that free first kill. But you can see the hesitancy within the offense. Losing out on that opening kill, trying to poke and prod their way a little bit further forward. Loser of this drops down to the lower bracket to face Stallions. And you would love to be able to take the swing map mode of protocol control.
To give you some momentum. So it's a hit over towards A. Prolute already there. Standy looking to join for the double stack in. Late flank from Mac. He's going to get himself up towards the zip. Brack's not going to have any idea, but that's going to call for Standy to start to fly on through. Third segment getting worked on. Prolute just not able to play his life. Standy has to back up to see if he can work this third segment. The big kill for the one-on-one. That should be the A-zone gone.
That should be. No stack required, not from everybody, but you still got one player to worry about. It's actually going to be Reese. He's inside of lockers now. Bottom trips. He's just trying to play for a couple of spawn kills, but his teammates need to show up in the kill feed first. Craze is able to do so, but Mac's going to be, Vivid's going to be the one that get traded inside of bottom trips. So 60 seconds added on towards the board, but lives are being mitigated as we're starting to get our hoofs across the zone, trying to get back over towards B.
Standy's trying to will his team to the finish line right now. 6-1 start to the game before he goes down, and you are going to get a touch over towards B, so that's going to stall the clock for a little bit more, force some of the attention away from that spawn of OMIT Brooklyn. And they're getting a lot of progress over towards this one. The second player is going to be there for the stack, and you have to make a play. They do. 3 go down, and now OMIT, it's their turn to pounce.
Yeah, right back into the spawn trap. Craze was going on a spree there before we had to reset the lobby. Has assistance. It's Mac. Now he's up to 4 in a row, making a combined 6 between Vivid, Mac, and Mamba combined. So you got to start clearing out trips. Prolute very aware of that situation. Gets the player inside of the cubby, but the assistance is there from the opposite side of the chopper. 14 plays up against 10, and now we're just about at 90 seconds.
Vivid forcing those deep spawns on the B zone. That's going to be an instant transition right underneath. It looks like a couple of these players from Brooklyn are trying to get lost into the spawn of OMIT. Prolute, though, he goes down, and that's going to leave Yuli on a solo mission underneath in that A search and destroy. So how can Yuli bring this one back with only 5 lives left?
Yeah, it's a tough ask. Trailing by a total of 8 lives, and you got to make this push be the best and the indefinite one. And you're still on a spawn trap. Now no respawns remaining, and once you found the first 2, the rest are all isolated. Prolute 1v11. It'd be a hell of a triumph here on Saturday, but doesn't really seem too likely. A reverse sweep in the control, and Craze immediately pops off. It is OMIT with a 2-1 lead.
That's just a casual reverse sweep in the control. You get the defense in round 4 to be undeniable, not giving up anything. You go into that round 5, and yes, a little bit of pushback from Standy with a 6-1 start to that round, but after that, it was triple kill after triple kill, spawn trap after spawn trap. Craze, he activates, and he takes over in that last round alone. Big one for OMIT to really shut down that building momentum that we saw from Brooklyn after the search and destroy.
Really going to be feeling that one if you are Standy, right? I mean, he was 20-10 at one point through 2 different rounds, and then as each round slowly progressed, it just became dwindling and dwindling further away, that somebody needs to step up to be able to meet the presence of Standy. As OMIT, we're completely aware. We play in our numbers. We play for the trades. Everybody else, we can gun in our ones. And the replay package will be showcasing all of that through the early stages. Standy was hitting a lot of these different routes. Again, like I was saying, the playbook for OMIT, it's not the deepest, but it is deep enough for them to be able to understand, okay, well, now you're just flanking us through the bottom side of tons. Now we just need to make sure that we're throwing our sons off the spawn, which you should be doing anyway, just to make sure that those flanks are always secured, and we should always have an anchor to be watching those very long flanks that Standy was finding infinite value in. Once you start shutting down the very easy flanks and you start losing out on so much time, there's only so much Standy can develop on the map.
And that's why I love, putting Vivid and Mac on a team with Mamba and Craze, because in those moments when you recognize that, okay, things have to change, you see them step up in those shutdowns. Mac, he's able to assist on the pressure, but for Vivid, every single time that, a flank was trying to develop from OMIT Brooklyn, he was there. He's watching for those plays. He's trying to allow his team to have that freedom, and it just complements these players so well. You can see them getting loud as well towards the end of that, letting them know that that comeback, it was a long control, but it is something that is going to put them in the graces now to look for a 3-1 on the series.
It almost should be a guaranteed point, right? I mean, the Skyline Hardpoint was Brooklyn's choice. They got 100-point club down there, 250 to 65. Now we go over towards the rewind, where it is a Flex's absolute party city. When you think about the entire team from OMIT, we spent a lot of time talking about it yesterday, albeit in a 3-0 win versus Mindfreak up on the mainstream. But Vivid was playing an AR Flex the majority of the year with the Carolina Royal Ravens. Now he's the third SMG for this team. Same thing could be said for Mac. You only realistically have one standard AR on this team, and that is actually Mamba.
Yeah.
Every other player, including Mamba, is comfortable enough both with the aims and the Jackal. So when it goes over towards Rewind and you get over towards Gens, those close spawns are secured, which we saw from the map 1. OMIT are very good at anchoring those out. You're going to see 4 Jackals fly inside of the Jenny's Hill. We go over towards Burger Town, a traditional 2-for-2 setup. These guys are always communicating, and wherever the next player that is about to be spawning up is constantly communicating. Sitting behind them has been absolutely sublime to be able to hear their communication of what weapon they're even spawning in to help bump the player that's in the further position forward. Flexible is just a slight little word that you could use when it comes out of this OMIT roster.
And flexible has been the year for Black Ops 6. Just that active communication for a lot of teams has separated the good from the great. Andy, I mean, OMIT Brooklyn, you're going into a rewind hardpoint. What has to change?
I mean, mostly just the slang. I mean, let's call it what it is. I mean, Brack was the only one positive in that map number 1. Dropped to 1.10, 22 and 20, and then the next person closest to him as far as engagements was concerned was Prolit at 18 and 25. But we constantly bring up the conversation. Yuli, Standy, we've seen them at their peaks. We need to see them just a little bit more in the outright ahead of the KD department for this team. The highest highs need to be at this moment of time if you want to make a good run here at Champs.
Well, you're going up against Mac, who in that map number 1, 1.5 on the Skyline, and he was disgusting to assist on that win to open up this series. OMIT off to a hot start already with the initial 12 seconds. A little bit of a fight back there from Brack, but everything now is going to be putting focus onto those spawns.
Yeah, Mac's going to be one of those pivotal players. Again, has made an entire history about being a flex. Has a 4-1 start for him, combined 7 and 2 with him in Craze. So you can't ask for anything better for OMIT Brooklyn. They're on the better side of the map, but a flank does start to develop for Brack. He's already through Burger.
It's a good time off P1. Brack has to figure out a way to crack this shell. He is alone on this endeavor with a little bit of pressure from the front. They're distracted. Brack's going to strike, but a quick trade from Mac is going to keep things cemented for OMIT.
2-for-2 trades, but again, back spawns for P2 can be rather sticky. Push starting to develop all the way through the B side of the driveway, and you really do need some good utility if you're going to break inside this hill. Just can't do it the old-fashioned way. Still spawns in the back.
Yeah, nobody can get in. Mac on 9 HP, regen available. He's going to push it for the shell out. This is pure patience that is just buffing the lead over and over again, and Mac is finessing his life. 8 kills off the breakoff, finally goes down off that 4 spree, but OMIT is getting a ton of time off this P2.
And again, you saw with the Jackal in hand there, picked up off the ground. He's able to not only get the kills, but then he picks up the enemy's weapon, and then he starts fighting even more slays along the way. 50-4. Brooklyn gotta lock in here. Brack, again, the only player positive. Yuli at 1 and 6. I mean, he's trying to get inside the time, darn it, but you need a little bit more. We need space first here, gentlemen.
A little bit of space is going to be found on this P3 rotation, but you have to win these fights through mid. Mac in the double door, first to go down. Yuli trades the second. And you have a little bit of time now.
Sandy gonna start pushing all the way inside of blue. Does find really good timing, but it's actually counteracted on the opposite side. It's Mambo, the main AR, coming through from OMIT that gets activated on the other side of the courtyard. Spawn out still occurring for OMIT, so Mamba really gets activated here, sets up a pinch for his teammates to reenact.
And it's not enough. Yuli's still inside. Living. Good shots onto Vivid. It is open season right now for the ARs of OMIT Brooklyn, trying to claw their way back, and so they have. Only 10 seconds down. Still 20 seconds off this last hill to pick up, and you are getting everything so far on P3. What a swing.
You needed this if you are Brooklyn. If you got broken up there, the game was going to start getting away, and I was going to start have Vietnam War flashbacks of that map number 1. Not going to be the case. Lead swap going to be coming through here for Brooklyn as we go over towards Beepers, and it will end up being Brooklyn there with the spawns first, but you got Vivid. He's knocking at the door. He's able to find the first. He's up 10 and 7, and you got split spawns happening on the west side of the map.
2 go down. You get the spawn on the back, so a little bit of help and assistance from Standy. But is it going to be enough? Standy has to find the break. The jump in, they get it. Craze goes down, and another two-piece from Prolute. OMIT Brooklyn, they've flipped this lead. They flipped the script. Now they just need to hold the P4 setup with OMIT knocking on the front doors. Another double kill from Prolute in the feed. And that puts Mac in a tough spot. He's going to get isolated. 3 go down.
You would never know. I mean, with Prolute going on this 4 spree now up to 14 kills, that both Standy and Yulia are to combine 10 and 21. But they're soaking up the time for Prolute to continuously do it like this. 16 and 9, he grabs the gauntlet and he says, I'll do it myself. I will make sure that I get back towards that grand finals by any means necessary. Him and Brack are just about doing everything for their team. OMIT, though, they're not too far away from this. Again, they have not generated a single second in the past 2 hills. 'Tis the nature of 3 and 4 on Rewind when you play the spawn so wonderfully as we saw from Brooklyn.
He wants his revenge. Prolute bringing it back. 40-point lead heading into P5. This is where you're talking about that quad setup for the Jackals. And what damage OMIT now can do with this setup. But a couple kills go down, and you're going to be fighting this one from the front now. Yuli inside, good damage. Tees up Standy for the double kill. Prolute is in.
And Prolute still has an aims. And pre-fire needs to be just about everything, and he doesn't want to give away all the bullets. Slide gets the info, good damage, but he's stunned up, no trophy system. Mac's gonna clear it all out with a nade first. Brack's next to step up, and he's immediately dealt another swift hand. Mac had a fantastic start, and over towards the Jenny, he's able to go on a few more to keep things contested for Brooklyn to still maintain the lead. But OMIT are starting to get the space, they're starting to generate more time, they're encroaching on the lead that Brooklyn have.
Yeah, you put Mac on a little bit of a leash, but rest of OMIT ready to let him off that leash and see if the dog can start barking now on Rewind. So over to the second set of rotations. OMIT Brooklyn have themselves a lead. Now looking to hold it as they have the better side.
Almost back to square one here if you are OMIT. The only problem is, again, like you were saying, they're not on the favorite side anymore, and they're trailing by 50, so they have to hit through the old time, flip the spawns, and they really need this flank to stick for Craze, but it's so easily read for OMIT Brooklyn, who already found 2 from the front, hadn't seen Craze, he has to be on the flank, and now the respawns just come through up the gut. Vivid, able to at least find the last kill down to 20 and 13, OMIT are into the time.
OMIT Brooklyn at least getting it done for the start of these. A little bit of a fight back from OMIT. 25 seconds still that you do not want to give up just yet, but a lot of focus is going over towards the rotation. Prolute is trouble. He's hunted down by Craze. 3 down now in the feed, and you can see these players from OMIT, they're just flying at them. 4 in a row for Craze as he's trying to break these back spawns himself.
Yuli's all the way into the backside of the P2 spawns. He's sitting there just hoping that his teammates are able to find a couple kills. He ends up finding one himself. And what does that do for the spawns? Needs to find the double. 5 versus 3 on the map right now. And the spawn out will occur. But the spawns for Brooklyn, not close enough to reinforce this push. Somebody's got to go huge. And it's Craze on the opposite side. Picks up the aims now up to 5 in a row.
5 in a row for Craze, 4 in a row for Mamba. These boys are cooking in blue now as they get the setup over towards P2. Everything locked in for a good chunk of time. On the flank now, a couple members from Brooklyn trying to finesse against Mamba, but you can't get away from him. Good trades, a couple go down, and there is 3 in the feed for Brooklyn, fighting from the front, but the spawn's in the back, and OMIT gonna have a chance to rip this right back out with the kills. 3 go down again. It is Yuli against the odds.
Yeah, Yuli now up to 11-21, needed the 2-piece there to generate more time. OMIT do have those back spawns from P2. Thanks for finally flushing out what was about to be a really nice route out from Yuli. Prolute up to 21 and 17, 25 and 17 out from Brack. It's a lead swap again. OMIT backed behind Mac's start, followed up by Vivid's presence, 24 and 16 as well, as they're just marching on. But it is Brooklyn. Back over towards P3. You remember the swing they had from 3 to 4 within the first set? They swung about 100 points straight.
This is where they got their lead, and they held it all the way through into that second set of hills. So 3 go down again. OMIT Brooklyn putting themselves in a position to repeat what we saw in that first set of hills. And Yuli's got himself a spree now. He's on 4 in a row, so soaking up that hill time, soaking up the score, trying to get a Hellstorm.
Mamba, 21 and 18, looking to be the entry here. So Yuli, who's starting to have a late activation within this map, is generating more score off of the old time. Remember, it's score streaks, not kill streaks. And going to be about a couple of kills and assists away from all of this 18 seconds, but would love some assistance to help Yuli get closer towards his Hellstorm missile. Would really cement Brooklyn's chances on getting to a map 5.
That is a tough one for Yuli after spending so much time looking for that And it even opens up a chance to pressure out these back spawns still. OMIT Brooklyn going to be able to salvage these spawns. They get this set up. They're in for the initial.
The bump was too late for Yuli. Now the spree is off the table, but it's about a 50-point lead that's building for OMIT Brooklyn over towards Beepers. These still have the back spawns for Brooklyn. OMIT aware. They're finding the kills. They're surging forward. Up to 3. Give them 4. Mamba, 25 and 20 now. The break is through. Brack thinks he's anchoring, but he's just got to kill everything ahead of him, but he simply cannot.
He only gets 1. Good turnaround for Mamba. Double kill in that feed. 3 down again. OMIT have broken it. And they have cracked it wide open. So the setup here, trying to cut down this lead of 20. There's plenty of time to get that done in the feed. They've even flipped those spawns towards the back. Are they going to try to spawn trap them the other way, or is it just a split one? No, Standy, they don't know. Standy's good for the 1 kill, but it's a good reaction from the rest. Mac and Mamba combined for 10 in a row together before Mac ends up going down. But this is another swing for OMIT. We got a tie game again.
These exits are so important. Craze is red dot chasing. He got really good damage into Standy, and he just backs all the way down over towards Jenny's Hill we go. Watch player number 4 is actually in a really prime spot to overwatch all of this push. Vivid's on 4 in a row, hoping the bait comes through up to 30 and 20, but the damage isn't good enough. Trades come through, and Brooklyn stand up top.
Spawns on the right side. OMIT looking to rally. Only down by 8 seconds, but that lead is growing once again for Brooklyn, just trying to keep themselves 1 foot forward. Yuli and Prolu together on the inside. Standy as well with the shots in. And it is going to be OMIT Brooklyn back in towards this time, just keeping themselves in the contention. Is going to be Mamba for the second, but only for that 26 seconds that you're fighting for. And OMIT, they want to take this one, but a team nade coming out from Mac. And that's going to slow it all down.
Yeah, it's tough when you just are calling nades, get everything inside of P5. That by the time that Mamba finally got on the inside of the time, nades were coming through and he will die. Jenny's always a lot to go up towards gray time, but OMIT did a good job at least generating time where they could. 3 seconds ends, and we go back towards the middle of the map once again. Brooklyn, 223 to 191. Standy fully aware for Brooklyn and what they need to do to win. It doesn't need to always be P1. If they could do it here, that's great, but they're already setting up for new.
Can they get to that game 5? Can they get to their bread and butter for search and destroy? OMIT Brooklyn, they are hunting, but it is going to be OMIT in first. Standy on the pinch. A couple kills go through. Craze snaps up, and he's got help. OMIT stands strong. OMIT stands tall, and another wave of kills go their way.
Yeah, Spawn's not going to be influenced by Standy, not individually. But back towards the drawing board. 30 seconds left for OMIT to soak here on P1, and they're looking for all of it. They can find these kills on transition, and they can watch the players out from the elephant door. Big moment here for Vivid. Throws away the shots too early. Well played out from Prolude. Somehow walks away with that one. Brack finds influence inside of the time, and they're going to surge forward off of that.
Brack with the bait and switch, but he goes down. Craze finesses, 9 HP. Can he get the regen off of the reach shell? And he gets it! 1 versus 1, and Craze is just blocking for the rest. OMIT turned around, and Brooklyn, they need this break. They need it now.
Yeah, they know that they can spawn trap them. Watch player number 5. Yuli's actually going on the long con play. Mamba is at least aware that the play might be developed, but they think that he's still spawning on the left side of Burger Town.
You're in. You're surrounded. Who's going to get the kills? Mamba has the Hellstorm. Do you need it, though, right now? No. 18 seconds away. A team kill from Prolude. 15 seconds is all you need, and they're spawning so far away, Andy. So it's a foot race to get there, or OMIT are going to steal this one away and keep their winner's bracket life going on this championship Saturday. Prolude's not going to get there. Nobody's got the touch, and OMIT take game 4 and send Brooklyn to the lower bracket.
I mean, off of a lead, a 100-point swing between 3 and 4. OMIT, GG, they were able to swing that back in their favor. 250 to 228, and it was really all down to that last little bit of P1 going in towards P2. If you think about the grander scheme of it all, you really wanted one of those routes to try to stick. Standy tried it roughly right when the Hardpoint did pop. Nobody was right there to follow up with them. Yuli then attempted to do it the second go of respawns, and nobody was able to be there to follow up with them. It was way too individualistic when you needed team cohesion the most out from Brooklyn, and push came to shove. OMIT on the better side of the map. They hold the anchors, they get the Burger Town cross, they watch out from blue, and nobody can find a route all the way over towards new. OMIT, they get it done in 4, and they send Brooklyn back into the lower bracket.
It's a little bit of a different journey to get to the end goal for OMIT, but it's the same results back-to-back in the OMIT Derby and the 3-1 over OMIT Brooklyn. Brooklyn's road gets extremely longer now in comparison as they drop into that gauntlet of the lower bracket. But what a game we get. What a series we get between these two, and it is always a treat to see how close that they play up against each other. And even looking towards the game flow for that hard point, it was not straightforward whatsoever. And Brooklyn had so many chances to get that game 5.
And looking like a darn science project is this game flow, right? Double helix all over the place. You got lead swaps going for both these two teams, and always felt like that somebody was getting a further leg up on the situation. But when push comes to shove, and all the way there in those final few moments, pressure makes diamonds, and you have so many players that have been there before, in and out of the league. Vivid and Mac doing a great job to make sure that their team stays composed. Again, already EWC bound, and now they're continuing on with their ventures in the winners bracket. Throughout all of that, again, Mac had a great start at only 20 non-traded kills short, 34 and 27 out of Vivid with 27 non-traded kills, and both of them had a combined just about south of 8,500 damage between the two of them.
And even the way that this one started too. We think back to the entire series, that Skyline, it was not a contest whatsoever. The hard points look clean for OMIT going towards this series. We talked about Brooklyn and their search and destroy. They remain undefeated, Andy. And that's going to be the big thing for OMIT Brooklyn is can they work off of those game 2s? Can they Neslo teams, can they start to win some hard points? And for the control, I mean, it was a great start for OMIT Brooklyn. You thought for a second that they were actually going to swing things fully in their advantage, but the reset breathes some new life in towards this OMIT GG team. They bring things back in the reverse sweep on the protocol control and into the hard point. OMIT have all of the ice that they could ask for today. This is a team that you do not want to give anything up to because we see that they rip it away from you.
We got P7 White versus Timor also roaring on as well. It's the only series through the opening heat of winners round 1, and that is going all the way to a game 5. Team War versus P7 White. A lot of pressure for P7 White, one of 2 European teams in this championship bracket, the only one in the winners bracket still.
And for Team War, I put the pressure onto Turiel as he is one of 2 players looking to go back-to-back this year in a Challengers Championship fashion, and he had himself a good start to that round 1 with 3 kills initially, giving Team War that first initial, but the rest of the team there for the second one, and we're off to a great start.
I hear the suspenseful, like the game music, and I thought that it was in my head for a second. That's suspenseful. There's some severity. Lins, though, talk about a journey that this young man has been on throughout the entirety of his career, right? Back with the Wubba Bubs, Brezzy, Abusa going to play with the Surge. Abusa very much so still in the league. Cobra also playing throughout this tournament as well. And against the other side, you'd imagine that there's no blood loss between these two. Playing against each other in previous, now they have to go up against each other to guarantee themselves top 6. And Lins is up to 3 in a row. 2-0 start out from Timor, back over towards the offense. It's going to be an 8-hit aggressive.
3 players here. Who's going to draw that first blood? Lins fishing for kill number 4 in a row, and it seems like he's actually got the call that Vortex has made his way through with the shutdown off the spree. Vortex draws the first.
Vortex trying to clean up on the second just by himself. Any damage would be great, but that's going to cause distress for Team War. Assault's going to start getting activated all the way outside a ticket, and you might be able to find some timing on a Cobra. He's not hearing any audio cues until it might be too late, but the bomb late to rotate out. Finally starting to maneuver is too real. They're thinking about a B reposturizing for this offensive round.
And I don't mind this call at all, but you still have a lot of presence from War through mid, and Assault has seen everybody back down. He's going to go up the ladder. He's got the overwatch for the A plant. Can you get past Aspect? He's going to try to get this bomb down. Tucked away, the slide out. Good read from Turiel. That's going to open up the bomb plant unless Denza can shut him down. He does. 22 seconds, Denza looking to stay alive.
Yeah, good old razzle-dazzle coming through. Denza, sleep, 1v2. Trying to clutch things up for his team. He's on defense. He knows he can play the time, but he thought that he needed to go check the bomb. There was a plate top window, and, well, not going to be able to hard read that. 3 rounds in, all in the favor for Team War thus far, and they're just really picking and choosing their battles and crosses ever so wonderfully. You would think a map like Red Card would play very so well for the roster of Team War, given just the players that are on here. Adam Assault, World Champ MVP, AR, DiamondCon. He's actually leading a lot of different stats as far as the weekend is concerned. 4 kills per 10 minutes across a lot of the respawn game modes as well. He's only 1-on-1 so far, but 2Real is having himself a hell of a weekend. And when Lins can play at the level that we're seeing right now, it just makes 2Real's life so much easier. 3-0 now in the map 5.
You even talked about that yesterday at DiamondCon. It's like he shaved a couple of years off his life.
For real.
He is flying
He looks
through
good
this weekend. And they're taking turns at going on 3 sprees. 2Real in round 1, Lins in round 2, and Assault there. World Champ MVP. To get it done in round 3, hit over towards A. It's a free bomb plant, but it isn't going to be information denied. They know.
Could be sitting here for a while, Colin. By the way, this map 2 in this series was a rewind and went all the way to a round 11. Bomb being planted here. 4v4 full on retake. They got the player flushed out from window, and yeah, Dens has got to get the heck out of dodge.
Feels like a must-win round for P7 White on this post plant for the 4-on-4. Flank developing from Vortex as he's looking to get him behind the play. Aspect's going to draw first blood, and yeah, Vortex with the Jackal in hand keeps those numbers up for P7 White. 22 seconds, 2 versus 2. Lynn's going to be spotted. Good shots from Aspect. And all you got to do is throw some shoulders because there's no time for DC to get this done.
No, not at all. 1v2 would have to find both the kills, lined it up, plus the defuse soon after. Denz is going to start rotating through Ticket. DC reads it, rips him. And now Aspect's just going to sit here and just enjoy the work that his teammates helped him produce. Found 2 kills within the round. DC trying to flush out the kill. We'll just get there and say, hey, how you doing? So finally, P7 get themselves up on the board. Just a very standardized push. You know, you get over towards that A lane. You get inside a stage. Good set nades to be able to get some hedge control. And realistically, Denza saw everything. Everything was producing over by H2, H3 for Team War. So P7 just get the bomb down quickly, get Aspect inside a stage, deny any sort of entry over by the soccer goal.
Aspect with the first kill. Takes down Lins and finesses long enough. What a round from him. On a player who you've just constantly complimented on how much we've seen his incline from year to year since MW2. Finding himself with some vets like Denza and Vortex. That's just going to bolster it even more. And for Vortex, that's back-to-back first bloods.
Tons of different numbers now to be playing with. Where could they possibly be coming from? But though Team War, previous rounds, numbers disadvantage did not necessarily matter. They made a hard pivot over towards B, and then they re-wrap back over towards A. You can see what that meant for P7 White. They're learning. They're just anchoring back over back P2.
Good patience. What do you even do here if you're Team War? P7 White are not going to give any mistakes up. Wait for you to make a play and retake this one accordingly. Lins sneaks into a corner. Does he have the timing? He hasn't found a single player, and Aspect has seen him. Everybody's going to collapse on this one. Lins is surrounded, and so is Assault. P7 White go back-to-back. Started to show some teeth in the series.
Oh, yeah, they really are. It's all down to those first bloods, right? I mean, you go back towards that map 1. It was actually Vortex that was finding a lot of the first bloods. Found 4 of the 5 for all of P7 White back on the rewind, but it was Aspect that was really laying in the work. He went 8 and 7 in that rewind search and destroy, 1.14 and a 1.13 out from Cobra. Just some usual suspects type ordeal for P7 White, but slowly putting the pieces of the puzzle together here, Colin, just slowly understanding what Team War want from a round-to-round basis. Get ARs in power positions, help 2Real get into forward position for first blood, lay down that rock. It's a win condition every time.
And let those young goods run free. Opening break off towards Hedges. 2Real backed up by DiamondCon. First blood going over towards War. They know 2Real's here. The early damage. Cobra seems like he wants to send it, but he knows he's going to be in trouble. Tagged up. DiamondCon from the other side. Set and spike for the second kill with bomb down.
DC just looking to reposture towards the top side of stage. 2Real's going to get great info onto the player inside of the corner. Denz is going to have to fight his way out of this one, and he's just going to get gunned where he previously stood. Yeah, 1v4 for Aspect. Had himself a really good past few rounds. Is going to die on 3 straight. And Team War going to put any sort of 3 on the bounce to rest. They now lead by 2 again.
That's such a good example of what we're talking about from DiamondCon too. I mean, that play to get first blood, he doesn't even stop at that first blood. Usually we see teams, you know, especially on defense for red card, you get that first blood, and as an AR, you just play that advantage, try to see if you can milk any other mistakes. But to get active with 2Real playing underneath the stage, it's plays like that are just putting DiamondCon in so many spotlighted categories.
Up to combined 10 and 6 now. 2Real DiamondCon. Real had a 1.36 in that map number 2, and you're hoping for him to be able to be the influence continuously for this team. Has had a great season thus far. Leading by 2. This time the offense is taking their way inside a ticket. There's only one defender here.
It's Cobra. He's going to put himself just outside towards the lobby. Doors are opened. He's going to get the information off the trophy, and maybe a kill from this one. It's going to be a really late flank, so for Cobra, you just need to play your life.
They're going to give up the bomb site. Cobra thought he might be able to get some late utility in there. It's backed by a trophy system, so it's going to have to be a 4v4 retake. Team War just trying to bait out any overextension for P7 White as they're trying to set up the 4-corner challenge to orchestrate a break.
And Diamond Gun's going to be watching this one. They're not going to lay that rock just yet. See if they can get that kill. Good shots on the 2-reel, but
should have planted when you had the time.
Are you going to get that follow-up? You do. Diamond Gun ends up going down, and for Cobra, he's got to stay alive. See if he can corral these players just into the trap that you have laid out. It is perfect for P7 on the retake, and yeah, Andy, you should have laid that bomb down. You were a sitting duck, fish in a barrel.
I don't know where this whole stadium is located at, but it's nice to know that they're serving spaghetti on the floor of the suites, because that is just disgusting. Like you found all of the entry forward inside of the B bomb site. You had coverage. You saw the exit in the nade be denied on the defender side of the map to plant the bomb. You have everything being watched. I mean, if you plant the bomb and you have to give it up to then help get a trade, that's one thing. But just to hold an angle for the allotted time that it takes to actually lay down the bomb is such an L for Team War, and they really needed that win condition to be able to convert that round. Now P7 White rallying again. They only trail by 1.
It's probably Man United. One round away from tying things up. P7 White on the attack, slowly off this break. RCXD is going to be out. I imagine that is most likely Assault. As he's standing still, he's going to get limited information, actually. Not a lot to be seen because it was a slow break, and Diamondcon's going to get first blooded through mid.
So you got numbers for the offense. They're going to immediately hop down. They took down DC, so they think that they have all of this red. But Assault, he's going to see one cross. Now they know that there's one player in towards the back. Watch 3, though. 2-real. He's very quickly flanking. They're more worried about the front because Linz found the trade.
Yeah, Linz opens everything up for 2-real to get behind. Nobody's going to be there, and Denza shot in the back. Cobra has to go forward, but it is to his death he marches. Team War, albeit they're bending, but they're not breaking at all throughout this red card. Looking for match point in Game 5, and Linz, he's going to give it to him.
20 seconds remain, and it's just going to be so much time just to be able to defuse the bomb, just wonderfully executed. Again, being first blooded, they lost DC along the way, but the biggest difference was instead of Assault playing up and top of the window, they then rechanged the order for the ARs. Normally it's DC watching that long cross, and then it's Assault up in the top window, but DC gets activated through the top plateau over by the ticketed area, and then he gets gunned, and then the reaction was, okay, it's definitely going to be pivoted over towards the A bomb site, given that we hadn't seen a sniff over towards B over by the bleachers. So wonderfully done there from Team War to win the 3v4 post, and now they're up on series point.
Can P7 White scramble 2 together? Get us to that round 11, as they've been so fun to watch. Can they be the hero that EU needs today?
Bombs furthest forward. That's 2-real. So it's been finding a lot of the first bloods for his team in this game. Linz, though, up to 8-4, hoping something that the Frenchman might be able to provide to help the offense get in towards one of these sites. But P7 just holding strong.
Slow and steady, nothing on either end. Finally, you're getting some action, but first blood goes towards Aspect, and immediately that's going to back down the option. Bomb is going to be dropped. Diamondcon's going to pick it up through mid. Aspect, another one. All members just in front of him. Linz gets the trade, 2v3.
See numbers disadvantage turn in the favor for Team War, and yeah,
Vortex
is going to get gunned. Bomb might be rotating over towards A, but Denza, Cobra, they're isolated from 2 different sides. Denza, he wanted to retrace his steps, get back over towards his teammates, gives away his life, and now it's Cobra for a 1v2 in the post plant. How do you isolate this?
Linz going to spot him. Door's going to be heard. Nade is cooked. Does it hit its mark? No. So early tags in. Diamondcon's just going to post up and wait for a chance to put this kill away. Linz on the channel out. Cobra's in trouble. Team War ready to put this one away and send every single team from Europe into that lower bracket. 21 seconds for Cobra. He goes down, and it's done for Game 5. Team War send P7 White packing.
Took 9 rounds this time. No round 11 shenanigans. Team War albeit the Hardpoint's infinitely close. They were able to extend the series all the way towards a map 5. Now they have a date up on the main stage. No rest for the Wicked, as they were the only opening series to go all 5 maps with Royal Spartans, the Cinderella story Cullith, up on that main stage. But what a map out of Linz, 11-4 for the kid. He was able to find 6 non-traded kills, and he went 0-1 in First Blood. Look, when it comes down to it, what that stat screen just showed me, First Bloods doesn't even matter for Team War. 3v4s be darned. They are so good at being able to isolate those targets and recollect the information and then convert that into a round win. Insane.
I feel bad for Aspect there. I mean, those initial kills that he got for that round, it is just completely thrown away. He goes down, you lose Vortex, who's trying to push up towards that stage, and I don't know what Denzo was thinking playing over towards that bomb. I mean, you're just handing kills over towards Team War. Throughout that round, you thought P7 White was going to be the last remaining EU team in the winner's bracket, but no, every single team is going down to the lower side from that region. We can look at it right here inside of our standings for top 8. We can see top 6 secured for Five Fears and OMIT, Team War and Royal Spartans. For Stallions, OMIT, Brooklyn, P7 White, and Orchid, their journey gets long. Yeah,
it sure does. Again, you said you felt bad for Aspect. I feel bad for EU as an entire nation. Team Notorious won Miami. They're not even here. Your next few up to maybe try to do well in this tournament. Orchid, they lost to Royal Spartans, who, after beating Team Notorious yesterday, are continuously upsetting everybody that stands in their way. P7 White now have to face them, and it's EU versus EU in the lower bracket. And the LCQ team from North America isn't looking any better. So the bracket is roaring on. Again, we got to reach top 2 to see who's going to be up on that main stage tomorrow morning here in Ontario. It's still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game, and in about an hour and a half or so, we're going to be down to just one European team left at the Challenger Champs final for Kitchener, Ontario. We're going to get things set up for our next round of matches. Throw it to a break. We'll see you soon with more champs.
Welcome back, everyone, to Challenger Finals here with day number 2. We are continuing on for bracket play. I am Visions. That is Seymour. Man, we just had a couple of bangers on stream, and, well, hopefully we're jumping into a couple more, Kyle.
It's just non-stop bangers, non-stop upsets. I don't even know what to think about the Challengers champs, the CDL champs, or what's going on. It's pandemonium out there, and I am living in, striving through all of it. I love it.
I love it too, brother. It's been a great time here thus far, and we are starting to get into some of those matches that are either going to be elimination matches down in the lower bracket, as well as some of our matches that are going to start to determine, hey, who's going to be able to get an early EWC spot, right? Yeah. That is something that we also need to talk about. Top 3, obviously, moving on to EWC, something that we're certainly going to be keeping an eye on going into the rest of today, and you might have a good chance of being able to lock it in. So let's see what's going to happen. Now, we do have our main match, which is going to be Team War and Royal Spartans. We will jump on board with that one, but for now, in the meantime, we got 5 Fears OMIT on the other side of the upper bracket going head-to-head, and we're jumping right into Skyline, Colin.
Yeah, and this is kind of that situation, like you said, is that you've gone from a $3,000 payday to a $6,000 payday. Now, you not only win this and guarantee you more money, but you also guarantee your shot at that top 3.
Absolutely.
So that is the big question right now, is who's going to get into there, and we're deep into this game number 1 between 5 Fears, who 3-0 sweep the Stallions in round 1, and OMIT, your DreamHack defending champions, who 3-1 their sister team to get here.
They did, and they had to show some resilience to do it, right? I mean, that was a fairly close series, especially when you go back to the controls. So bringing it back with 3 rounds, something that I'm sure they're going to be feeling pretty good about. Now we'll see what they're going to be able to do here, as we do have a bit of control coming in for 5 Fears.
And we get a Skyline for a map 1. This is where OMIT just put the beat down on Brooklyn with a 100-point club to kick off the day. And a big factor was that guy right there, Mackenzie Meltz, turning up.
That's what you love to see. And it could be a problem that 5 Fears are going to have to solve. So far, they've been doing a pretty good job at exactly that. And everybody getting on the board, especially Hixie. Hixie's actually played really well today. I think you touched on that a little bit earlier. So that's what we love to see, because he was slacking a little bit yesterday, wasn't dropping the numbers. Now that we typically expect Hixie to be top fragging, but when he does, this 5 Fears team, they look great in Hardpoint. And talking about the Hardpoint, we move over to P3. Fire's got a couple of players in front of him. He'll drop, and now you see the rotation starting to come through and looking solid here for OMIT.
Yeah, Hixie was good versus the Stallions, a 1.06 positive, but so much impact when we were watching them on the stream. The big one that shut down that Stallions roster was Exceed across a 1.33 throughout the entirety of that matchup in their winners round 1. So, and see if they can keep that consistency up against OMIT now.
Fire over the top, not going to be able to land the shots, and well, it feels like there has been a lot of consecutive kills going the way of OMIT here, and now just trying to get themselves on the time. Still 30 seconds to play for on the P3 point. Gray's got a good look over the middle of the map, ready for this next hit that's about to funnel through here. Nades and stuns making their way in, trying to loosen them up, but it's not going to work, and now you actually have to worry about the spawns here, so the break doesn't come through, and OMIT, they flip the side of the map that they want.
Yeah, you got the P4 set up, and you're looking to bring this one back and flip the script going into the end of the second set of rotations. So only 6 seconds away from leading this game 1, and you're already off to a 3 spree for Mac and a 4 speed for Craze.
Oh, Mac, he is taking some ridiculous challenge, and he's getting away with it right now. Love to see it here from the young man. Now we'll see what's going to happen on the rotation. Once again, looking solid initially for OMIT. They will also get the lead swap in, and you still got Craze up top going rogue on 5 in a row.
Craze looking for number 6. In the back line, Mac's going to be in the hill, so he needs some help. Dive out from Abe, and Craze is there. Can he stay alive, though, for this spree? Because he needs to. The rest of the team going to get there in time, and OMIT, their lead continues to grow now as they have to set up, they have the back spawns, and Craze has his 6th.
Oh, it's ridiculous that he's able to live as long as he does, and while Craze ends up going on 7, he's got the streak to work with. OMIT starting to put together some massive kills and some massive points. This entire game completely flipping around. So 136 to 169, just about 15 seconds to play for. Exceed's going to try to give it a go, but he is not going to find a whole lot. And, well, eventually the cleanup comes through. But, again, just about 8 seconds on the board. OMIT going to be happy with how the first set goes.
That is a big swing for OMIT. 50 seconds in a row unanswered. 5 Fears finally get that break, but it's just scrap time. So going into this next rotation, you're looking at some players to get back into form now for 5 Fears, where Abe, 26 and 23, it's good. But you need Fire and Exceed, these ARs, to really step up these battles towards top bed.
Exceed over the top, and we've seen this a little bit on Skyline from Exceed, where he doesn't necessarily get himself going like we typically are used to in some of the respawns, so almost about double negative right now. Going to need him if Five Fears are going to completely bring this back in their favor. Hixie, though, it is the complete opposite. He is on a 5 spree, up to 31 kills, and now he's thinking about threatening the P2 spawns.
That's a good chunk of time for Five Fears. I mean, you bring this one back into a tie game, maybe even flip the lead heading into P2. If the spawns flip right now for OMIT, you are putting yourself in a terrible spot.
Well, Exceed trying to get through the middle. 10 seconds left on P1. Just going to hop on it. Wants to try to collect that time, and once again, we get a little bit of a lead switch up. Five Fears going to hold on to just a slight edge, but it's all about trying to break through to P2, and the setup looking to be strong right now for OMIT.
Step down to the couches. Good trade there from Exceed on taking down his teammate, but it's 3 kills. OMIT get the initial time. You're looking at Hixie to see if he can at least delay a little bit. Jumps out, goes back in, and has some good support coming out. Mambo, what are we doing?
He's flying, baby. Literally trying to fly off the map there with the wings. Up top, Abe up the zip line. And, well, similar situation for him. Just can't really find the kill before falling out of the hard point. And, well, it will be a break-in, though, for OMIT. They're able to hold on. They did have the spawns at the back, but you got a lot of players that are starting to lurk around the point here. Hixie's able to get involved in the play, and he's now up to 35 kills, Colin.
This is so neck and neck. I mean, with 20 seconds left, you even go for this one. Mambo's going to try to jump up towards that piano, but in doing so, you're 3 players down now on this rotation. So scrap time is going to be crucial for Craze. How long can you live here while your teammates rotate to do?
Oh, it's a mixy hard point. And Five Fears get the tail end of P2. Now we start looking towards P3. Exceed might be interested in taking a route. He has brought it back a tad bit since I brought up his double negative stats, so something you're going to need, as I had said earlier. But so far, the opening kill's looking pretty solid for OMIT. Trophy system down, setup is in.
In the lead, too, so OMIT trying to keep their record on Skyline pristine on the day. It's a little bit of a touch in for the contest. Vivid bouncing from side to side. It's a couple kills. Oh, Five Fears, they're in.
Exceed over the top now, alongside Hixie, able to find the break. It was a massive 3K that does come through for Hixie. Big stack, though, on the point, trying to play tight, knowing how important these remaining 20 seconds could be. Vivid's going to start to take a bit of a route, but he's losing the reinforcements through the middle.
Oh.
And Exceed finds another big one. A huge moment comes through for Five Fears.
Who cares about being double negative? If you're winning fights like that at the end of the game, you never remember the poor beginnings. Just the successful map win is all you need right now for Five Fears. 18 seconds away, and you got the rotations, but you lose the battles to new. 3 goes down, and you're hoping that Abe can come away with anything.
Oh, talk about timing. The timing works out quite well here for OMIT. They get to the back at the perfect moment.
Great.
232 to 220. We'll see what Abe's going to be able to do. He's been waiting for his teammates the entire time, waiting to slide in. Now we'll reveal his position, and he's going to be able to tag both, but he drops.
Craze gives so much time, just cutting off those rotations, delaying the assistance that Abe needed there. Exceed's going to get a desperation touch, takes them out of the hill. It's a 4-point game, Austin. 30 seconds, it's plenty for both teams to win this.
Who's going to be able to end it here in map number 1, as it is a barn burner between these two squads. Vivid all the way at the back of the map. Exceed trying to get a look up top. He's not going to be able to find anything. Lots of time to win it. OMIT looking for the dub. It's 4 down, and OMIT, they recover well, and they finish better. They grab map number 1.
A tie game going into the second set of hills. A near time game at the end of the second rotations, and what was a back and forth game, you just get that moment of a break towards the money hill in P4. 3 go down. Abe's just not able to get anything done. And the big change there was a play that we're going to see in the replays from Craze, just going towards the top of bridge, playing over P1, catching everybody off rotation, shooting them in the back. Hixie drops 41 kills for the loss in that game with 1:15 on the hill. He just couldn't do anything more for his team. He tried so desperately hard to win that one. You got to feel bad for Chaz.
You absolutely do, because again, like I had touched on halfway through, it's not usual that we see those kind of numbers come up for him. And, well, let's be frank, yesterday we did not see those kind of numbers come up for him. So when he's putting up those kind of numbers, you expect him to win hard points. That's a lot of what we had seen throughout last weekend. We were casting the AMD Overclock tournament. So it's definitely got to feel a little bit bad. And again, it kind of comes back to those slow starts that you tend to see from some of those individuals. Exceed has not always started well on maps like Skyline. It takes him a little bit to find that groove, and that could be difficult to do against against a team like OMIT who's going to punish you if you don't find it early. And, well, we did see that as well. Mac puts up 45 of his own. So, I mean, like, his EKIA's got to be reading like 70 kills or something along those lines, 60 kills. And you know you're just cooking when you're putting up those kind of numbers.
And Mac's just kind of that guy. You're always going to expect him to put up good numbers in the kill category, still play that objective. He's a very dynamic player, bouncing in and out of the hill. And you know, Andy touched on this a little bit with the communication that you get from OMIT every single time you're just listening to them. It's like, all right, bump forward. I'm going to hop that hill. I'm going to play what I need to do to assist the rest of the team. And it's what it makes OMIT so good as this team. Last week for 5 Fears, Hardpoint was a great touch for this team to get towards that grand final spot. Hixie was a good reason, but it's kind of that focus point of when Fire and Exceed are playing well, it's when they're winning those respawns. And, you know, that was the difference for the Hardpoints last week that we're just not seeing right now in this game. OMIT stay flawless, though, on their Skylines for the day, and I think for the Hardpoint, there's no better way that you can really start off your game there on the side stream for OMIT versus 5 Fears. 5 Fears going to be leading off of this one, and now we get to talk about our main matchup.
The main matchup here, the one that I think we're very excited for without question. You do have Team War up against the Royal Spartans, and I mean, it just has to be said, Colin, the Royal Spartans have been putting up some insane games as of late. I think that they were a team that we were certainly taking note of coming into the tournament, but it feels like they've been able to take it a step above. And you look at both of these rosters, you know that there's a lot of individuals in this game that have the ability to take over, but at the moment, it feels like Royal Spartans are coming alive. They said they needed to play with intensity after losing their first match in group stage, and since that point, they absolutely have upped the intensity.
And you know that this team is bringing just a little bit more to day 2 of these championships. When you look back at the stats versus Team Orchid, and Cruzy Cod's got a 1.32. I mean, those are just numbers you don't necessarily see from a player like Cruz. He's the guy keeping them together with that glow, but when he's just inside the vibes with the team and slaying out, it is just going to bolster this team to a different level that we never really saw, and we got that on the vault control when we jumped in. Andy and I saw it. He was 19-8 on that map 3 versus Orchid.
Sure.
And he is the talk right now for this team. It's the Cruzy Cod last dance here in the Challengers bracket, and they almost lost yesterday. They were down into the loser side of their groups. They not only bring themselves back, they also take down Notorious. The old teammates of Cruz and Eric. They shut down one of the top seeds from Europe.
Right.
Not even allowing them into the playoffs. And then you go into the playoff bracket, and then you knock down the next top team in Europe. So what are the ceilings? What does the ceiling look like for this Royal Spartans team? We just don't know because they're breaking that ceiling right now.
They are. They are just shooting right through the ceiling, brother. But let's take a look at both of these rosters as we've been touching on here for the Royal Spartans. The last dance for a lot of these guys here, but it will be Cruz, Dak, Wiz, and Gunzy. On the other side, we haven't had a chance to talk about Team War, but these guys have been silently also progressing, looking solid. They come out of a Game 5 grueler in their last matchup, and also had some pretty nice comebacks there versus P7 White. But you have Assault, you have Two Real, you have Linz, and you have Diamond Con.
And this is a team that we saw it through that Game 5. Everybody had their moments. Everybody could turn up at any time, but you know, you guys were talking about it yesterday when they were on stream. Andy and I kind of touched on it. It feels like Diamond Con has a little bit more for this team than we were really expecting. I mean, the plays that he's making, the aggressiveness that he brings with that aims in his hands, and the ability to back up Two Real and Linz with their plays in those search and destroy moments. I think that Diamond Con has really leveled up for these championships. And, you know, after you losing Yuli and bringing Linz into this roster, we're really wondering, you know, how good can Team War really be after losing a key component. Well, Linz has fit like a glove with this team. Two Real just has so much off of his plate. He's able to support, play some OBJ, and his search and destroy has been great this weekend too. Just leading in the first bloods for this team.
Well, let's take a look at the map set that is lined up here for us for the best of 5. We have a Hacienda Hardpoint, red card search and destroy, Hacienda Control. We have a red card Hardpoint, and we have a Hacienda search and destroy here. So maybe not a huge variety of maps, but certainly some maps that were thrown into the mix here over their last couple of series.
Yeah, I hope you guys like Hacienda and red card. Yeah, you know, this is going to be a long stay, but I feel for with both of these two teams, you're bringing yourself into a situation where you feel very comfortable with the red cards. That's where Team War lost their Search and Destroy in Map 2 versus P7 White. It went all the way to around 11. And then inside of that Map 5 that we just saw, or sorry, no, it was the Map 5 red card that they win 6-3 over P7 White to get here alone. They didn't play any Haciendas earlier in their round 1 matchup. The only time we really saw Hacienda was from this Royal Spartans team, and it was a 250-224 Hacienda hardpoint, and then around 11 Hacienda that they win. So Royal Spartans, they're looking at these Haciendas, they're feeling good about them.
Yeah, they definitely are. One team certainly here ready to play the Haciendas, which is going to be your Spartans, but as you had said, Team War looking pretty decent when it comes down to the red cards, and that's something that you're going to want to have in your back pocket as you're coming into what is, again, a very hot Royal Spartans that hasn't dropped a single map. But I think that's important to know when you look at that first matchup and you look at how they were able to kind of get through one of EU's best. And EU, unfortunately, as a whole at this tournament has not a whole lot going for themselves here in the upper bracket, right? It is going to have to be by way of lower bracket by the most part. So a difficult situation ahead of them. But at the very least, some of NA's teams that we maybe were coming in expecting to be top dogs starting to live up to exactly that. Everybody getting warmed up, getting ready. You can see Assault there just getting himself a little walk going here before he gets himself sat down and ready to grind out a potential long series. This is one where, you know, you could be very well tested going up against the Royal Spartans, where a lot of their games have been actually pretty short over the course of the Team Notorious one last night and going into their first one today as well.
I think that's really the test for this team. It's just like, how far can you take these top teams now? It's like, how far can you break into EU? You take them down. You look at NA now. If you're Royal Spartans is playing against these teams that you've been screaming against all day long, that you've been trying to kind of match up against all year. Sure. And you just haven't been able to hit that mark on some moments. But for this team, and we were talking to Cruz yesterday, and the one big thing that he was saying is that we got to just bring that same energy that we bring to any game. And if this Royal Spartans team has that energy, they're keeping up with the communication, they're keeping their vibes right, and they're playing like four people who like to play with each other. That's really the secret for this team. That's really what we need to see them bring to matches like this. Agreed.
And we saw that, you know, just the cams right away, like Cruz just screaming, you know, with the fist bump. He's like, let's go. Word I can't say on broadcast, but, you know, he was getting amped up, man. And that's exactly right. You're 100% right. If we get that intensity out of this squad, if they can get the ball rolling and, again, start off on the right foot, it feels like this team can be very difficult to shut down. And you almost need, you know, not just one individual to try to do it. You need all four on the opposite side to really step up to be able to do it. And this Team War squad, as much as we maybe kind of expected them to go through the upper bracket, be a little bit more competitive, it felt like they did have to go through a couple of grinders yesterday down in their elimination matchup to get to this point here. They get tested pretty hard again against a solid P7 White, but you're going through another big test, and I think that is why this first map is always so important when you go up against a really emotional team.
And you know, you shake off that game 5. This is a Team War squad that every single time you talk to them, they're like, oh yeah, you know, it's just another game. It's very chillaxed on their end of the field. So you go into this match versus Royal Spartans, and even if you have Cruzy standing up, yelling at you from the other side, it's not going to impact these players whatsoever. These are players who are always cool, calm, collected, and Turiel as well. You really never see him bat an eye to anybody on the other stage across from him. So I think for Team War, this is the perfect matchup for Royal Spartans to really test them, to see if they can knock down one of NA's finest. But for Austin, this is going to take a little bit more to get in towards this Hacienda hardpoint. So let's jump into one of our side streams again.
Yep, not all our players sitting down here, so we want to try to keep the action rolling for you guys at home. Appreciate you guys with us, as obviously we know CDL challenges all going on, but the legacy is slowly being built here from our players in T2. So OMIT versus 5 Fierce. We just saw the hard point, and OMIT were able to bring it all the way back. We jump into the search and destroy, and OMIT are also up by 1 here on the protocol.
It's not really sure how everything shaked up in terms of clutches or first bloods, but OMIT, after clutching up that map number 1 in the driver's seat and feeling good, it's going to be an A plant for free. Hit through big door from 3 players. All 4 players going to hit this one from big door on the retake.
Yeah, going to have to hit some clean shots if someone decides to jump on the servers, and so far so good on the opener. Looking for some trades. Hixie gets involved, evens us up into a 3 versus 3. Vivid watching over Mac, who's now inside, gets the regen, but can't fully challenge us yet.
Stuck on both sides. Gonna have to get through to the bomb at some point, but it's a 2 versus 2. Exceed isolated. Abe in the 1v2, not able to get into the mix. Mac shuts him down from the elevator. So much time for the defuse on 5 Fears. That was one that you really wanted to get for that post plant at A really difficult site to retake for the most part, but OMIT make it look really easy.
They do, and I think you could really break that down, that retake down to just one word, and it's trust. It's a lot of trust.
So much.
Right? Vivid watching over the right of Mac, who's very low. You know the call is coming through, saying, listen, he's weak, he's weak. Hixie kind of overextends, hoping to try to pick that one up, and the trust of watching over is there from Vivid. So, OMIT able to grab themselves a couple round lead now heading into round number 7.
It's plays like that for 5 Fears that really plagued them versus Notorious last week in that grand final for their Search and Destroys. Getting distracted, getting picked apart, and not really hitting the mark on the communication. So this next round is going to be a big one. Exceed's going to open up the first blood. Craze in trouble. Exceed finds 2. Fantastic start to round 7.
What you want to see here if you're 5 Fears, now just got to hold on to the man advantage. Looking to try to drop that bomb, but also looking to try to get one back. Mamba, unfortunately, won't be able to stick around for that chow. Has to wait for the regen. Goes for the secondary chow. Ambitious, but knows he's got to do something desperate. And, well, it's just about a flawless round that comes through here for 5 Fears.
You couldn't ask for anything better. You get retaked at A in a 4 versus 4. You go into the next round. You answer back with a flawless on the defense and Exceed 3 kills in that round. 2 coming down from the shutdown of trying to get in towards Armory. OMIT, they wanted to pierce right through the heart of the middle of the map, but that is a big moment for 5 Fears to keep this one in fighting distance of a 1-round difference. That was an ace out of Exceed. That is a sleeper ace from his side, catching all 4 members in that map.
Love to see that from Exceed after slowing down a little bit there at the start of the Skyline. So right back on track now for 5 Fears, looking to see if they can get 2 rounds on the bounce. This will be their attacking round, trying to cut through mid, and they got some players forward.
This is something where you need Abe and Exceed or Hixie to start to activate if you want to win this Search and Destroy. Having both subs 2 and 5, that's just not going to cut it against OMIT.
Bomb going down. Now it's all about playing the retake. Craze just jumps right in. And he's not going to be able to find anything. Gives his team some information, but 4v3 now on the retake for OMIT.
And you're looking at Mac. He's trying to hunt for Fire, but Fire's played his time, being quiet, and he's going to be able to shoot some players in the back.
Fire will be able to get one here, so looking good. He's got a second one to deal with. Mac realizing he's in a pretty tough situation, and, well, all comes down to one. Picked apart here at 5 Fears, play a perfect round again as they're starting to tee up and starting to lock down OMIT on what they want to do.
Yeah, unless Mama can 1v4 in 16 seconds, but that's not going to happen. That has never happened. 4 we go. 5 Fears, back-to-back flawlesses, like you say. So Exceed working off of that ace, building onto that streak, and it's a big round for Abe. He starts off with the first blood. Craze overheating, which we saw a lot back on that dealership map too, versus OMIT Brooklyn, and it breaks that entire retake completely. Craze gets 2 in that round, or sorry, Abe gets 2 in that round, and then Fire playing for that flank, patiently playing his life towards top grandmas. 5 Fears have a handle on this protocol, looking for 3 in a row.
A lot of plants so far here on the protocol. So we'll see if there's going to be any kind of adjustment defensively to make sure that you're not going to be able to get that bomb down. We know how hard retakes can be at times. And it will be a bit of a push. Come right over to B, as you call, Colin. It looks like it is a free plan if they can get over.
I think Mamba might have saw him go up the zip, but Abe's going to try to make a play. Exceed goes down, so no more force spree from that side as you're desperately trying to take away the spawn from OMIT.
Mamba, patience! Oh, what a gunfight win from Abe. And now we go 3 versus 3. Max trying to figure out where he needs to look, but it's going to be a full retake through the middle, and Max got to try to catch some timing here.
You got Craze towards pillars. Vivid on the helipad. Couldn't ask for a better setup right now for OMIT in the post plan, but Hixie just dives right in. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my goodness.
The balls to do that play. Abe now trying to collapse with the rest of them. Craze surrounded, he goes down, and it's a retake from 5 Fears to go 3 in a row.
I mean, it's just a series of ridiculous gunfights that are happening. It starts with Abe, who's able to win that first battle onto Mamba in bottom red, and as soon as you lose that player, that AR player that's responsible for watching over the map, it just creates creates a complete problem for the players that are on the helipad, that are on the site, and Mac just gets completely cameraed. Hixie with some clean shots. We don't see it from his POV, but we know it's just absolutely incredible, and that's what you love to see here from a team that was down 2 rounds and now have won 3 straight.
Charlie strapped the cape to his back, and he said, watch this. I'm Superman now. So Hixie and Abe having back-to-back solid rounds for 5 Fears when we asked for the submachine guns to start to pick it up if they wanted to tie up this series. You go in and you have 2 chances to put away this protocol.
Well, they want to keep the aggression going, but the stun connection is just perfect. Mamba trying to rush to try to help his team. And Exceed's going to get a good bank off the wall, but getting more than 1 is so difficult here. However, the trades actually work out decently well, 2v2.
Some Michael Bay film in the site. Nades from both sides connecting. Bomb's going to go down. Both players from OMIT going to group together through Big Door and try to retake this like we saw just a couple rounds before.
Hixie trying to play a timing while we're relying on Fire to just get the call out on the assist. They're going to get some great info, though. Vivid caught in the corner. Big pickup, and now it's all down to 1. Mamba would have to pull off a 1v2 with 30 seconds on the clock. Has to go for the chow, and he actually just rips Hixie.
24 seconds.
20 seconds, and you're going to have to fly.
He's going for it. On the heady, he spots it as well. See if he can get an angle towards Abe, who's going to chow it.
Over the top, Mamba looking for the shots. Oh, it looks good for a moment, but not good enough. 5 Fears here to strike back in the series as they win 6-4.
That's 4 rounds in a row as well to put away that search and destroy. What a showing from Fire at the end to clutch this 1v1. Never back down, never surrender with the Jackal in your hand. And it's plays like that from Exceed and Fire that just really level up the team when you're able to get going. You look at the stats as well. Fire and Exceed, when we jumped into it, they were carrying this team, but as we saw the rounds go forward, Hixie and Abe started to come alive. You get 3 near flawless rounds back to back to back, and that really swings things for the side of 5 Fears in the S&D, which was a big point for 5 Fears as well going into this weekend, is can they fix the search and destroy?
Yeah,
can they find the issues with just having no ice in those round 11s? Fix the issue, it's just don't go to a round 11.
Yeah, there you go. Easy solve. And we did see them lose, around 11, at least 1 yesterday through group play. And we felt like we were bringing up that exact same narrative. So starting to solve it, starting to find an answer, and that is a big bounce back against a team that is really good at being able to put you away in 3-0 fashion at times when you do lose those first 2 maps. So the fact that they tie that up I think is going to be huge, but we kind of turn our attention back to the main matchup that hopefully will be starting up here very soon. Again, Royal Spartans and Team War, that is where we are directing our attention for as far as what we are staying focused on. And we did set this one up already here, Colin. Again, just for anyone that might be tuning in now, Royal Spartans 3-0, a little bit earlier on, looking very solid against one of EU's best. Orchid now down in the lower bracket, and they also had a pretty banger matchup yesterday to qualify, and they went all the way to a round 11 versus 5 Fears in map number 5. So, yeah, these guys now looking to try to keep this going up against a Team War that did also go to a round 5.
It's just one thing about Champs that I love so much, and even for a game like this, when you're looking at the storylines that are building throughout the pit right now, we went into this weekend just thinking, okay, it's going to be Notorious and OMIT in the grand finals. They've just been playing so well. If not Notorious, then Orchid. And if not OMIT, then you're looking towards OMIT Brooklyn or Team War. But when you inject a team like the Royal Spartans who are starting to put things together towards the end of the year, that's that Boston Breach magic that we're getting over in CDL at the exact same time. Just that unknown of what to expect from these teams the deeper they go into these tournaments. And when you're trying to get that composure, when you're trying to break through that ceiling, we get to see these players reach talents, reach heights that we've just never seen before. And, for Rory and Dak, for the 2 of them who have never made it outside of a group stage inside of Challengers Champs, top 12 in 2024, top 12 in 2023.
Yep.
This is that moment for them to really show if this really has to be their last dance, if they have another one in them, and where they can finish off potentially their careers.
It would be insane to see these guys qualify for one of the EWC spots, and by no means is it out of the equation. You win this matchup here versus Team War,
you're right there.
You're boom. You are absolutely right there. So it really comes down to what you're going to be able to do against the Team War making sure that the nerves don't get the best of you.
Yeah.
And you talk about the group stage over the last couple of years, Colin. And again, I think I hit this maybe last night, but it's important to note that they always won their first matchup in their group play.
Every single time.
Every single time they'd win the first one. And I was talking to Cruz, and he's like, listen, man, he's like, we always would win the first one, we would choke the second one, and then we would choke the third one. Every single time. That's how it would play out. And it quite literally felt like a curse. This time around, he loses the first one, wins the next one, and then wins the qualification match. So it just had to play it a little bit different for him to get to this stage. So he was definitely having a bit of a laugh about it, but I know he was feeling great about it.
You just needed to change the narrative a little bit. And
Exactly.
It's a big thing, too, because this team switches out Gunzy into the roster just at the last second, and we were a little bit worried about that, especially yesterday. But he is right back in for this Vibe Squad, and that really is what they are, the Vibe Squad.
Yeah.
4 Challenger champs right now. They're on top of Cloud 9. So for the other side, for Team War, it's just how do you shut down these nerves? How do you shut down these moments for them? And, you know, if there's anybody that's going to do it, it is these guys who are just stone cold on this stage. And now, I've been loving the story for Team War as well. I mean, you look at Two-Real, who's looking to be a back-to-back Challengers champion after what he did with Lore. You look at Linz, who, you know, for his season, he started in the CDL on Gorilla Mates. He was that French representation for the entire region.
Sure.
And for that underperformance inside of Madrid, inside of Major 2 as well, when you go to Dallas, he goes down to Challengers, and we were wondering, is he going to be able to bounce back? Well, with this Team War squad, he certainly has.
Well, we've laid out the questions. It's time to go digging for some answers, boys, as we get ourselves into map number 1. I'm amped up, ready to go. Again, Royal Spartans up against Team War, and we're already off to a fiery start. When Wiz starts shooting like that, look out.
And it's Wiz who we're going to be looking at through this game, because versus Orchid, he had a 1.5 KD on this map mode combo to kick off that winner's bracket run now that they're on. So all eyes are on Wiz to see if he can do it again.
Now we'll see if Wiz can keep it going as he flies into the hill, but unfortunately, Zach throws a nade right at the wrong spot. So now we'll see some of that P1 time go neutral for a moment. Royal Spartans do eventually get the touch, but Assault already trying to lock things down here on the rotation. He's also got help in the back, too.
You're looking at this one, if you're Royal Spartans, you're trying to work right through lobby to see if you can rip these ones away. Gunzy just patiently waiting for a chance to strike, but he's going to be spotted. 3 go down, and Team War, they are fully set up. All 4 drop without losing a kill. And that is the best it gets for the setup at P2.
Yeah, you got a lot of control here. You're going to get a great read at where this hit's coming from, and for the most part, it looks like it's going to be right from the front. Royal Spartans going to try to bully their way through, but they got to be worried about what could be a couple of players pinching this one up, but maybe they get here too quickly. Don't have to worry about it. They just break through the front. Wiz is in, gets a great read here, and the team shots are going to be great! Oh, Wiz! What a triple kill that is to break in. Royal Spartans looking solid on the time.
And this is still 25 seconds that you can really swing things back in your favor to kick open this Hacienda. It's another shot for Team War to fight through this hill to get over towards New. You're going to have Lynn spawn up from office, and he's going to try to cut off these players to arches.
It's a good moment for Team War to get back in. It's the timing that really plays a huge factor here, because some of those deep spawns actually come through in the back. So, well spawns in here for some of the Royal Spartans members as they start looking towards the next hardpoint at P3. And that first engagement actually going to be pretty solid for Cruz as he gets the initial touch.
Eyes on Assault. He's slowly working this flank, see if he can time things right. On this break from the front, and in for the contest. Wiz goes down. Diamondcon falls up with a second late flank from Gunzy to see if you can try to keep your team alive, but he is alone in this endeavor.
So far, pretty good here for Team War. Starting to keep some presence on the point. Two-Real, 2 in a row for himself. Contest going to come through. Team shots over the top of the fences. Going to be great from the back ARs. And now 20 seconds remaining. Looks like a bit of a call here for the rotation to come through, but DC has picked this up nicely. Actually reflanks Office, going to reinforce some of the scrap time, able to double up, and that means he's now on 4 in a row with a sub in his back pocket.
Good lead for Team War off that P3 break, and they do it again. All 3 members grouping up for P4, sliding in as Diamondcon. Good bait and switch. Team War going to be in for the moment, but it's a 2 versus 1 now. Wiz goes down. Two-Real not able to do enough. So it's a 3-for-1 trade, and Royal Spartans are in.
Critical moment. Royal Spartans are in, but now they have to hold. You need to defend the push. It's going to be a 4-man hit. And so far, the entry looking good. Cruz trying to get something back. Goes to the pistol, but the assistance is there. Wiz Chow's out again. So another 3 in a row here for one of the submachine guns, and Royal Spartans do defend the push.
And they defend it perfectly. Now can they close this lead? Linz has an angle, gets shots in the back. Turiel's going to follow things up. And he's not able to win that last one. Cruz the back and forth, keeping his team in contention for this map number 1 with 15 seconds. You're looking at the rotation anew, and I like this call from Royal Spartans to stack mid.
Gunzy trying to play for the remaining 8. Also just trying to play exits to make sure there isn't going to be a easy transition back over to the middle of the map. First set of hills, all said and done. 99-65, about a 30-point lead, give or take here for Team War, and it's Too Real that gets right back on the time at P1.
Gunzy nated, trying to play his life. Good ordnance from Linz, 3 in a row. Team War gonna hop this hill, triple digits now. And you can see for Royal Spartans, they're starting to fall behind a little bit, and especially when it comes down to that slaying for Gunzy, just hasn't been able to come alive. Dak as well, 6 and 12 for the second set. If you're gonna try to bring this one back, you have to see them ignite.
Couple kills gonna come through, and Diamond Con trying to answer back onto Royal Spartans. It is going to be some scrap time being fought for potentially here, and just about everyone was cleared off of it, so there is going to be a touch there for Team War, as there's about 10 seconds left. Diamond Con already thinking about the rotation, but both players going to be caught up top. Assault can only get away with 1. Chance maybe to hit through the Lambo lane, but if you do that, you got to get through Too Real, and Too Real actually dies at the front of the hard point. So now there's a chance for Cruz maybe to get forward.
And he is just approaching over towards P2. Good shots towards Dallas. Buy some time for the rest of the team to pinch this one out, but it's the full flank out of Royal Spartans. They want to pull these spawns away, Austin. And at the same time, you have a good position for Dak to set up this pinch. Gunzy's going to activate a couple kills from the rest of the team. They break it perfectly.
Love the patience there from Gunzy, not challenging right away, waiting for the regen, waiting for his teammates to get involved in the play. Team War are broken despite getting to the new hill fairly early. Still about half of it left now at the Lambo spot. Dak able to find the smoke nade, I think, to get him around the outside unseen and undetected. 3 in a row for him. Stun does keep him low, so that means it will be an easy cleanup for Assault that tries to break his way through the front. Another gunfight coming his way. Cruz will not let him in for free. Scrap time goes the way of Royal Spartans, and they slowly start to bring this lead back.
Only down by 40. Scrap time, though, it's not going to be enough. You have to start winning these rotations, and another chance for Team War to get that initial setup over towards Nil. And that's going to be punished, at least from top plat position. Turiel's going to back off for the contest. Pops up just at the right time to take Gunzy away. And a good read on the Dak as well.
Great read. And he's going to be able to reposition. Team War looking to try to keep that lead in their favor. Do not let Royal Spartans claw back into it. Wiz over the top, looking for the entries. Gunzy from the back also gets involved in the play. 3 players going to go down. There was a teammate here for a moment, but you have a read on the spawns. The problem, you don't find anything up top in office. Now you're going to have to win some battles on the point.
Some big moments from Gunzy and Dak since we've pointed them out, but still trailing by 40 points in this last 20 seconds. It's going to keep Team War feeling good, so that break from Royal Spartans is going to keep the vibes high on this rotation. And you look at Cruz, he's going to be playing over towards office. He can catch some of these players before they get there, but he is caught lacking. And
oh, brother.
Oh,
oh, brother.
Oh, man.
Someone help him. He's screaming. Cruz might be on the way. Diamond Con finally eliminates him, takes him out. Gets a good read, though, on this push in the back. What a chow that is from DC with the sub, by the way. We've seen Connor do that all the way back in Cold War at times, but mostly always has the AR. Looking good with both. And now Too Real also finding some great kills over the top. You need a break here if you're Royal Spartans, but Team War are giving you absolutely nothing. They find another 3 down.
All the damage from Too Real, just teeing up the kills from Linz as it's 2 in a row for both of your SMGs. Another shot for Royal Spartans to break, this time from the middle. Back and forth trades. It's not going to be enough. Another 4 go down. Assault lines you up 4-3. And that lead's now going to clip 200 points. You have 20 seconds still on this old hill.
The holds have certainly been a little bit better for Team War. That helps from getting a read on it, as well as just winning some pretty clutch gunfights. Now playing for exits, but more importantly, talking about Royal Spartans, they're going to have to make sure a lot of this time goes neutral on P1, or at the very least, you're coming out with a decent chunk of it. Timor getting ever so close to being able to close the game out. Diamondcon down low gets a great read on the double push here from the Royal Spartans, and Timor were on the point for a second, and now they're back on, starting to get close to the 250.
30 seconds before putting this one away in map 1. Full flank from Cruz, but it's going to take so long before he's able to get involved, and he loses every single teammate. Austin now only 18 seconds, and Cruz, it doesn't even pay off for anything.
It doesn't. It's a long route, and the long route likely will cost you the map. Turia looking to end it here on a 5 spree. Diamondcon still picking up kill after kill. Couple more seconds and one final attempt just to contest. You do deal with assault. You get a great read in the back, but feels like it is not enough. Lins is there. He'll soak up the final second, and Team War show us a strong performance on Hacienda Hardpoint.
Yeah, Team War firing things up in this game. Number 1. It was close to start, close to begin, but as soon as they started winning those rotations and actually getting ahead of the play, you saw Turiel getting double kills, Lin's getting double kills, and every single time you were trying to hold those rotations, at least fight for those rotations, it was just a numbers advantage towards Team War. You could never play as a full core 4 for the side of Royal Spartans, and it really just started falling apart as you went from hill to hill after that first set was done. And, you know, towards the end of it, you were having a field day if you were Team War. Some big game players showing up, and Assault too at the end. Diamondcon as well, positive, winning fights, multi-kills from the ARs. That's going to make it even easier.
And I think that's so important because we framed that up coming into this this series, being able to stop this team that can get very emotional, amped up, hyped up. And if you can really put that down in map number 1, that could certainly be one of the win conditions lined up here for you through the best of 5, just to make sure they don't catch too much steam. There was a couple of good moments where it felt like Royal Spartans were winning the rotations. They were making some great plays, but at a certain point, Team War were able to really grab a hold of it. And I think it was their holds in particular that felt like they were really just stopping them from ever getting a chance to find entries and break in and find favorable trades.
This was kind of the changing of the pace right now into that P2 rotation where you saw the flawless 4 go down for Team War. Royal Spartans had that set up, and then Team War, they just break it again like it's nothing. And you know, moments like that where you have the setups for Royal Spartans, they just need to be a little bit better when you're playing your life, making those trades difficult and trying to force Team War into situations where you can trade out your teammates. But looking at that game flow, as soon as we get in towards that P3, P4 rotation, you get 0 points, 3 hills in a row. That is rough for Royal Spartans.
It certainly is, and that is that exact moment where Team War started getting great reads on where the hits were coming from, great reads, of course, where the spawns were because of that, and they just were relentless for locking down the point. So, map number 1, very solid coming through here for Team War, and again, I think it is important to emphasize just how important it is to come away with that very first map here in the best of 5.
It's as soon as Gunzy gets captured by Diamondcon, everything just falls apart. Sends you into a scramble that you just could never recover from. And for the, Royal Spartans, this is where we can switch things in the storyline. We've been seeing them, they 3-0 Notorious, they 3-0 Orchid. Now you lose that first map. So what does the resilience look like for this team going into Saturday? How do you bounce back from a loss like that? Well, going into the Search and Destroy, especially considering it's going to be the red card now that you're looking at, it's going to come down from the performance that we've seen in the past between Gunzy and Cruz, these opening engagements that they have for Wiz and Dak to find that freedom and really activate, become those monsters that we know they can be. We need the AR line to be there, present, especially against people like Assault and Diamondcon.
Agreed. I hard agree, 100%. And you watched how Team War were able to play that map number 5 red card in their previous series there in Winners Round 1 against P7 White. And it felt like they were not only really disciplined, but also really finding themselves into some positions, where they were hard kills. And I think that's really critical when you're talking about a red card that can be very open, and you can take away a lot of space when you're able to open up one lane, one side of the map, because oftentimes you do find an island player that is responsible for locking that down himself. And when he loses that battle or loses his life, you can lose a lot of the control very quickly.
We got some side stations going on with Orchid playing P7 White down in the lower bracket for the Battle of Europe. See who is going to be the last remaining European team in Challengers Championships. 5 Fears versus OMIT. Tied 1 apiece going into a Vault Control. Yet to hear how that one goes, but It looks like Orchid actually just took map 1 over P7 White, 250 to 228.
Well, into the action here for round number 1 will be a first blood brought to you by Gunzy. Too Real gets a great connection with the frag grenade over the top, tries to find Wiz, and does have him trapped a little bit. He's calming that to Assault, and Assault is there. The cleanup is just beautiful, and my goodness, it was a first blood, and all of a sudden it goes awry. Seymour take full advantage.
That is troublesome for Royal Spartans. As soon as the floodgates open, the water rushes right in. This is plays that you're going to get from Too Real, and you need to expect the chase as soon as they activate and get going over towards that B site, and immediately crumbles for Team War, following up off that map 1 win with a dominant map 2 start.
Don't want things to get too far ahead of you. If you're the Royal Spartans, and looking to regain control now on your very first offensive look. But hey, look at this. It's a 4-man hit right through mid. Seymour looking to get a little mixy.
All 4 players going to be grouped up around. Hiding away is going to be Dak for first blood. Wiz in the follow-up. Oh, it's going to be Gunzy, but Dak's not going to shut down at all. He's playing around the hedges. A-site's wide open. 1v4 for Assault. Has the regen, but he needs the kill onto Dak, and with Dak playing his life, and they know exactly where Assault is, this round should be cooked.
Yeah, I think so. This is one of those rounds where you're like, what can we get away with here? You know, after the way we just won the previous rounds. And if you do get away with a 4-man hit defensively down mid, then, well, you might be able to start to put your opponents on tilt, but not going to work out. Royal Spartans had a player watching over it, and they will find themselves just about every single elimination here with none in return. So a solid response.
A great response, and it's Dak really that starts it. No fear for the last challenge. I like that middle take from them as well. You wait for those first bloods. Wiz there to follow up on Dak, and as long as the two of them are just ping-ponging off of each other, that's where we see Houston Spartans, or, well, Royal Spartans, playing at their best. So all tied up on the red card, back on towards the offense. Too Real is going to hold this bomb. What does the break-off look like? It's going to be a solo play from Linz at B to see if he can hold some information on Dak.
Early tags from Diamondcon, making sure no one's going to be able to cut across there to the stage. And potentially play spoiler. Gunzy was watching the cross on the other side, though, so they have great info on Too Real. Too Real's also the bomb carrier here, so that is something to consider. Tries to get the nade out through the middle, and the nades are perfectly placed.
Everything just falls onto the doorstep of Gunzy. Opening a kill. You look at this flank coming out, so Wiz, it's up to him to stall this out.
Oh, they know. Too Real knows. The stun connection's there. That kind of knows, well, I can't really pop up.
Wiz needs to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice pickup, though, to get one back from Cruz.
Wiz ends up going down, and Cruz just can't get away. So ultimately, it really boils down to the fact, Austin, that flank really develops too slow. You need Wiz to start clearing that one a little bit faster, and as soon as the calls come out from the rest of your team that Team War are threatening this A site, that's going to put some pep in your step to maybe not go for the long flank like we saw.
Great nades, great stun utility here too. The trophy system not being up there in the middle certainly plays a big factor here as a Team War playing some great search and destroy to be sure to kick this one off, but still only up by a round. Royal Spartans now looking for a response, and I'd be surprised if Team War send 4 up the middle of the map here defensively again.
And you're not going to be surprised this time because it's going to be more of a defensive default setup. It's going to be a 4-hit over towards B, and Too Real is going to be in trouble. Plays his life, gets away and take it. Assault, first blood, traded out by 2. Numbers advantage by Royal Spartans. The B side has fallen.
Diamondcon wants to backtrack, wanted to get with one of his teammates, but Too Real actually going to fall. So all comes down to 1v3. We've seen Diamondcon do some pretty special things, but breaking into B usually means you got to rip somebody off a heady.
I like these calls from Royal Spartans. It's that intensity that sets them apart, and a quick call over towards B. They get at that site as fast as possible. You saw Too Real. He was running for his life, takedown of 57. He had no hands on that defensive play inside the B site, and the trades favor for Royal Spartans on the break, and you kind of look at that situation where is that a call and like the first player just not really paying attention for Team War, or is Too Real just caught by surprise on the aggressiveness that Royal Spartans bring to that round no matter what. For the next defense, gonna have to keep that in their mind that this Royal Spartan team just loves to fly.
Wiz off to a bit of a slow start here, 0-4. That is something to keep note of because Wiz is one of your entries as well as one of your players that tends to go rogue at times. But how about it? First blood going to come through with the Diamond, and now you've got a man advantage with a lot of time to work with still on the attack for Team War.
Attack so far behind this one. Nobody's going to know that. Pops out from the bottom of the stage. That's bombed down. Linz alone in a 1 versus 3 now. Would be a 1v4 clutch.
Well, Linz has certainly faced a lot of criticism throughout this year, but could he put a little cherry on top here in round number 4 with a 1v3? Goes for the reach out. No, not going to have it. Wiz does get himself on the board. He starts to feel a little bit more comfortable, and Royal Spartans grab their first lead of the game.
And you love to see it too. For the setup, for the aggression that they're bringing on the defensive side. Team War, I mean, they've been playing great COD. In map 1, they've completely silenced the slaying that we've seen from the respawns from this Royal Spartans team, but you go in towards map 2. For the Search and Destroy, it's a battle of the brains, and it seems like Royal Spartans are just kind of superseding that into a little brawn versus brain action, and they're just punching their way right through these setups.
The adjustments have certainly been good so far for the Royal Spartans. And Team War now looking to play for a response, but it is going to be that island player I talked about that's responsible for just watching over B right now. That's going to be Linz, but it's going to be a fast hit from Team War, looking to overwhelm with numbers here potentially.
It's another B hit. This time there's no info from Turiel. Linz is hiding, but the stun's going to connect. They know he's here.
They know they're knocking on the door. Whether or not Linz lets them in, that's the question. He's got help over the top from Assault, but won't win the battle up close. 3v2 we go. And the favor going to be here for the side of Royal Spartans up until Turiel gets one back.
That's it. 2 big kills there. Assault and Turiel. Linz does enough just to damage these players up. Bomb down, 2 versus 2, and it's Gunsy now looking to make the play with the tough gunfight in the AR in hand. Diamond caught in a 1 versus 2, and he's just not able to recover. Royal Spartans, they win themselves an offense and a defense back-to-back now with 2-round gaps.
I mean, that's just a ridiculous gunfight. That is a ridiculous gunfight that comes through up close and personal. And one you really would love to have back if you're Turiel, but I think it really starts with that battle from Linz, right? Linz doesn't win that first initial battle. When you're the island player, it's so critical to get one when you're in that position because you're the furthest forward here defending. And once you allow them into the site, we know how difficult it can be sometimes to try to hold it down.
What a shot from Gunsy, too. I mean, it aims against the Jackal like that. We don't normally see the aims win fights like that in an up-close battle. He beamed Turiel from that position, so it really comes down to now Team War. You have to win an offense, but you must win a defense, and Dak is getting so much info. He has made his way all the way through. DiamondCon didn't spot this.
It's insane that he's been undetected here. As he's going to creak the door open, and Linz is like, I'm getting shot in the back, a little bit shaky, but Dak brings it home nonetheless. And that's going to be a first blood as well as a massive problem now working behind you.
Yeah, fortunately enough, though, Turiel is going to be able to trade it. So 3 versus 3, Dak goes down. You clear your spawn, you have numbers, but Turiel's got to stay alive, and he's done it.
Trying to make his way all the way out. Now it's a question of, do we go A, do we go B? A little bit low on time. Defenders very well could get actually a good look on this, and yeah, the read's actually perfect. Now up close, oh, another huge win. Won't get a double up, but it's all the guns. He was on 6 in a row, and that is a big kill and a big round coming through for Team War.
Yeah, he finally shut things down. And it has just been round after round for Royal Spartans for a couple in a row. And you needed this offense desperately just to keep Royal Spartans away from map point on the red cards. But even more than that, you'd be going into a defense, and your defense have looked abysmal so far on this red card S&D. So swapping back, eyes are on to Team Wars for what they can put together on the defensive side of this red card. And it's been back-to-back B hits from Royal Spartans. First one was a brawl. Second one, more methodical. This time it's going to be hit towards A with a very passive flank being watched.
Looking for something over the top here as Wiz has seen a couple of name tags, ambitious shots here, but we'll land a few of them with the Jackal. And it looks like they're going to start taking just a bit of this ground around the A site. Nade stuns coming through. Might push them back here for a moment, but Team War have certainly in position to stop this if they want to.
Oh, this is so passive from Team War. If you go first blood, though, down, Royal Spartan's going to have that red carpet rolled out for either bomb site. They have to show some respect to this attack, and they've given up so much space. Finally, Turiel is going to move through mid. Post up in this corner, but he's got no action. And they've left B wide open for Gunzy.
Oh, Turiel tries to come behind the play and flank. Luckily, there is a quick trade that follows.
Gunzy.
Now Gunzy looking to activate. What can he find? No, can't find anything. The read is there. The time is low. All down to Dak for a 1 versus 2. Sure, he's able to grab the bomb, but he's got to find both players here, and DC's able to tuck himself away. Dak's got the info, but he is not ready for the gunfight. Team War play perfectly on the defensive round.
Yeah, the patient works out, and you can breathe a sigh of relief now a little bit. If you're Team War, you've tied things up in the map, looking to steal away the search and destroy, going into rounds 10 and potentially 11. I mean, Turiel, you thought he might have sold it a little bit with that challenge out towards mid, but the fact that you get the timing onto the flank and shut down Gunzy, that is round-defining moments out of Team War. So heading into the last potential rounds of this search and destroy, round number 9, teed up. Team War back on the offense, looking to go 3 in a row.
Nade's going to find connections. On to Cruz, throws one back, but won't get one tag himself. All tied up 4 apiece, knowing just how important this round number 9 is. Linz, Gunzy, little battle over the hedge, and Gunzy's luckily he's got a trophy system right next to him, so that will keep him safe. Dak, though, he's pretty far forward. He's got a couple players to deal with and needs to slide through to stage, but the wallbang is there. Turiel takes him out for first blood.
See if he can crawl his team into this map point record. Defense now scrambling to get in position, and Cruz corner to corner with Wiz through mid. He's going to make the play over towards the ladder. Assault wasn't there to see it.
Cruz up top. What can he see? Not a whole lot, and you lose Wiz on the site, who could have maybe stopped the bomb plant. Now he's got to play all the way back here for Assault, and while the map is just not going to be favorable for him, even if he does find this kill, this would be for a 1v4.
Curry's good shots. Oh, Linz drops on down. 24 seconds. He's got to win this fight. He gets it. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds, but Diamond Con, he's completely rotated back through mid. And Team War, 3 rounds in a row, Austin. Map point on red card.
Diamond Con with a smart reposition here, realizing, listen, Cruz just ran through here, so he's not going to re-clear it. And he was getting pretty low on time, so no choice, no option but to start making his way to the site. And that is 3 rounds in a row coming through for Team War. The adjustments being made on both sides, but very well could be map point here coming into round 10.
It was so good for the Royal Spartans with the aggression, the pacing that they were setting on this map. And Gunzy and Dak, couple rounds in a row where you get 0 kills, and Wiz, albeit he's found some value. You're really looking to see if you can get a little bit more out of Gunzy and Dak, where they've been in takeover mode all game long. So the attack, this is it. Can you bring us round 11?
It's a big question. RCXD out for DC, just looking for information. Knows that they're not on the bomb yet, but they are awfully close. And in a row for Diamond Con. Has the nade as the bomb is going down. Wiz should be able to get it, and he does, but he does get tagged on the exit.
Dak's in trouble. Behind the hot tech stand, he's able to live. He gets away. So 4v4 in the post plant. You have hedges control and you have stage control. It's going to be a tough retake.
Oh, Dak, he just gets completely taken out through the middle. Doesn't find any shots. You get one back here, but now you're down to just Cruz and Gunzy to come up massive, and they are on the bomb, baby. They were. Now have to hop off of it. 18 seconds to go. The clearance is in. Team War with 4 rounds in a row to steal away the map 2, and Connor's laughing right now.
Yeah, Connor knows. He hops the bomb, he gets tagged down to 6 HP, and he's just like, all right, guys, you know, I almost kind of chuckled that one a little bit for the round 11, but no, that is a fantastic flank from Assault to get back in towards that top window position. You take out Wiz, you win that round. Cruz, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place playing around that globe, and it was a fantastic middle couple of rounds from Royal Spartans. I mean, you're winning those first bloods, you get the aggressive attacks over towards the B site, and you really figured out how to get in towards that restaurant, get that bomb down, and have the numbers to just win those attacks simply. But you then second guess yourself. You make those plays over towards A in the last couple of rounds on your offense, and you just weren't able to win any of those fights, losing those first bloods, and allowing Team War to really bring things back in those setups, especially that round 10. And you have the post plant, you have Hedge's control, but you just give up those first initial kills and you let Roar right back into those rounds.
Yeah, and a lot of those retakes did come by their side. All 4 members not really throwing in, you know, a big flank play. They're just simply looking to play off trades. And a lot of the times it started to work, especially in the later half of the search and destroy. So Royal Spartans going to be, I'm sure, a little bit frustrated with how that one plays out, because they have a pretty slow start to the hard point. Map number 2, they were looking really good. The adaptations were in. They were up 4-2, but Team War, so hard to put away.
Very, very hard to clutch up against a team like this when you have moments for the entire team where they just turn into superstars on the map. And for this one, you're looking at it for Team War. You look back at that 4 rounds in a row, 4 solid rounds as well. Twice you get the retake on the site. And for their attack, too, I mean, towards the end, I mean, shout out to Team War and the way that they were able to open up some of those routes. Even if they lost the first blood, you then stop, you wait for a mistake from Royal Spartans, and you take control of the middle of the map. You try to get over towards those top windows, and so many moments where you're just able to get lost there if you're Team War, and allow the rest of your team to gain some space, gain some ground on the map.
So, a much different story from Royal Spartans in their last couple of series here at the 8th seed. It's been all 3-0s for them over the last 2, but now they are forced to win 3 maps in a row if they want to advance to the next round. Going to be a tall task, to be sure, with the way that Team War have been able to come out here and just absolutely start swinging. And man, we start looking at what is going to be a control. I believe it was a Hacienda control as well that's coming up, and they did play a Hacienda control in their last series versus P7 White, which was a 3-0 here. So having that comfort, having that recent history of knowing you've been able to complete this, there's a world where Team War have a solid chance at getting it done here in Map 3, Colin.
Yeah, so we got to really test the resilience, the mindset, and the mental for Royal Spartans going into the back half of the series. You get the Hacienda control or search and destroy Map 5, but it is now getting there. That is the hard time, Austin, but going into this side stage matchup that we do have going on at the exact same time, because there's lots and lots of matches to go on. It is Orchid going the distance inside of this search and destroy, but putting it away now versus P7 White to take a 2-0 lead after taking the Skyline Map 1.
Wow, P7 White, they were looking pretty good there coming out of group play, and now it feels like they might be leaving a little bit earlier than some of us had initially anticipated. A couple of big games coming through. Mythics has been great, by the way, all weekend long. I think even some of the losses that we've seen here from Orchid, he's been putting up some pretty big numbers. Again, I think one of the best slayers that we've really seen throughout Europe this year, and continuing to show it, continuing to go big. Orchid looking to hold on.
This is a P7 White team that just came off a Map 5 loss in the winner's bracket,
Very true.
So to go into a Game 5, then drop into the lower bracket and get 3-0, that would be devastating to deal with after working so hard to get here, but it is a long journey back now. We go over towards Stallions versus OMIT Brooklyn. This is another game heading into the control now for the Hacienda. Stallions win Map 1 on Rewind 250 to 240, and it was OMIT Brooklyn on the dealership search and destroy to stay flawless in the S&Ds, 6-4.
Yeah, also important to note that Yuli had some controller issues a little bit earlier on in the day in that matchup versus OMIT. I know he was worried about trying to get another one, so not sure what the situation is for him, but you have to worry about being checked out more than anything. But at the moment, we tune into the game here. So far, looking pretty decent for the defenders as they are able to keep all of the segments off of both zones. Brack up top is also able to find a double up, and well, this is finally your moment where the attack can start to really come alive.
Yuli playing now off the respawns. He's going to back down with 13 HP, play his life. Smart plays coming out from OMIT Brooklyn with the setup at B that they do want. Brack has a Jackal in his hand towards top office. They only have 2 players on this B zone, so that's going to give lots of time for Stallions to break back.
They are able to find 3 of the 4. Prolute knows I got to play my life, but not going to be ready for that gunfight there. And it's actually going to be a nice little double that comes through for a seam. So he's able to lock down some kills through middle. Neum gets involved over top here, and now you're starting to get some of that control right back. But Brack looking to break through, tip of the spear.
Good shots there from Brack, and that's going to get them over towards A. 20.8 seconds left. You still have a player towards Secret that strikes off a double kill. Can he shut this whole thing down?
Yuli's going to make sure he has no more space to work with, and Yuli might be looking to take away some space of his own. He presses right back onto B. You're forced to. You only have 13 seconds to work with here, so stopping the clock is going to be everything. Big gunfight from Standy, but Prolute's there to assist.
Brack, I love this play. Everybody's flipped out that B zone, and you're going to capture it simply. Brack gets another kill from those respawning players of the Stallions. You have another minute to play here, just a minute to play to fully capture this A zone. Stallions, you have to start thinking about their lives as well. Only 9 left.
That's right. Getting a little bit low here, despite being on the defense. Now, you just try to keep them off this A point, start to finesse the map a little bit. A lot could still happen, but that first tick has been secured. Brack finessing from the top ropes, tries to drop down, and wow, does he ever. Takes out Glowfrosty, able to play his life, and there's still presence on A.
Yuli's going to start another flank too. So continuing to bleed out these Stallions who have fought back considerably. So 8v6, they're still not out of this one just yet, Austin. A couple more kills. The Stallions are going to feel good, but Prolute gets some good timing there. Standy doubles down. The floodgates are open.
Floodgates are open. Lives are gone. 30 seconds. Still need to try to stop the clock here, and Asim's in a position where he's fairly exposed. If they decide to hop down, he's hoping to get himself one and then try to just run away, play his life. Someone's going to have to make a move, though, from OMIT Brooklyn as they continue to search for kills. And you said it, Colin. Time is low.
Standy's going to reflank the patio, trying to isolate that kill onto Glowfrosty. Only 2 lives left, but 6.2. Somebody's got to hop this one. Asim can stop everything. He goes down. 2.9. Trake's alone. He gets away back into it for the dive in. Trake's, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. OMIT Brooklyn almost threw that away.
They almost do. Drake does something pretty incredible there as he wins that second gunfight. But luckily, some more members there to hold on. And I think most importantly, another one was on the zone, right? If that wasn't the case, maybe the time ticks away. But it gets close. Doesn't matter. It is not enough. You do see OMIT Brooklyn still close it out.
Incredible stuff there from Drakes, at least for the team to give him a chance. That's why they bring him in here. And this band of misfits just continues to impress. So swap over towards the offense. It's now Stallions. You are almost asking, you're demanding them to win an offense now to keep this one at least on their momentum.
Asim going to take a bit of a route here through the backside, seeing if he can stop the pinch. And, well, looking forward, Neum over the top. He's got some tough gun battles ahead of him, and Standy will make sure he's able to find that cleanly. Yuli's got well control. A lot of problems. Going to force everybody here from the Stallions to the middle. Brack ready and waiting. Stun connection is going to be good to clear him out. And it's also going to be a second follow-up. Now they can start flying out on the map.
Oh, Prolute chows it back again, you demon. He's going to stay alive. He gets down towards Secret. That's going to pull some players away to try to hunt him down.
Yeah, Prolute going to reposition here. Secondary gunfight finally comes through 10 seconds later. Neum's going to find one, make it 2. Chance for the third. Not going to happen. Brack will be able to take him out. While this is happening, though, Glowfrosty's been able to get himself a second tick of progress on A.
It's only a 2-life difference, now just a 1-life difference. Stallions going to be moving over towards this A zone. Double stack on, triple stack. It's going to go fast, so 40 seconds upgrades to 1:40 now to get over towards this B zone, which already has a zone captured. So if you're OMIT Brooklyn, you go down 4 kills clean. Stallions could stack this zone and put it away for an answer back on the offense.
Glowfrost, he's being read here. Standy. Oh my, what a win from Glowfrosty. Standy gets obliterated. Now you have a chance to get on, but Brack is giving you actually a solid chance defensively to make sure they don't have a stack of members. Second tick, however, has still been locked in. Brack now making the pinch work out, and he finds another 2 kills. Shuts down Glowfrosty, and he's on a streak of his own.
Yeah, Brack is soloing this team right now in that position. Those 4 kills completely shuts down a potential offense for Stallions. Another flank shut down. Trakes unable to activate. So you look at the rest of the Stallions working off this respawn to see if they can open up B for this last segment.
Here we go.
3
Numbers
dead.
here on the B point.
That's it.
That's looking great. You have nowhere to go. Have to funnel through the blender. And Stallions do grab themselves an offensive round.
Almost seemed pretty easy too. As soon as you get over towards that wine on A, you get those 2 segments, and OMIT Brooklyn throwing their lives away in these moments where you need those players to just play alive, put some pressure onto the Stallions, not just to be able to stack those zones. You go down 4 kills over towards A. You give up that early capture at a pretty difficult zone to cap here on Hacienda control. And that snowball over towards B, I mean, you get that flank onto Glowfrosty. He completely posterizes Standy. And it's really up to Brack to make that play. He does it, but nobody really picks up the mantle after that. Everybody's just scrambling off spawn to get into a power position, and they just continue to lose those key gunfights.
Well, OMIT Brooklyn looking for a cleaner offense. Last time it comes down to the wire. And the opener going to be quite solid for Proloot, as well as Yuli follows up. Standy, every single player wins their one. And you might even be able to find another big recovery from Standy. A lot of space to work with, and they're already going to be able to get an early touch on B.
Osim trying to play his life, slides back. Now able to reach in on that B zone. Everybody taking care of business, and you don't have to worry about that patio at all. Standy, a couple kills on the break off, but he's looking to go solo. Dolo towards the site. Nice nade from Proloot to go down. If you get this 3rd kill clean, that's a stack now that you're looking at from OMIT Brooklyn.
Nade up top will eliminate Brack, and this might be the call for Neum to start to fly.
It's only
He wants
1
to go
progress
forward here and see if he might be able to find some of the reinforcements. Meanwhile, you are putting a lot of pressure on the players up front to find these necessary kills. But this team says no problem. Read on the player in 10. Drakes get some good tags. Follow-up is great, and they've still limited this to 0 ticks of progress thus far.
You just don't stack the zone. I don't know why you don't stack the zone in that situation. Brack overstays his welcome towards the top of patio, and you give so much time for that flank from Neum to really develop that everybody off the respawn from Stallions, they just collapse together and dissect that stack. 0 progress on A, 0 progress at B. Now for the defensive Stallions, this could be where they take over the Hacienda.
Trophy system down. Proloot slowly working on the tick of progress, but he's losing his teammates around him, so Proloot needs to come up big, and he doesn't know where to look. He's taken down. Brack playing the fence line, trying to make sure there's still a way to get in through the well side as Standy starts to find something through the middle. So there's a chance maybe to open up some space onto A or B, but you still have not got to take a progress, and they're going to actually just transition right over to the A point.
At least get this 1 segment. That way you have something to work off of. Working on number 2, Proloot up top, Standy on the opposite end. Good shot to either end, but somehow Glowfrosty does it again. 23 seconds. It's all down to Proloot. He is stuck with Yuli on the opposite end with 20 seconds left.
Good pickup in the back. Proloot realizing he needs to play forward here and try to give his team something to work with. He's finding now another one. Can he get the one in office? Yes, he can. Proloot's giving them the space they need. Now you need to actually come through and clear the zone. Yuli over the top, trying to find the kill. Goes to the pistol, does take out Glowfrosty, but the reinforcements are here from the defensive members, and they're now going to force your hand back to A.
It's ping pong right now from OMIT Brooklyn trying to decide what to do, but the Stallions, they only have 9 lives. They have to be careful because if they give up A, they might lose this to lives alone again.
Timing's great. Standy able to get a good one. Gets a tag onto the second, but won't get followed up right away. 10 seconds on the clock. A just about secured. 6 lives remaining for the Stallions, and Standy going to start to press forward, but he's punished for it. Regardless, you're still able to get the zone.
What are we doing just throwing lives away like that? You just dive into the zone for nothing, and there's no more respawns. You give up the A zone capture, almost nearly having a perfect defense, and you're handing this to Brooklyn.
This team gets cut down. Too far forward, isolated, take it out. 3 lives and a dream from the Stallions, but there's so much time to work the map. OMIT Brooklyn don't need to force anything right away from the front.
Again, just trying to bleed you out here. They touch, 44 seconds. Standy's got the ultimate flank.
Standy, here we go. Activated. First kill, good. Player inside of tin and down low. Red down low. Red in tin. OMIT Brooklyn do it again at the buzzer.
What are we doing, Austin? In these defenses, I mean, you have full Halls control. Yeah, okay, you give up A, you add another minute, but it was a 4-life difference. You still had 2 extra respawns. There's no need to just dive onto these zones and feed into the kills of OMIT Brooklyn. You had that defense in the palm of your hands, and you had full control of bridge. You're just giving way too much up to this Brooklyn team. I don't know that if it's a miscommunication on what is possible, a pinch that was called and it just doesn't really develop in time, or if it's just nobody communicating in general. They looked lost in those moments, almost panicking.
We'll see if it's going to end up costing them, because that is a big clutch round that was not looking very good whatsoever for OMIT Brooklyn. But they still get the job done. The openers have been great. The starts have also been pretty solid here from the Stallions for the most part through the majority of these rounds. Double stack to come through. And Sandy going to start to work bottom secret. Shots onto a scene, not going to follow it up. Just going to leave that for his teammate. But while this is happening, it feels like the Stallions are always getting away with some free ticks of progress.
Yeah, that's at least one good takeaway from the Stallions team is their offense has been fairly clinical when it comes down to getting this progress. So you get that first segment over towards A. Yes, OMIT Brooklyn, they're able to get you 4 down. But now off the respawns, you can always count on Glow Frosty to find a double kill to open up a lane. And they do have one back trying to get in towards secret and lobby.
Probably responsible for watching this top push. Good read on the first. Doesn't need to overchallenge for the second. Teammates with him to bait and switch if needed. Slight life lead early on for OMIT Brooklyn here on the defense. And Brack now tucked away in the corner. Won't win that battle. Neum shuts him down. All 4 members drop down at the exact same time. So scary moment now for OMIT. And Stallions are just going to stack A.
Yeah, it's going fast. Triple stack is going to get it done. Lickety split. Minute 35. 2 life lead for the Stallions. And they're going to double hit this flank. A teammate on to Standy. What?
That feels bad, brother. Not going to help.
No, that's all down to Yuli now. He's got to stay alive in the arches.
What a chow from Asim. And he's able to still get one. Drakes tries to finesse with the movement. Not going to happen. Brack with the call out and the early tags means that Yuli can clear off the point, no problem. But still, able to get pretty far forward here with a close respawn from Well. And Neum, looking to see if he might be able to make some moves and maybe get to the back.
Still lots of time. OMIT Brooklyn trying to flip this map out, but isolated. It's going to be both Brack and Proloop. Brack's going to back down Neum. Plays his life. Looking to get away. In for the contest now. 3 members are here from OMIT Brooklyn to defend.
Trophy out. Neum trying to get some tags. We get him up for an easy follow-up, but the follow-up comes his way. 16 lives, playing up against 13 in favor of OMIT Brooklyn. Huge battle through the middle. Neum trying to play his life, and he's doing a good job of it, and he's finessing still a little bit more.
Yuli playing up towards the top halls. You do have some flanking positions from OMIT Brooklyn, so it's denying the chance to touch over towards this B zone, but Neum might be able to get behind. He's got the good timing towards Brack. The early tags goes back for the respawns, and he just wants to be an issue.
All right, inside of 10 on the B point, stopping the clock. You have one player that could flank all the way behind. That's going to be Yuli. Trigger discipline early on, but doesn't finish off the kill. Goes for the rechow, and he does find it. So now reinforcements coming from the front. Standy looking to clear off the point. Chow comes his way. He's taken low. Can't really get a good look at it, but great help in the back, and the clearance is in for OMIT.
Yuli just stays alive for so long as well, never allowing the Stallions to be at full strength for that B zone take. OMIT Brooklyn Brooklyn. They steal away the offense to Lives, and when it swaps back, there is no way they're going to let this one fall apart.
No time. Nothing you can do. OMIT Brooklyn. They come out swinging, they recover, and they will grab themselves the 3-1 victory over the Stallions in map 3.
Yeah, you're going to look back at this one if you're the Stallions and think, how do we let that second defense get away from us in Lives? It's a situation where you really fed into that win for OMIT Brooklyn. You got away with highway robbery, and that's going to give you an advantage now in this series, 2-1 up over the Stallions in the losers bracket. Stallions face elimination going into map 4, and they got to kick things into high heavens now to see if they can bring this one back against one of NA's best.
One of NA's best that's looking to try to qualify, but we've also got an absolute banger on our screen on the other side. So as we hop away from one Hacienda, we're jumping right back into another Hacienda control. And well, just to kind of set the tone for this one, remember, it is Team War that are 2-0 up, but are currently down right now in the control.
Yeah, it's Royal Spartans looking for the offensive win here, see if they can put this one away fast to keep themselves alive, but Lives down to a 9v6. Austin, it's just not really respawns to get this one done. You do have some time, though.
4 lives remaining. Big pickup going to come through from Cruz. Realizing, though, he's going to have to try to wait patiently for the rest of his teammates to come off spawn. This gives Team Ward a chance to also start to move around the map how they see fit. Time, certainly something to consider. 30 seconds left. Need this hit to be perfect.
Yeah, Linz is just patiently waiting for that flank through. Top halls. At the same time, you're trying to develop a flank through yourself from the offense. This has to be well coordinated.
18 seconds remaining. Cruz with another entry onto the point. 4 lives remaining. Royal Spartans going to lose 1 in the exchange, but they're going to have multiple members on the point. Diamondcon's cut down. Royal Spartans looking to try to put it away. Lynn's also cut down. Cruz on a rampage. Quick contest for a moment. Does not matter. Royal Spartans keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
And we keep dancing the good dance, Austin. What a way to win out. Map number 3. A heroic effort. No respawns, no lives to play up against the back wall for your offense, and you just completely win every single gunfight. Open up the B zone, you stack it, and Cruz no fear challenging people off the respawn towards the back of 10. Things you love to see if you're a Royal Spartans fan as they continue to keep this run alive for the winner's side, now down by 1 against Team War. And, I mean, it's not the happiest I've seen these players look, but they're just trying to take this one step at a time.
That's all you can do. One map at a time, one play at a time, and slowly but surely try and work yourself back into the series. But that's exactly where you needed to start. Again, that was also the map mode combination that we did see Team War win in their previous series versus P7 White in 3-0 fashion. So the fact that you're able to steal that one away could be huge going into map number 4.
And that map number 4 is going to take us to a red card hardpoint. You look back over towards the start of this series, it's been a while since we were on that Hacienda map number 1, but looking at those maps and modes, we can get a recap of kind of what we saw. It was a 250 to 139 win on that Hacienda from Team War, and it was a close game to say the least in the first set of rotations, but after that it was just Diamondcon getting triple kills, Assault getting triple kills in those rotations, and moments where you're into those trade battles for the big, P3s, P4s, and
sure,
it was always either Linz or 2Real clutching up to continue to keep Team War on that time. There was a moment when we saw back in the replays too that P2 break that Royal Spartans had 4 down. They just weren't able to capitalize off that time, really hold those setups that you saw. So going into this red card hard point, you're hoping that the Hacienda just ignites a little bit of a spark in your team to bring things back to a potential Game 5 Hacienda Search and Destroy, which you just beat Orchid on in a round 11 for winners round 1. So Royal Spartans, if you can get to that Game 5, you still have a chance, but it is the hard points that's going to be an issue against this Team War team.
I agree. The hard points, I think, were looking very measured from the side of Team War. They were very difficult kills, but on top of that, it felt like they were also just almost impossible to break at times. And we saw that, going through kind of that first set of rotations, starting with P4. That was when that flip started to happen and you started to see the struggle of getting into the hill, finding the entries here, something that's certainly going to have to change, but you certainly aren't going to count this Royal Spartan squad out. That is for certain. These guys have been completely on the ball throughout their last couple of series versus some very tough opponents, but now it's about digging deep here, going into the map number 4 and replicating all of what we saw in the earlier Hardpoints.
And as we have a little bit of a moment before we get into this map for Austin, we could talk about what else is going on around for our COD zone, because we saw OMIT and Five Fears as we were taking a look in towards that Skyline and protocol. OMIT, they blowed it out of the water with the 3-1 on the Vault control. They take over in the Vault Hardpoint as well. They're going to push even further into the winner's bracket as they take down Five Fears 3-1. Five Fears now going to have to battle through the lower bracket for P7 versus Orchid. We saw that one is going to be 2-0 for Orchid going into that map 3 Hacienda control for Stallions versus OMIT Brooklyn. Stallions facing elimination alongside that P7 white team. Gonna have to try to reverse sweep against a really tough squad. Or, well, at least push it to a map 5 maybe in this red card hardpoint for themselves.
Yeah, I think that will be tough. We did see Orchid go 2-0 up yesterday and then go all the way to around 11, map number 5. So it can be done, but they were still able to close it. So something to consider. However, we'll have to tune back into that one a little bit later. For now, Team War, Royal Spartans. It will continue heading into a red card hardpoint. And this is, again, a must-win for the Royal Spartans to get to a map 5.
Opening set nays for DiamondCon, and it's 3 down for Royal Spartans. So you're starting off the exact same that you did on that Hacienda hardpoint. On the back foot is Cruzy COD. He is trying to do anything right now to keep them off the hill.
Lots of tags, lots of damage, but no eliminations. Dak now the last one forward, as you're going to have a chance to start getting some critical time. You find another wave of kills, and all of a sudden, Team War could start threatening for the forward spawns.
15 seconds of scrap time, and Royal Spartans looking to take their heels into this P2 rotation, but Crusoe's down into the top triple, and that's going to force a little bit of an adjustment out of Wiz down over towards that A-bomb soccer net area. Attack with the finesse. I don't know how he gets away with that kill, but it's going to give some relief towards the Spartans.
Yeah, it does. Just one player going to get through. Too Real just banks a nade off his forehead. Hits a wall. That's not what you want to see. Assault now able to go forward. And this is where you're going to need some of your ARs to start to give you just a little bit of breathing room here to get the subs forward. Dak getting a read on the pinch. He takes out Too Real.
That is a good read on the late spawn from Too Real down into Restaurant. Still, though, Team War break from the front, hold their lead. Now with the kills, Assault, Linz falling up 2 down. They got Royal Spartans pinned all the way deep in these spawns.
Assault now in the hill. Dak looking for the entry will be denied. 20 seconds to play for. And still some of these back spawns where you don't necessarily want to be here if you're Royal Spartans, because you're going to have to push through. But Wiz, well, he just lights up 3. So the scrap time now no longer a problem, and you get a flip of the spawn. So it is a perfect scenario.
There you go. I mean, now you're looking at Too Real to see what he can do on this rotation. He's going to give himself away in this positioning. Here's the doors open up. So now when the chase crews in the corner, what a win for the Royal Spartans. You get that scrap time, and you kick off new with the setup.
Spawn in the back now for Too Real, so he is going to be up close. It is a little bit of a sandwich on the map, but it doesn't matter. The Royal Spartans are still winning just about every single gunfight. Too Real now trying to get himself in a position where he can try to break in. Linz follows up, both shut down.
You go from one spawn trap now to the other. Team War have to figure out a way out of this when all 4 players spawning in the worst possible position.
Gunsy playing a tight corner, ready for this push to come through the street side, but Cruz providing some excellent assistance, able to get some great team shots in alongside Wiz. Wiz also gets a read on Too Real here, and this has been an excellent hold thus far here for the Royal Spartans. Finally a moment where Team War might be able to overwhelm, but even then, a lot of the time ends up going neutral, and Royal Spartans now have a 20-second lead, give or take.
Yeah, and heading over towards P4, this is a good moment for Spartans if they can get a break here to start to expand on this lead. They're looking for this reverse sweep on the red card hardpoint to continue through this series, but Team War have the setup. They're finding the kills. You still have Linz in a great position, but Dak with the raid is going to shut you down, and you're working top down now for the Spartans to get a break to P4.
Yeah, Dak has found a lot of pretty influential multi-kills that are just allowing Royal Spartans to continue to soak up time. Cruz finding another couple kills himself. Turiel with a response onto one, and he's going to try to go top sky and see what he can do here from the high ground, but his teammates struggling to find a way through. Lynn's looking to try to break in. He's going to be shut down. Big 1v1 on the point. However, an Assault can't find the wall bang. It is all Royal Spartans up to this point. They find another solid hard point here, and there's still a bit of scrap time to fight for.
Yeah, hey, Royal Spartans going to soak up every single ounce of the scrap time that they can get. That's a break onto P4 that you really should not have got there. Team War now reeling to see if they can get anything going off of this P5 rotation. They're going to have to set up, and Turiel hunting to see if he can take this player out of the restaurant. He just doesn't clear his corner. Cruz gets one, it's traded, but that is going to weaken the setup.
Certainly will. Assault, though, clean tags over the top. He follows up with two, goes back to the pistol, and can no longer try to hold on to his life. Gunsy's been able to break down the door and get himself in, and now it's about focusing the hill. No problem. Takes the player off time. Also has a read on the spawn. Snaps onto Assault, and will be able to finesse his life just a little bit longer here as the Royal Spartans look to try to set up and get a read.
Spartans have just been continuing to lay down the hurt when it comes down to these hill breaks. And Team War just losing so many key gunfights. 9 and 12 from Turiel, 9 and 13 from Lynn. So just not getting anything going on this map 4, and you are falling behind now by Royal Spartans. Gunsy's on 5 in a row. If he can get this Hellstorm heading into the second set of hills, that's going to be huge for those P2s and P5s.
Could play the difference without question. Nade over the top here, though. They know Gunsy's nearby. And now a battle between him and Linz. Meanwhile, coming off the exits of the last point, Royal Spartans looking to try to make their way into new. Just about all of them shut down. Clean shots, though, from Linz to make sure Gunsy's streak does come to a close. And now Team War finally get themselves back on the hard point.
Finally, I feel like this is the first time in a while that we're talking about them getting some time off these hills. And you're hoping to get as much as possible, the lion's share, even if you can, but Gunsy's going to steal it away. He wins the fight inside the hill, and you break. Nonetheless, for Royal Spartans, you're just keeping Team War out of the time, keeping yourself in a lead for the second rotation.
Assault making sure that some of this control still stays in favor of Team War to allow them to get a rotation here to P2 that will be coming up very soon. 10 seconds, and then we're moving to P2. Cruz up top, though, doing the exact same, making sure no one's going to have an easy rotation through. Find some great shots onto Linz, and that's going to give them some control. Just needs Assault in the back, but he's able to play his life, and the spawn's going to be close with one of his teammates.
Yeah, have yourself a game. Cruz, 16 and 13. The collapse is coming in, though. Assault falls a little bit too fast, and now Wiz, he is tracking down Linz, who goes down as well. So this is front-facing battles for the Royal Spartans, and it is a spawn out for Linz. At least Turiel now has something to work with.
And Turiel's the only one that's able to get through that cluster of members there that were just collapsing around the hill from every single angle. Royal Spartans didn't know where to look, but now on the hill with 30 seconds left. Dak wants to get forward. He's on 4 in a row. Lynn's going to reposition. This is a great reposition from him. He gets the health back, and now he's ready for the gunfight, but he's getting bombarded with stuns and nades, and he'll be taken out.
Team War are fighting for this time right now, and they have Royal Spartans pinned in the back. If you remember back over towards the first rotations, this was a good set of hills for Royal Spartans to kick off their lead. They were able to transition from 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4, and that's really what gained them this lead that we see here and now. This is going to be big from Team War if they can get this P3 rotation locked in.
Big trade comes through from Mr. Adam Assault, who wants to play his life. And we'll actually just jump right on the hill. Now getting a read into the back. Only going to have one player trying to pinch this up from the front. That was Wiz. Wiz is taken out. Turiel from the side. How about the double up? That's going to slow things down considerably now for the Royal Spartans, who's going to need a chance to be able to get themselves in. We'll see what they can do, though. Turiel's continuing to fry and cook 4 in a row. And this is looking like a good comeback angle for Team War as it's 5 in a row for Diamond Con.
Yeah, Linz as well right there with another one. 4 in a row for Linz. Diamond Con's going to kick off and ignite a little bit of a comeback here. You're only down by 20 seconds. You have the P4 rotation as well off of these respawns. If you can shut down Royal Spartans and hold this roto, we're looking at a tie game.
Just a 30-second differential between the two. making our way over to the next hill. Dak can't get through mid cleanly. Gunzy over the top. Also not able to win that battle. Diamondcon does a great job of locking down a couple kills. Two Real does the exact same. Team War are heating up. Stage control looking solid. And Assault is still down low, soaking up time.
This is a scary look for the Royal Spartans, man. You're slowing down in the middle portion of this game. You need to look towards your leadership to cool you down and calm you down, because Team War, they got you in the blender.
Royal Spartans have had this in their hands the entire game. Wiz looking to try to get it back. Wallbang shots. Fairly decent. To the pistol we go. Assault gonna drop, but now feeling the response on the other side from Diamondcon. Up until this point, it feels like it has been all one-sided, all in the lead of the Royal Spartans, but they're only able to get in here for about 10 seconds, and Two Real even going to give it a go, but he's shut down.
That's going to keep this one a tie game for Royal Spartans. A little bit of a lead going in towards this P5 rotation. You saw for a second that panic was setting in for Spartans, and it was solo chow after solo chow, but they slow things down. They get that break. They keep this one neck and neck.
The holds were the differential through the very first hardpoint at Hacienda. Now it's all about holding and locking it down, just like it's the hot gates from 300. We'll see if the Spartans can do exactly that. Lynn's over the top here, has a lot to look at. Able to get some good tags, but it's Dak that ends up going on a spree himself. He's up to 5 in a row, 30 kills to his name. Royal Spartans break on in.
That might be a Spartan helmet, but these are the Persians taking them down right now. So they crash through those gates, and they have the setup that you're looking for. Team War, tie game, 3 down, but you are fighting to keep this one uncontested.
A big 20 seconds that very well could play the difference at the end of the game. And Royal Spartans look to be set up for it. Wiz not going to get a read through glass. Gunzy needs to get a trade, but how about the double from DC? Diamondcon gets in there, makes sure that some of that scrap time will not be cleaned up, and now it's a foot race to P1.
10-point game, Austin. This is going to be a photo finish on the red cards. 90 seconds on the time, too. So if this one continues to be uncontested White Hills or, contested back and forth, we could be looking to the play call to finish off this red card.
Two Real locking down hedge 1 and hedge 2. Might have finessed. No. Gets spotted. Some clean kills come through here for a moment for the Royal Spartans. Dak, who's also been putting up some nasty numbers here. 32 kills to his name. Wants to follow up as well. More importantly, trying to get Lynn's off the time, but the stun going to make it difficult for him. Good nade over the top is there, and Royal Spartans back on the time. Game clock also something to consider as we get later into it.
They hold the line, Wiz, double kill. That's going to keep your team soaking. Shots in from Linz, but Cruz is an angle. He's over towards the stage, and he is cutting off all the rotations to hedges that you don't need to worry about. Now, if you're Gunzy, that lead's growing again for the Spartans. They have the spawns over towards P2. They're going to get that first initial setup, and you keep doing damage to Team War on the rotation.
But Cruz is still bottom stage. Linz knows. Linz knows this is an important gunfight. Cruz going to make it difficult. And he plays his life just a little bit longer to get a read on this push. However, Team War have still been able to bully themselves into the hill from the front. Wiz gets a read on 1. Can't follow up with a second. Lynn's now also trying to get himself into the hard point. It's a 13-second game. Spawns in the back here for a moment for the Royal Spartans.
Two Real's looking to go rogue. 33 and 32. He is up to 65 engagements on this map. And as soon as you see that turnaround for Two Real, Team War, they have completely found themselves in a script flip situation, now in the lead.
Back and forth, trying to stay alive in the upper bracket is Team War. They want to put it away right now in the hard point. Gunzy realizes he's got to slow down, wait for his teammates, need to find a break here. It is just scrap time that you're playing for, but if you can keep them spawning at the back, you give yourself a free rotation to new.
This is going to be a race now to get this set up. It's not going to be a solid setup for the Spartans, and Assault, if he can beat this one out, he's got the Jackal. They're looking to crumble this one. 19 seconds for Team War to send the Spartans into the lower bracket.
Just seconds apart. Royal Spartans looking to take control of the game. Once again, Lynn does not want to funnel up the back. He wants to take a route all the way around the outside. But how do you deal with this? How do you hold this if you're the Spartans? Need to get a read here. The entry looking good here initially. Dak up top needs to finesse his life. And now both players in the engagement. It's going to be Dak that takes it. Gunfoot on the hill, though. Lynn's able to play his life.
Both teams looking for 15 seconds. You can still win it here. You just got to win these fights. Dak up top, clutching for the squad. 37 and 27. Only 12 seconds for the Spartans to push them at 5.
Need to funnel into the hard point. Need to find a break. But it's Wiz over the top who finds the double. Royal Spartans, they are looking for the reverse sweep. And guess what? They got it. We're going to a map number 5, baby.
Still a little bit of time before we can call it a reverse sweep, Boston, but they are right there for the map 5, and they got the momentum. They got the 5s. Team War, they were right there in the shutdown. You had the back and forth. You had the comeback throughout it. But when you look at the plays coming out from the selflessness of Dak on that P3 rotation, pushing up that spiral staircase, giving enough time for the rotations and the teammates to come back and support. It is plays like that that you expect from Dak to push this team into a position to win against the top seeds in North America. And here we are, going to a Game 5, a chance for the reverse sweep. Team War have to be worried.
It's a grueler, brother. It's a hard team to put away. And you get to positions like this where you feel like you are going to be able to potentially pull this off. Going the distance, going all the way to a map number 5 after being 0-2 down, man. It's a team that just shows so much resilience. And I also just got to throw out there, man, I love Red Card Hardpoint, dude. It's so fun when you get these close matches and you get these close games. It just comes down to the wire, the spawns at the back. It's just a full-on multi-kill fest at times. And that's exactly what we got here in a lot of these moments.
Yeah, I mean, I started off with Black Ops Days. I said, forget about Red Card. Give me Skyline all day long. But over the past couple of months, I mean, my friendship with Skyline is over. I got a new friendship with Red Card. I'm loving this map. Every single time we see it in a competitive setting, whether it's Challengers or CDL, this map goes the distance. It's so competitive. And it's one of those maps, too, that if you're actually making those high IQ plays to manipulate those spawns, it goes a long way for your team. And that's what really allows for those comebacks like we almost saw from Team War. I mean, they're right there, a chance to put it away in 4. You lose the rotation. Dak goes big. And if this flowchart doesn't show you how close these two teams are playing right now, I don't know what will.
Like, come on, man. It really did feel like after the first set, okay, Royal Spartans, they're in firm control. They might have this, and then Team War do what Team War do at times, which is slowly creep back in, make it very competitive. And they will have just a back and forth over those last couple of hills. But in the end, Royal Spartans hold on. They go clutch. They go big. And they will go the distance.
I mean, Austin, we're going to jump in with a couple of our side streams right now. We get a lay of the land. It's Orchid and P7 White midway through a Red Card Hardpoint for P7 to start a reverse sweep of their own. I don't know if I can handle this right now. And not only that, let me lead you into another Red Card Hardpoint that was going on where the Stallions beat OMIT Brooklyn 250 to 245. So that's 2 hardpoints where they win. And it's been 15-point differences against that team. So we get a Game 5 for the Stallions at Brooklyn. We get a Game 5 for War versus Spartans. And now P7 White are looking to give us another one.
They take us out of the fire, baby, and they throw us right back in. I'm ready for it. Red Card, baby, living up to the hype today. So 166 to 166, everything completely tied up. And game clock is also a lot lower than we just previously saw it here. There's actually only a minute 30 left on the game clock. So that is absolutely something that we're going to have to watch for as this one gets a little bit later. But still a solid amount of time to play for on the final hill here through this set. You can see both teams still giving it a 50-50 battle.
Yeah, that's a great shout too, because both teams in our last game were like 3 points up over the scores that we're seeing right now at the time bank that we have for this Orchid P White squad, so that you know that this one has just been haymakers back and forth and a lot of contesting.
Bance able to get 2. The clearance is in, but it is only going to be for a few seconds more. However, Orchid still able to get the better half of those remaining 30. Slight lead now heading into P1. Denza over the top, having a slow one to kick us off, but will be shut down. Getting a read here from Henry on really just trying to anchor the back spawns, make sure they hold on to the favorable side heading into P2. That said, there's still lots to fight for at P1, and Bance is looking to give it a look.
Yeah, Bance is lurking. He's going to jump right in there. Good timing. Back. Oh! What is that? 4 in a row. He is snapping. Happy 18th birthday, buddy.
That was disgusting. Mr. Benjamin Band still shooting and that will be the end of the spree, but it buys you a lot of time. You also see a great follow-up that ends up coming through there for Henry, who's up to 4 in a row with the AR in his hand. Now trying to figure out, do we want to play for some of the scrap time? Do we just want to gun it to new? And we will get a bit of a split here as Vortex is on the pinch and making sure no one has easy access to the new point.
Yeah, I like this call from Vortex just to drop on down and start working over towards this stage. Ends up top in trouble. Bans again. 2 in a row. That's going to lead to a 3 spree for the moment you break the front of the hill. If you're Orchid, in for the initial time, and you get Cobra away from H1.
Bance looking to take a route all the way around. Will it be red? Well, it was, but Bance is just not missing any shots at the moment. So he builds himself up from that 4 spree previously back to a 5. Cobra, however, able to keep some of this consistency around the point, which means that points are still going their way here for a moment. Bance up to 6 in a row now. Will get shut down. No chance for the streak.
Yeah, that's the first moment where we've actually seen indecision for Bance on what to do there, but fortunately enough for him, team is right there to back you up. 4 down for P7 Whites, and Orchid not only break that hill, there's 30 seconds of game clock left, and they have the rotation to do.
Over the top, Vortex, big win, scrap time being played for, and Orchid having themselves a slight lead could play the difference. The game clock now down to 25 seconds. It's a race to new. Bance trying to defend through the middle by himself. Henry will be able to follow up here, but all the members already going to be at the new point. It comes down to player 8. That's Mythics, and he drops.
This one's not done just yet. Bance has to wait. There's no reason to jump the gun, but he's going to go, opens things up. 2 kills for Orchid.
Bance on 36 kills, make it 37. Stun connects into the hard point. He'll be able to get a read on one more, but in the back will finally be taken down. Vortex finding kills. P7 White, though, they're going to have to hop on the time.
I mean, they're winning every fight. Orchid, they're playing for the time, but they just don't have the kills. They don't have the setup. They're allowing P7 White back into this.
Oh my goodness, it is 6.6 on the clock, and P7 White have just grabbed the lead, but it's a full clear that comes through now. Orchid looking solid on the hill. Need to defend, need to hold. You can't contest too much of this time, and there's only 8 seconds left. We have a race to new.
You can't contest, and you can't wait. 3 seconds left, they get off, and Orchid send P White home.
Beautiful.
What a game from Orchid. And the call to clutch up towards the end. 3 down, non-stop. It goes to the game clock. We say goodbye to a European team. Some friendly fire in the loser's bracket. Orchid look fantastic.
Genius play. Absolute genius play to hop off the time. Don't give them a chance to try to end it going to new. Don't re-give them that lead.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. Too real? Now we got to take a deep breath here as we come into a game number 5. We're jumping all over the place, but the action continues here for Challenger Champs. And it was Too Real that had an incredible opener on that second map with a 1.67 KD. And now the bomb is down here, the opening of round 1.
Yeah, he is going to be the one for the team to watch out for. Opens up with a kill. Linz there to complement it. 3 go down, and you hop the defuse for a second, but it's Dak who's going to bring this into a 1v2. Can he clutch?
Well, they know his last position was you. Does he decide to re-hit this? Low on time. Oh, what a gunfight from Dak! And now the last one. The chow comes through. The time has been played. And what a 1v3 to open the first round from Dak.
Are we sure that this is what we're doing? 1 versus 3 versus Dak. Assault just hops the bomb, no info. Hands over a kill, and then you solo chow you to take a fight versus an SMG. Where's the teamwork? Where's the communication? That should have been a free round.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Does not work out. What a play from Dak. The snap onto the second player is filthy, and you steal away a round 1 that looked like it was going to be all sealed up for Team War. Need a quick bounce back, though. They're now going to be on the attack. It's a hard counter that comes through at B. They will realize quite quickly the play is starting to unfold at A.
Never a dull moment, Austin. Never a dull moment. Dak's gonna get the info. Nobody's over towards A, but it's false info as that bomb is just below him. So still playing for this one. It's gonna call for Gunsy to rotate over towards B, see if he can see anything. And Cruz does actually spot Assault on that B side, but it's a fake.
Too Real, thinking about planning, decides to make the call. So bomb will go down. No first bloods just yet.
Dak wants to be the opener. You have full post plant set up over towards arches. All three players in succession should be in a situation to trade each other.
Diamond Con, oh, clean shots. Able to find that first one right onto Wiz. Gets a good look at the second, but will be traded out. Trades back and forth. Man advantage for Team War. 3v2 with about 20 seconds left to try to play defense on the bomb.
Yeah, it makes it even easier when you don't lose that first blood battle. Dak, can he clutch again with 15 seconds? Not this time. I mean, Austin, he was a 1v2, 15 seconds. If he clutched that one, I would have taken my pants off, but we don't have to worry about that right now.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, Dak. Thank you. Man, Linz is up to 6-0 though. Here for some Game 5 ice. That is certainly something that we've been talking about quite a bit. We haven't really seen the performances we have normally seen from Linz in years past. So to come out here in a massive one to make sure you don't get reverse swept is certainly critical. And to get a streak on Hacienda, that's also pretty huge, if you can get it.
So who's going to take this lead now into the search? Team War, back-to-back rounds that both could have been yours. You only able to put away the one. Lynn spots the initial 6 in a row. Looking for his number 7.
Nade won't find a connection. It's been no early first bloods here in a lot of these rounds. Everyone playing their life quite wisely, realizing the importance of having an extra body, especially when you're trying to entry in some of these sites and play a retake on Hacienda.
This is a good read. They're going to be here to defend B. And Linz is waiting for a chance to just strike as soon as he gets that info from Boat.
There's a lot of hesitation, though. They don't know if someone's behind them. Linz, quick check on bomb. Exits all safe so far here for the Spartans.
Reflank through mid. It's going to be late. It's going all the way through secret.
Oh, the RC, it finds a connection, tags up a couple of the players, but Linz doesn't get a read on the second player in the corner. So everyone gets the regen. DiamondCon looks to try to hit it alongside Assault, but both pretty much dealt with. All down to 1. Cruz for what is going to need to be a huge clutch, and they're just going to hop the bomb. Connor watching over. He holds strong, and that will be a solid retake here.
That whole round comes off of the middle map presence that you get, the late flank coming up from Gunzy all the way through Secret. If he goes up the spiral staircase, that's a different round in general. Nobody was ready for that late flank, but because he takes the full wrap, he gets the bad timing against that Team War member who's watching through open, stops the late flank, stops the round for Royal Spartans, and allows Team War a lead back-to-back rounds.
Everyone completely locked in here. I think the key part, at the very least, is you shut down Linz on the 6th spree. So, don't have to sweat the streak from him, but maybe somebody else later on. Early nades, double nade inside of Dark. Not going to find the connection. Dak, though, able to get some great info as they have once again gone for that hard counter at B, but the bomb going down at A.
It's going to have to be a 4-on-4 retake. And Linz playing so far forward into Tan. Are you going to be ready for this one, Gunzy? He's going to go all the way around it. So Gunzy sneaking his way through this post-plant setup.
Yeah, he actually kind of gets through undetected here. So, yeah, you actually catch Juriel by surprise. He's thinking that he's safe, and he's not. But the trades are fairly decent for Team War. Looking for the kill in the corner. Wiz gets it and slides out with his life.
All right, with Dak and Wiz still alive, anything's possible. But Austin, there's only 20 seconds on the retake, and Linz, he's flanking again to Patio.
Dak comes all the way around, but someone's going to have to hop on the bomb. Linz could certainly clutch this round for his squad. How does he play it? Fakes the door. On the bomb he goes, and there is no time. Has to hop off of it, and that will be a huge round and a big play out of Linz.
Such a smart play. You win your fight over towards 10. Nobody's going to reach out you, so you're just waiting for something to happen. Perfect timing as well off the player flanking through Patio. And that patience pays off in dividends with there only being 20 seconds for that 2v2 really to unfold. Linz knows exactly the win condition for that round. Back to back to back for Team War in this search and destroy. Not to mention, we even think back to the map 2 that we had for these two, and it was 4 rounds in a row from Team War that put them over the edge on that red card. So the fact that Royal Spartans are slowing down, that is not a good sign.
Well, need a response, though, on this attacking round. If the Spartans assaults will be scouted out, but won't be able to bring home the kill. Again, not a a lot of early first bloods that we've seen here in some of these rounds. It's been very patient, but Cruz does finally get picked off here from Turiel, and now there's a bit of a threat from behind that you're worried about here on the attack.
It's one thing you can always bet on. Turiel for the first blood. Now you got them trapped, trying to take their way out.
Oh.
Good shots from Gunzy, 2v2, but you have to worry about Turiel's flank, and I like this call. Post up mid. Wait to see if you can catch some timing.
Yeah, I have to imagine there might have been a comm saying, listen, that wasn't Turiel. Turiel could still be behind us, so going to
now
completely backtrack here, and you could see just the hesitance on whether or not we drop the bomb. Do we play for it here in the 2v2? The answer, yes.
Yeah, they're planting it for arches, so Linz is actually going to have a chance to disrupt this post plant.
Linz finds the first one. Dak, though, the clutch man. How does he play this? He goes back to where it worked the first time, inside of view, trying to play a timing. The first kill is good. He might have saw the second as well, so he has a chance to reposition.
Has to check the bomb. He's going to see it. Lin's not there, so good timing. 24 seconds. Dak has the entire game in the palm of his hands.
Oh, Linz, no idea where he went. He's pulled the Houdini. Dak sees him again. Dak sees him again, and now he knows he could just play the clock. He does need to go for a check here in a moment, and it feels like everything's been cleared. Linz is like, where did he go? Where's the clutch man? Clutch man's up top. Bomb is good. Goes for the chow. Doesn't matter. He has won them both of their rounds single-handedly.
Both times clutch, a 1v3 and now a 1 versus 2. Tasting your own medicine as well towards Linz, who played the previous round so well with the clock. It's Dak's turn now to clutch up. And somebody's got to help Dak. You can't just put it onto him for every single round if you're going to take down Team War. You need to see some assistance coming up from the entire team. The clutch is nice, but now going to the next one for a defensive side, how do we see this team really step up to shut down Team War?
Linz has 10 kills.
Assault's 0-4.
Salt's not been able to find a whole lot here, but Linz is certainly lighting it up.
Maybe we get the good old classic round, 0 kills to win around 11.
We'll have to see. Bomb, though, going to go down very quickly here. And now we'll start to see some of that space taken away as we look for the entries at B.
Nades out, trophies there, so 34 seconds for the retake, and it is 3 members through mid.
Wiz has to back down as the nade gets thrown out from Linz. Cruz also working a side angle here. Gets some tags onto Assault, able to start making their way into the site, but Linz has just been able to line up too, and it just all collapses in a matter of seconds. Team War, so difficult to break on the B site.
That's a difficult call for Royal Spartans halfway through the game when you know trophies are available. Giving up B for free and then having to retake from mid without, destroying those trophies without having any real eye on these players. You're really gambling that you could just bait and switch each other, win those trades outright. And
sure,
that is impossible to really bank on for something like that B site at Hacienda. You're walking into the slaughterhouse at that point. And I think that's a little bit of a miscall from Royal Spartans, just giving a little too much to Team War at a crucial round.
Well, a similar situation that we saw, just this time flipped in favor of Team War. Back in the map number 2 where it was 4-2 up for the Spartans.
Well, it's their turn now.
It's their turn. Let's see what they can do. It's going to be a B plant. They're taking a play right out of Team War's book.
Trophies out. A little bit late, too, so you're going to have them. And the RCXD finds nothing.
RC leads the way. The follow-up is clean. Everybody losing their gunfight battles. Cruz needs to get a bomb check here, and, well, he can't slip away. The nade tag is great. Gunzy for what would be a 1v4. Almost gets gifted the second, but Turiel does not lose those. And Team War continue to build the lead up. 5-2 advantage in the final map.
This one's a little bit frustrating, Austin, because you go for the bank for the B site plant as well. You have the trophies, you have the setup, you have everything, but what you don't account for is that RCXD that's going to force you to the backside of the rock, allow for some space on those SMGs to get active over towards that bomb heady. And as soon as they get to that position to have that strength in numbers on the site for the retake, they just barrel on in. And when Turiel and Linz are given that space, they have not skipped a beat yet this weekend. So you see it again, full takeover from the subs.
Need all the ice in the world if you are the Spartans. Dak has won you your only rounds here. So need some other players to step up. Somebody may need to be a hero outside of Dak. And so far, it has been a very slow approach to what could be the final round.
Bomb going down at B. Everybody from Royal Spartans now looking to flip the map. Look how deep Diamondcon's playing.
Look at the call. The call was to come through the backside of the spawn here, or at least clear out some of the hallways. And, well, Dak is down. #1 player no longer here on the retake.
Yeah, no clutch factor anymore. And all three members looking to collapse together.
It's all going to pieces. It's all falling apart. It looked good for a couple of maps, but Royal Spartans now on the back foot, completely in the 1v4, and that will do it. Team War get amped after a huge closeout in the final map.
Reverse sweep denied Austin on the main stage here for challengers. Royal Spartans, the miracle run. It's not over just yet, but it is knocked down a peg. And Team War are too icy in these Game 5 scenarios. That is back-to-back Game 5s where we see them still trekking through this winner's bracket. And you got to shout out Linz for the end of that game for what he gave this team. A clutch all the way back in round 3. And then for the rest of the game, just constant opening kills, feeding into 2-reel for the follow-up. And that is something that for Team War, they needed going into this next match.
Yeah, Team War showing us that resilience. Again, a team that has been very fierce through the majority of this season. When you go back to Yuli being on the roster as well, getting that second place, being up in that grand final all the way back in Miami, just not being able to get the close. But feeling good here without question, able to advance to that next round. And now we'll see what they're going to be able to do up against OMIT.
6-2. Both of those 2 rounds, Dak 1v3 in round 1, round 5, 1v2. Other than that, just a little bit too quiet from the rest of the team.
Agreed.
And what do we say going into this matchup for Royal Spartans? They're the vibe squad. This is the team that plays off of that momentum. Team War, they don't care about momentum. They're ice cold. They're silent. They know what they need to do. They're here for one job, and that's to win. And you go into a Game 5 setting being, at least forced into a potential reverse sweep loss, and they don't bat an eye at you whatsoever. That is so icy, and for Team War, their composure is just second to none.
Oh, you take a look at just some of the replays. They're getting hyped. Dak obviously feeling great after some of those clutches, but again, as we said, those being the only rounds that you win, I mean, you're just never going to be able to win in S&D, always relying on the clutch.
And I want to get to the one round where we saw the late flank from Gunzy, hoping that we do see it, but it doesn't look like we're truly going to get that action. It was, you give up that round 4 towards Team War with everybody just banking on that retake towards B to be so easy for the bait and switch in through that mid door, but you give up those key power positions to a squad like Team War, and they lock them down perfectly. That is a squad that is so resilient, such a powerhouse. Like you said, they've already been to a grand final in an open for the challengers. It didn't work out. They get that second place. You switch out Linz for Yuli now going in towards the champs. And this is a roster that, I mean, in Game 5s, they just look undeniable sometimes.
They do. I mean, having that ability, especially on a day like this, it could be everything for you, because getting to that grand final through the upper bracket, punching your ticket to EWC, as well as punching your ticket to that main stage, is just everything that these players are playing for currently here, Colin. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do, but we got some more matchups, of course, lining up here for us. Going to do some switches on the setups, get some new teams in, new elimination games also coming in here very, very soon. So we're going to throw to a break, and we'll be back with some more Call of Duty action coming your way, folks. Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Finals. We're going to be getting ready with our winners final very soon. Taking you through the action, Visions, that's proper. We had a couple of bangers going the distance, a couple bangers going map 4. Now we'll see where this winner final ends up taking us.
Yeah, it sure will. I'm somewhere south of about 30,000 steps already in between here and CDL. It's been lit all weekend here in Ontario, but specifically in Challengers, nobody had the top 8 the way that we had it shaken up, and candidly speaking, I don't think anybody had the top 6 shaken up the way we did either. Team War already guaranteed to go to Esports World Cup, top 3 there side by side with OMIT GG in the winners finals. Maybe one of those two teams certainly would be in that exact spot, but the way that Team War were able to get it done, I did not see it that way.
No, I didn't either. Goes the distance, goes to a map number 5, almost get reverse swept, but show us some resilience. So exactly what you want to see out of a team that also did qualify for EWC. OMIT already did that at DreamHack, so we got a couple of teams locked in come time for that event. Now, while we're getting ready for main stage, we do also have one of our side matches currently underway. So we're going to jump on board with one of those games here for us. And we do have 5 Fears going up against Orchid. This is, of course, in the lower side of the bracket elimination game as we jump into our red card Hardpoint. And, well, something about red card today, Andy. They've been bangers.
They've been delivering time and time again throughout the entirety of this tournament. This roster of 5 Fears just lost to OMIT 1-2-3. We'll get into the map that they were able to take away, but a team kill in the European region. Of course, Team Orchid having to take down P7 White. The map that they closed it out on, a red card Hardpoint.
Yes, it was. Comes down to the game clock of all things. We'll see what happens here. Now on the stage, Hardpoint. And at the moment, you got Abe down low, looking to soak up some time. And so far, it's been pretty good for 5 Fears. Big 1v1 battle for Abe out in front of him, but he's starting to lose his teammates around him. Exceed might have just saved the day. They're still safe and sound with 30 seconds left.
And he's still going to be worried about bans. He's getting a lot of good push going forward over by the Globe. It's finally snuffed out. Good spread across the Hardpoint right now. 5 Fears should be over 100 points. The Hardpoint may be contested for a small amount of time from a 3-piece that came in the feed via Orchid's players, but 5 Fears still hanging around the joint. They could supplement a couple more players just down to the scrap of scrap time, but I would say a very successful Hardpoint out of the 5 Fears roster.
You'll take that. Abe stays alive forever, it feels like, underneath the stage. And even some more of this time not going to be completely secured for Orchid. So about a Hardpoint differential for as far as points between the two. We get to the new one, and 5 Fears already in position here in the first touch.
15-10 start out of Lou. He's been having himself a great tournament so far. Abe, the up-and-comer as well, has always been a force to be reckoned with, but Hixie has really been coming into his own this time, playing a lot more of the objective on red card, letting the rest of the team get a little bit further activated. 5 Fears here right now. Abe with the hip fire will get the headshot and then reads the spawns are coming through from the parking garage side.
Henry over the top, looking to try to clear out some more of the 5 Fear members that are all tucked away, waiting for each other before they chow out. Hill going neutral here for the time being, but still about 20 seconds left. A big battle for Exceed inside the ticket booth that he's going to happily take. And, well, that feed going to light up blue here for us, which means that Orchid might start to look at this rotation anew.
Yep. Already going to be taking a look at that, and plus a little bit more. They got to try to get out of the parking garage first. That's why they're being a little bit hesitant to do so. So many corners to cut back up, but the moment that they take down Hixie, they know they can start working their way back towards the middle of the map. So going back towards the mid, yet again, it is a very sizable lead for 5 Fears. 18-11 out of Fire. Exceed up to 12-8 so far. Orchid, not even one player is positive. Oh, sorry, one is. It's Mythics at 15-14.
Henry trying to get involved on the point. The break only going to be good for a kill there from Mythics, but starting to follow up decently well. Exceed making it tough on them. And, well, the double chow comes through, and finally a solid moment for Orchid. And, well, some much-needed time. Let's be honest here. They have not really been able to touch the hard point since we joined in, but Lucifer is now up to 5 in a row. This could be their chance to start turning it around.
Really good spread, but, I mean, it's the fickle mistress that is P1 on red card. You want to try to read where the push might be coming from over by the box office side, out from the parking garage, and they get pinched crossed up. They just want to maintain these P2 spawns. Our Orchid, while manifesting a lot more time in towards their bank. They're able to do just about both as they're keeping 5 Fears at an AR's distance inside a ticket. Abe's got to get good damage, has to favor his life, but a good start in the second set out of Orchid yet.
Here we go, on our way to new. Have to clear through the middle. Abe says, no problem, I got you, brother. Double kill picked up. Now, attention turned to the hard point itself, looking for the entry. Abe getting a read on the positioning, wants to go for the chow, but runs into a couple members here from Orchid. Hixie from the back, also denied. Exceed the last one forward, looking to get some kills, and well, he's able to get some good tags, and now his teammates looking to follow up.
Big moment actually coming through from Harry. He's able to get over towards H2, and he's able to take down Abe. So not a spawn trap that's going to be occurring. You still got one player all the way in towards the back is Henry. So 5 Fears will still spawn out, and Orchid effectively spawning in, but they're not going to get trapped.
Pixie looking to try to lock in as much time as possible. Chow's on out again and just making it as mixy as possible. These are great kills because the spawn's going to be all the way at the back here for Orchid, giving them a very difficult rotation as well as missing out on a lot of this scrap time.
Fire up to 23 and 15. 31 engagements for Exceed. They're leading the entire lobby so far. So in the last handful of seconds will be there for Orchid. They spawned over on this side of the map and they stayed trapped, but Hardpoint wasn't activated yet. Lucifer's going to spawn in towards the back. Now Abe, he's actually going to pick that up. What a read to come through, but it is a trade across the map, so 3v3 for the initial.
Mythics, the big slayer here for the squad. Typically putting up some big numbers and wants to add to it as he comes down the staircase. Vance also from the side looking to get a little bit of a touch, but has a gunfight ahead of him. Hixie early on it, and Vance doesn't even get any tags. So 3 in a row for Mr. Charlie Hixie. Quick contest comes through the back as now they're going to get a read on the spawns, and well, Exceed is just frying, cooking them, taking them down. 3 players drop. Exceed going big.
Combined 6-3. Charlie was hoping to maybe get closer towards his Hellstorm missile, and Exceed's going to take away a couple of kills away from him, but Exceed loses his life. Hixie maybe not long for this world, somehow gets away with that one. Up to 16, 4 in a row for Chaz. Good Semtex from Fire, but can't get the elimination. But what an effective hold from the front out of 5 Fears, keeping Orchid trapped for P2 and now P3 to boot. 5 Fears are about to be over 200 points and they'll hold the rotation anew.
Brother, it doesn't matter how many numbers they have. It feels like they are unable to break into the hill. You need to have a moment here if you're going to somehow make a comeback here on the hard point, but this is something that we've talked about with 5 Fears. This has been one of their bread and butter game modes. And now, down through Globe, looking for some shots. Great crossfire coming in from the ARs, but you do get a moment to break into the hill finally, and Orchid find themselves on the hard point trying to break 100 points, but it only lasts a second. Now you're looking at Lucifer, can't get anything done.
Exceed now up to 27 kills. You got one going rogue, is banned over by H2. That's how they were able to break it in the last set of hard points, and off of a Herculean start, it has seemed to be going out with a whimper towards the end of this set. Not enough time to close it out here in stage, especially now that Orchid were able to find a clean 3 dead. You know Exceed's last inside of the hill, so 4 go down for 5 Fears, but still Orchid so much to do for an insurmountable lead.
No question. 20 seconds for the dub, and they will have a couple members that might be a little bit late here on the row. We'll see what ends up happening here. I'm not seeing Fire move at the moment here either, as maybe, there he is. He was just waiting patiently for someone to come by, so that will work out nicely for him. Now 20 seconds away for the dub. They're on the time. Final push really looking like it's going to be here for Orchid.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're spawning all the way in the parking garage. You're going to have Hixie. He dies from that. Abe there to clean things up. Now all the guns facing in the right way of which Orchid are sprinting from.
Final seconds, final attempt. Nade is going to be perfectly placed. Fires up to 30 and 18. And wow, what a statement game to open up the elimination matchup here up against Orchid. That is as clinical as it gets for Hardpoint.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything better, especially out of 5 Fears. Again, for that, all intents and purposes, that staff, their coach, of course, being John Exotic, Mr. Bruno, of course, and they do have Pug helping things out. Really making sure that this team does not feel, obviously, beaten down after their 1-3 loss to OMIT, and then coming in and facing up against Team Orchid. They're able to play up through the pace, up the ante ever so slightly, and it just felt like that Orchid could never match. I mean, that is an uncharacteristic stat line for Henry throughout the entirety of the stream. 9 and 25, 6 non-traded, under 2,000 damage. I mean, Mythics was trying his heart out, but in between Mythics, Harry, Henry, and Bance, any 4 of those players have been popping off all weekend, and only one being able to put in a certain amount of legwork being Mythics. Not going to be good enough, not against some of the best, not when you know you got Exceed on the other side. He wants to get back to Riyadh.
Oh, does he ever? And looking to be on pace for it if they can keep that going for themselves. Good momentum game to try to kick off that best of 5. Again, that is our side matchup, so we may continue to jump into that one a little bit throughout this main matchup, which we will be focusing on. This is going to be OMIT and Team War. Again, both of these squads are currently in the winners finals, so whoever's able to grab this is guaranteed a spot for CDL main stage for tomorrow, as well as both teams, of course, already going to be locked in for EWC. OMIT doing that back in DreamHack, but Team War doing it is massive for the org and massive for every single one of these individuals on the team.
Yeah, I mean, OMIT, look, if they continue on to win out in this tournament, place somewhere within the top 3, and another team places top 4, then that spot then becomes open for your Esports World Cup. So there's kind of like a toss-up of like where you could try to qualify. Either you do get top 3 outright, or you just end up getting your way in via top 4, because OMIT seem to be in top form going in towards this best of 5 series. We will have Rewind, Dealership Protocol as the guaranteed 3, Vault, Hacienda as the last 2, and I don't know if you could tell or not, brother, but this is a bang out of a best of 5 map set.
Yeah, it is a bang out.
This is going to be very fast-paced.
I'm with you, and I'm here for it. We have the Rewind, which I think is a great way to set the tone coming into this incredible matchup that we do have, because the hard points are going to be fairly close. And I think a big part of what you have with this matchup in particular is, listen, a lot of these teams love to slay out, and OMIT typically win a lot of their respawns, especially throughout today, by just outslaying you. We've seen that with the help of Mac. We've seen that with the help of Mamba. Everybody taking turns, being able to cook and fry, having some of the highest KDs so far at the tournament. So that is a huge problem that you need to make sure you're prepared for, ready to solve. And, well, as we talk about Mac, yeah, 1.27 KD, currently number 3 in the tournament as we kick it off and jump into P1.
Him and Vivid are neck and neck when it comes to 3rd and 2nd. I think the only person that might be trumping them in Hardpoint KD just for the performance that they had in the opening Friday would be Neum, but got to double check that one. Great start thus far. 4 Team War on this side of the map, getting things locked down early inside of the shops.
Diamond Khan relying on his teammates to slay around, and they're doing an excellent job of it. Also able to get a good read here from behind and make sure that the pinch will not be successful. Early 20 seconds on the board for Team War. OMIT still struggling to crack through and break.
Still 30 seconds on P1 and looking pretty good for the back 15 as well. OMIT got to start waking things up and got to start getting things a little bit moving forward. Barely tell there on the mini-map, but one player is anchoring all the way to the backside of the spawn. That is the main AR for OMIT. Just making sure that nobody gets past that B Street side. But Linz, he's hopping off of a 16-kill map number 5 for Team War, trying to continue on with that hot streak. Not going to be the case, not when you're anchoring things out this well by OMIT.
All right, well, you gave up a lot of time on P1. Have to have a response here at P2. Mac trying to bounce between the back and the front for as far as where do I look. Meanwhile, that gunfight in the back that's currently happening is going to be 1 here. So OMIT able to grab and lock down the spawns. Now they can simply focus on the front and get themselves back into the hard point.
Just deep, deep anchors. But a kill upon retreat. You're going to take down Craze. That opens up things to maybe encroach a little bit further forward. 20 seconds left to fight over here, and they can hold this from the front, set them up with a little bit of a spawn trap, but they're not going to expect Craze off the fast flank from Burger Dumpster to enact that pinch for OMIT and guarantee the back 10 seconds. It's about to be a tied game going to new.
Yeah, you'll take that. Gave up a lot of time on P1, and you respond with just about all of it after P2. So exactly what you like to see here if you're an OMIT fan. Too real. Great timing. Comes behind the play. Easy pickup onto Vivid. He's going to be able to grab himself 1 exit, but this is going to delay you a little bit here if your team were on the rotation. So you gave up a huge chunk of P2 time, and now Mac's going to get the first touch here at P3.
Yep. Got spawn outs on the west side of the Burger Mart. But you can continue to play the trade game. This is what has been OMIT's bread and butter for respawns for quite some time. What an arm coming out from DC in towards the hard point actually takes Mac out of the equation. So 30 seconds left to fight over here, and Craze is up to 7 in a row. Make that number 8. Tough gunfight versus DC. Now just a handful of more score away from that Hellstorm missile.
Yeah, certainly. Just a sliver more. Should be able to lock it in. The timing. Oh, I think he gets spotted here, so will end up dropping here, unfortunately. Won't earn himself the missile, but back to the actual time itself. Feels like Team War have been able to overwhelm for the front. Still going to get a quick contest. Vivid's going to give it a go, and he actually manages to get a double up. Huge to take him off the time for a few seconds, as well as delay those deep spawns, and Mac is already punishing them right through the middle of the map.
Yeah, he's got a really good angle there in the middle of the shops, all the way through hole. If you try to enter inside a DVD, Mac's got that cross cover. He's still getting activated further away. Vivid holding that cross inside of the time of beepers. You're still waiting, if you are too real, for your teammates to maybe find anything across that A lane, but they're coming up so flat. And you know OMIT are definitely counting numbers. They have not seen Bryden in quite some time. Now he needs to be the tip of the spear.
All right, he's here, looking for the break. Vivid, not going to give him easy access. Nade's coming out, but he gets caught holding it still, cooking it up, so that means that Assault's able to come through. 3 in a row for him. Big battle in the back for Mamba, who's been locking down the spawns, and he finesses for a nice little gunfight with the Assault Rifle. rifle. It is going to be Linz in the time, however. Team War do get a quick flip of some of the spawns as they lock down the remaining 15 seconds. Going to be a quick little gunfight out front, able to bob and weave in, but won't be enough to break.
Craze put it on his best Free Willy impersonation there, just trying to dive inside of the time. 14-9 now for Craze, and well, you would never suspect. If you take away just the scoreboard in general, the 76-90 that we have, and you just look at the KD ratios, you would never suspect that this game is as close as it is. OMIT are outslaying Team War by a good margin so far, but Team War in their antics of cohesion are keeping them right in the competitive map number 1.
Subs all coming out here for just about every single member as we get mixing up close at the P5 point, but OMIT so far doing a great job with the slaying department. Lynn's looking for an angle in as he takes the high ground and looks for an angle with the entry. Taking his time, stun connects the perfect moment here, so OMIT might be able to clean him up, and that will be the case. Still slaying on out, and they've been solid for about 30 seconds on the point.
Yep. Inside of Jenny's, this is where you feel like that teamwork can really start to get all of their feet right underneath them. Start getting some slays back in towards the board again. Linz had a double-digit game, double positive, well past that, almost 16 kills in that map 5 to find themselves in a ticket towards Esports World Cup and towards Winners Finals as well. You know Linz wants to get back towards that main stage. His story is not over, but OMIT, they've been at the top of the food chain for North America towards the latter half of this season. Mamba up on 4, can't find the 5th. It's Assault to take him down from it, and Team Warp still inside the time. This is where they got the majority of their time in the first set is P1.
Yeah, that's a great point. 1/3 of their time came from this point, so looking to get it back, but OMIT say no, not going to happen here, at least on that initial push. So still lots of time to play for, but favorite side of the map right now being held from OMIT, so that's something that you have to consider. And DC, who is going for that rotation, trying to go for the flip, is also shut down. OMIT playing the map perfectly. Assault does open up some space through the courtyard, and now you got to turn your attention back over to P1. Good kills starting to come through, but still not going to be clean enough for a full-on break.
Mamba, again, just finding constant 2 pieces over and over again. The guys in jeans and cowboy boots, for crying out loud, and you're letting them piece you up like that? 17-9 now for Mamba. 165-91, and now it makes more sense from the slaying craze of the timing. Cannot find the double. It's actually Linz to be able to do it for the opposite side. Can Team War rally behind this and soak up the majority of time here?
It's going to be a required hold.
Sure feels that way.
No question about it. OMIT have been really swift, though, on the breaks as they ascend 3 members all the way to the back. So now the spawns becoming a question for Team War. Linz pinned in the corner here for a moment, trying to bob and weave around the nades. He's got Turiel to work with him, but Mac just dives in with the Omni movement. Will find the entry, and, well, it almost feels like it could be too easy. OMIT clear out everyone except for Linz in the back, but they're still on the time.
It had us back in P1, but OMIT still soaking up all of that time in the Money Hills for P2, for P4, as well as P3. They are just seemingly everywhere. They need to be at the right point in time, and a combined 43 eliminations between Craze and Mamba. Turning up at the end of the year has become a staple for those two, and they are rightfully in the driver's seat to not only eclipse over 200 points, but be able to put this game 1 to bed.
Getting out of hand, Team War just have not been able to lock things down. The slaying, obviously completely different. You got 3 players with 20-odd kills combined, and this has just been a problem. Mac trying to slip through. Will be cut down. Need Assault to get something done on the point, but everyone just being absolutely obliterated as soon as they try to line up a gunfight. Diamond Con looking for an angle in, has some assistance, but there's still a chance for Team War to find some kills. However, they're being swarmed around the point, and you got middle map being fought for, but Mamba does drop.
Now, overwhelmed there is the double chow that you needed quite a few rotations ago if you are Team War, but better late than never. They know where they have to go soon after this Burger Town. They got to somehow break all the way past the general store, past the bookstore, get past Beepers, because OMIT have soaked up about 120 points between the past P4s. And just as soon as you felt like Team War were able to get that moment to go a little bit further forward, OMIT still have the sticky spawns in the back.
Assault can't break through. Linz, next man up to try to get the job done, and he's not going to have any assistance, so nobody's really actually guarding it. Everyone's turned their attention to the front. Craze going to be shrugged off the angle here for a moment, so there could be a surprise. And yeah, Linz does manage to get through. Now you have Team War members all the way in the back. It's just down to Vivid to try to play his life, but he's stunned. He's tagged up. He's barely surviving, but he's still managing to do it, buying a little bit of time. Finally cleared up, but it buys enough for Mamba to get there, and now he's threatening the back.
Yeah, exactly. It was that. I mean, Vivid just being such a good rat, he can just play for his corner and play for his life, bait out enough time for his teammates, and then come save and get the trade. 2-10 and counting on up. Not enough time to close it out here if you are OMIT, but you're going to put yourself just within striking distance. Beepers has been their staple. Team War at the front door knocking it down.
20 seconds. You just cannot afford to give over. Too close to end the game for OMIT if it does. And Linz can't find the angle. Mamba pops up at the perfect moment, puts himself on 4 in a row up to 26 and 11. OMIT are gifted the scrap time, and they are just about ready to put it away heading into P1.
Yeah, again, 2:30, what is that, it's 8, and they actually give up the back few seconds just so they can help contest over by Jennings. You got 2 players spawning out, 14 more, so Linz inside the time needs to go huge, and he just cannot. OMIT break it within the first 5.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be over right here on the final hill. Nothing you can really do. Team War have not had the answers. One final chance to try to get a toe into the hard point, and it will be Diamondcon that's able to get himself in. You got a bit of support, but you still got to get through Mamba. Diamondcon comes up big for a couple of kills. Team War doing whatever they can to extend this, but Vivid again buying his team time, and Team War not going out without a fight.
Yeah, Lin's popping off here. Again, they just need 3 seconds, so every single time needs to be fought over, and OMIT know they can fight over every single second and just call game. But I've seen this story before, Austin. Get back to the fundamentals here, OMIT. Do not let this one get away from you, because where we are going next, it could get really, really dirty very, very quickly. We'll have to see upon the transition. Still 8-old.
OMIT looking for the final break, but Team War continue to just hold the line. That is it. Half the transition into P1. Mac is in a great position, finds himself a double, and that very well could seal the deal. It's down to Assault to try to go big while his teammates come off spawn. Craze from L does find an entry. The subs are in. The subs get the touch. The close is good. OMIT find themselves the dub.
Real close situation there. Again, what was about somewhere near about a 80-point lead. It gets diminished all the way to about 40 there at the end for OMIT. And just a few moments of just being able to really break down where a lot of this aggression was coming from. It's the proactivity that was a continuation off of the P1 to P2.
Yes.
And that was the narrative for OMIT throughout the entirety of that rewind hardpoint. Because they were constantly being proactive through Jennies, finding all of the timings through the shots to be able to anchor spawns, back P2, back beepers, whatever you may decide to call it. It's just one of those things that the proactivity forced Team War to turtle up way too much, and that's where they seem to be a lot more uncomfortable. 2 Real being turtled up, 16 and 29, not characteristic at all. It took Linz a long time to finally feel free flow on the map, and by that point, it's just the lead was just too far gone. OMIT, #1 team, already guaranteed to go to Esports World Cup, are starting off winners finals wonderfully with a 1-0 lead.
And is the slaying a huge part of it? I mean, when you just have some of the numbers that are coming through for players like Mamba, players like Craze that have that ability to just flip the switch, go rogue, put together double kills, and not just any double kills, but double kills that are getting you spawns, that are winning you hardpoint control. It goes such a long way, and it's something that you just see all the time from this roster.
Mamba throughout all of this, 30 and 15. That's your main AR, by the way. He had 1:20 worth of objective time, and 23 of those kills were non-traded. 13 assists, 3,500 damage. Everybody on OMIT had well over 3,000 damage for sure, but Mamba, I mean, you just feel like you're always worried about Craze on the flank, and by the time you deal with Craze on the flank, Vivid's playing a good corner, and the Mamba's just piecing you from behind or way downtown. It's just a tough scenes because, like, you can see what it meant for 2 Real and Linz. Just another reason why they took a long time to get activated in this map.
Yes.
It was a great opening for Team War. You can see the 39 unanswered time on P1, but OMIT, that's the trap that they wanted to spring the entire time. Just play for P2, play for the breaks you saw at the end. Even when War had the favorite spawns for P2, they broke it up the gut. They got the spawns. I don't think that they lost a single P4 either. It felt like every single spawn back beepers was always there for OMIT. It was their game to lose, and you can clearly tell why they're championship ready.
Absolutely. This is the team we talked about, we hyped up, all for good reason. It's moments like this that they put on display. It makes them so difficult to beat, and you really do need all 4 members on your squad if you're going to overcome this team that is just so damn good, and that's what you get when you got 2 CDL caliber players that have dropped down from the league. Maybe you can look back on Vivid. Was it the right choice? The guy's still cooking here in Challengers. And Mac, obviously, after the long break, getting back into the mix. We've seen a lot of great display of what he's capable of doing. And these two, I think, individually, alongside some of the younger guns, man, it is such a great combination for success that we've seen this year.
Yeah, look, for all intents and purposes, like, Vivid, getting dropped by the Carolina Royal Ravens. They just placed top 8. I mean, he's guaranteed to go to Esports World Cup, and I know that the Carolina Royal Ravens will still be there, but, like, could you imagine that matchup?
Give me that.
That'd be intense as all get out. Because Vivid, like, look, whether it was the right drop or not, I don't know. I can't get into the heads of the Carolina camp, but for all intents and purposes, this kid is an absolute animal. Same thing for Mac. You remember the flu game that happened when he was on the Seattle Surge, and
yes, I do.
You never want to count these guys down. They're a 1-0 up into the dealership search. We go.
Already lots of stuns being exchanged back and forth, but no early first bloods. Vivid's going to take a lot of space away from A, and he might be calm. And hey, listen, I haven't seen anything just yet. That said, you do have DiamondCon playing at the back, and wow, he gets caught on a bad timing. Assault also taken down. Vivid opens up with 2, and in a matter of seconds, TuReal's in a 1v3.
It's a Flex's game, and we're just living in their world. TuReal, great timing, even better shots off the centering on the Mamba. Just don't want to give Brendan all these isolated picks. So Mac's going to plant the bomb. Going to get scouted up by Vivid, and well, TuReal's just trying to play for his life. Mac trying to go for the hunt. He's got time for the regen, and maybe try to isolate the gunfights.
Decent info. You know, Vivid's playing at the back, but you don't have an AR. Can you find this kill up close? All of a sudden, TuReal makes this very interesting, and he just hops on it. He just hops to the bomb. Vivid has the sprint. Does he go for the check?
Oh, no,
he doesn't go for the check. He doesn't go for it. And wow, TuReal 1v3 in the opening round.
Oh, no. Trying to call the bluff. I mean, what a veteran call out of TuReal. Again, he's been around the block for quite some time. He's seen with the likes of Clayster, Fellow, won tournaments with Fellow as well. He's geeking out as well because it's just one of those things that you would never expect, right? You get the kill. Scott Freelan's, like you said, he needed to get that kill to avoid maybe getting the entire ace. He knew Vivid was all the way at the back of their spawn, so just get the kill, close the door, and just put yourself in a position to maybe try to clutch out the round with the defuse. Vivid doesn't check it until late, thinking that the door was going to be enough to call the bluff. Not going to be the case. Pros don't fake it, neither do TuReal.
All right. Maybe a momentum stealer here for Team War that actually have been pretty solid throughout Search and Destroy on the day. Grabbing both in their last series and showing some great display of it in the first one too. But what could TuReal do to maybe build this streak up a little bit further for the opening kill? It will be Assault that's able to draw first blood though.
Yeah, it's on a Mamba, and that's your B anchor. So OMIT are distressed on how they're supposed to rectify losing their anchor over towards B. It's going to be Mac for the rotation over there. So Semtex is going to be thrown all of the explosions over by A. It's looking like a Michael Bay film. And unbeknownst to OMIT, or to Team War, excuse me, they could lay down this bomb. But Crazy's thinking about the vent.
Oh, he was, but takes some shots and now forced to back away, reposition. However, already been picked up, already been red. Mac now for a 1v4 is also going to be red, and Team War makes light work of round 2.
Yeah, no, that was just really well played out of Team War. Again, you're able to find that first blood onto Mamba, who's just playing the head glitch over by the B bomb site, where a lot of people are expecting aggression early through these early rounds, no trophy systems, just to try to go for the square up through the middle of the map. And to be fair, that's what Craze wanted, but by the time they lost Mamba, Mac was just like, don't worry, guys, I'll rotate over. There was another player that was trying to do the exact same. And it just was not going to be super helpful within that instance. Just trying to get 2 players to cover over by the B bomb site, played right into Team War's hands. We'll have to see what OMIT have learned from their previous rounds as they're back over towards the offense. They love this mid push, Austin, but the bomb in Mac's hands is lurking towards that B.
Sure is, and nobody's actually in a direct position to contest it, as I'm sure they're going to find out quite quickly. DC going to open the doors and try to get a look into mid, but little do they know, bomb already going down at B.
Win condition set. Got the spring of the trap for Craze on the bottom side of the window, but this is mostly going to have to be a retake from the front. Mamba's playing so far away from the side, it almost feels like he's not a part of the fight.
Trying to cut through mid. Team War looking for the opener. However, it's going to be Craze. Quick response does come through. 3 versus 3. Mamba in the back. He is able to find that kill, and well, the rest of his teammates going to be good here from the front. So, solid setup, and finally OMIT able to get something going for themselves here in the search.
And make sure they don't lose 3 in a row. 2 is fine, you can manage that, but getting yourself on the board for the 3rd is even more important. It was all just done from just a brute force all the way through the B bomb side, you know, where you're showing presence, nades through the middle of the map. It was just a shrouded cover to get Craze into that position, and they'll probably use it again considering that nobody from Team War actually challenged them from that window hop, and expect maybe another fast B execute to come through from OMIT, so long as Team War will not deny them that mid presence over towards B. But for Team War's upcoming offense, we saw what happened last time. Pick over towards B onto Mamba. He's not playing the same Hekla this time.
Mac, look how far forward he is. He has just got no respect, and he is punished for it. Assault was sitting all the way at the back. He's got the assistance there to make sure that Linz can get out safely. So punished for the overheat. That will give a man advantage to Timor on the attack.
And they just completely concede the space. Again, they get that first pick on the Mac. This is a dealership search and destroy, expected for the over-aggression to come through for the trade. Does not. Mamba, Vivid, Craze, they're just going to be body stacking together. Try to get some info. Craze off the jump peak. Should have seen at least one.
Info here. B-site being contested. Do we commit for it? And will we get a check onto the site? Craze thinking about it, but also making sure his angles are clear. Goes for the check, but the bomb is going down.
Craze can't get the exits. Watch player number 5. Assault's just going to be back behind everything. He's going to get Mamba. Good trigger discipline. I don't even think he saw him as well. So now you're just chasing Ghost. If you are Assault, can't find the initial kill and gets killed himself. 2v3. Only so much time left to play. Diamondcon for a 1v3 down.
Oh, Diamondcon with the reach out. Going to be good. Turns it into a 1v2, but he is just not ready for that tight angle on the left. Vivid able to find it. And, well, 2 quick rounds go to Timor. OMIT answer right back and ties up.
Well, you get the bomb planted at B, and, you know, Assault, instead of just playing all the way in towards the back, what we saw from Mamba doing in that post plant just the previous round out of OMIT's camp, he decides to get activated and push all the way through the B bomb site and get back behind the defender's spawn. And when he was able to do so, we didn't have it on screen, just the arrow. He was chasing Ghost. He thought that he might have had a free kill on a Mamba, and then by the time he saw the second, he knew where Mamba was going to be rechalling from. If he found that first kill scot-free, maybe Timor are going to be able to hold on to that post plant. But wonderful dissection coming through from OMIT. They've been doing this all year long since they've been put together as a core 4 from that elite stage in towards that cup and DreamHack just a month ago. Just being able to dissect where a lot of these players are isolated at.
Timor now looking to stop the momentum from OMIT after a couple of strong responses. Early stuns obviously going to come through at the back of A, and interested to see if they decide to actually push through here. They are waiting for this. Both players in position. Craze almost gets caught on a crazy timing, but it lines up 2 for Mamba. Says, come into my web. Thank you very much. Mac gets the 3rd. Timor fall to pieces in round number 5.
That's real. Just going to be sprinting at his death here. Only so much that you could do in a situation like this. Only so many corners and only so much copium to fight with. So the lead will be flipped. And it will be 1 now for OMIT to be able to hold that advantage. Vivid, sneaky, off to 6-1 now. Again, this guy loves a good corner all the way to the back of the map. He will continue to play a good bait to be able to be traded out indefinitely. He's been doing it for years. Got to be aware of what these guys are able to put together. Vivid and Mac are going to be playing a little bit more staple alongside of the iron sights being held by Mamba. Craze going to get activated through the map. When we get back over towards this side of the bomb here, Austin, and my biggest consideration is Mac going to give away that first blood for free again, because it's back-to-back rounds. He gets aggressive through mid, and it's led to Timor planting the bomb.
This time around, great nade over the top to actually assist, but it is a double up that comes back the other way for Linz. So 3v2, Timor will take the man advantage early.
Okay, so the answer was yes, but the nade was backed up. Linz is able to find himself 3, going for the entire ace. Vivid's going to take down Assault. Diamondcon's going to take the ace away, but the round win nonetheless. Don't let these OMIT boys cook.
No, a little bit dicey there in the final one, but it does still come through.
Yeah.
So, looking pretty solid. Again, decent response. Linz finding that big double up, and Diamondcon just able to slide behind, just barely with the AR, all connecting with the hip fire here for Connor.
Okay. Not a whole lot of room in between these two teams, and again, Mac just continuously getting aggressive in the middle of the map. I mean, they were able to at least get the first blood, but Linz picked up on all the damage that was found immediately off the set nades for Timor. So still a lot more to learn and develop. Vivid now up to 7-2 through this map number 2. It's the offense for OMIT. Just waiting for the timing for the RC card to see what he can find forward over towards that B bomb site. And, well, he'd be surprised. There's a lot of defenders here.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Mac taking his time, but will be leading the charge, bomb in hand. Linz, he's starting to just take a little peek, see what's going on here. And he will get some good info. And while they get the info, they think that maybe there's a chance to play through on the flank. Will be red up close. And now it's just about what you're going to be able to do with the time that you have. B has been somewhat cleared, but there's a lot of presence through the middle.
Oh, what a readjustment coming through from Vivid, knowing that middle of the map was given up after Craze found that first blood. DC Linz, 2v3 would be an effective 2v4 in a post plant.
Linz up to 4 in a row. Would love to build himself up to a streak, but also having to play retake here, man down. Not going to be easy. Looking for the nade connection. Doesn't hit. Also loses his teammate. Takes a good look at the chow in the back. Vivid, however, holding strong.
It's really cool. Like, it's the dissection on 2 different sides of the bomb. You got Mac getting aggressive on defense, backed up by a nade. and then they still lose the round. On offense, it's actually Craze to constantly get in the bottom part of that brick window, backed up by utility on both sides of the bomb and through mid, so that way he can play for that timing of what you saw for that first blood. So much time had fallen by the wayside that Craze knew that I should poke up at this point in time and maybe be able to find that first blood. That's probably a lie. Get a little bit of Spidey sense tingling for Craze, but still a great first blood to have for himself and the rest of OMIT, all off of that RC car from Vivid to be able to get the space that they provided over towards that B-bomb.
It looks like Team War just going to go back to what was working earlier on, and that is trying to get something going at the A site. Car's going to be blown up, taken out, so they can start to play them on the headies. Lynn's going to get a good stun check over. Trophy system down. Could be a call to drop the rock.
Yeah, they don't know what else is inside of that door. RC car also going to be activated here. It's going to be, well, actually, Vivid's this time around, so another RC car was used in that previous round, I think, from Mamba, but RC car is going to deny the bomb plant for now, but normally when you get the RC car pulled, you're supposed to be the one to get the first blood. It's Team War to find it, and they're still on offense.
They still haven't dropped the bomb. Could give time for Mamba to maybe play through a flank if he wants to. Mac, however, he's dealing with a lot in front of him. Almost every single member in front of him here as he's been tagged, he's been low, and he's going to lose his support man in the back, but he's still able to come away with one, and all of a sudden Mamba reinforces, almost slips away with the slide. Gets dicey to be sure, but Team War still there for the finisher.
And we're tied up once again. This time, like you said, Austin, just go back to what works, man. This time we got trophy systems, yeet your nades over the top, get your space being provided forward, but I do love the call. You know, worst comes to worst, Vivid had that second RC car, Mamba used his in the previous round.
Right.
And then you could use that for the retake going forward. It's unfortunate that Craze was trying to use said RC car to produce further forward and then to be able to find that first blood, but it does not do anything at all besides guarantee that these two teams are wildly competitive between each other. Got Vivid now up to 10-3. Round number 9. What's it going to be for OMIT on the offense?
Looks like they're going to take a page out of Team War and also try to make something happen here at the A site. Again, blowing up that close car, making sure they have some coverage to watch over. Meanwhile, Mamba tucked away at the back. He's ready to hit anyone who's going to be trying to threaten that flank. A lot of patience coming through, just trying to get a read on where Team War are, and the wall bangs just start flying out. Craze gets away with 5 HP.
He still couldn't plant the bomb. Diamond Con saw all of this. He saw at least 3 utility being thrown over his weight, and all 8 players still alive. Craze in the corner, and a good look for the second sets up Vivid for the easy trade.
OMIT, they'll take the man advantage. They'll be happy with it, and Vivid comes away with another one. Diamond Con left all alone in the back. Bomb going down. A massive 1v3 here, and he is not going to be in an easy situation to pull this one off.
Now Connor, the A anchor, saw all that utility, backed all the way down just for his teammates to press forward and maybe try to find a presence on the bomb site, and he just slow peeks around the corner to his death. It's OMIT to get up towards map point first, to take a 2-0 step in this series against Team War, and it's all off of the wild card play of trying to go over towards that A bomb site. We hadn't seen them try to pivot over towards A since the early round, and that was just round 1, so no trophy systems. They're backed up this time around. They're set nades, something we haven't seen through all of 9 rounds played so far, and it benefits Reese, Vivid. He's now up to 13-3.
He's cooking. Vivid's just completely locked in, man. And we've seen a lot of games like this from him at DreamHack, as well as games like this so far this weekend. Team War need a response here in round number 10 in order to get us the distance. And a lot of this is really taking place through the middle of the map. And once again, Mac able to get involved.
Yeah, defensive bomb side of the map. You expect Mac to get aggressive through bricks is the case. And now 2Real's pressing forward. He thinks that he can find the trade. Diamond Con and Assault are not a part of this play. So 2Real with the bomb. He had to get a little sneaky, and he will take down Max. So 3v3. You know you lost a lot of space to the middle of the map. What's Craze's call going to be? He has no AR presence on this side of the map, Austin, so he's kind of forced to tuck in this corner until he knows what's over at B.
Yeah, you're right. He really is. Need to come away with one if they decide to come over here, but they've been able to clear a lot of the space at B, so it looks like the call will likely be made to try to drop this rock here in a second, and 2Real's going to make it.
Gonna stretch it for the plant. Player number 5, Assault. He's getting activated. Craze. He gets activated on the other side. Loses the gunfight. Now Assault's on the flank. 3v2.
Yeah, you have to make something happen quick on the site here with the 2 members. And Vivid gets a good look at 1. Gets a good look at 2. What a double up here from Vivid. A chance at a 1 versus 3 up against Assault. AR player here for Team War. Going to reposition here through the middle. How do you read this? Have to play the bomb. Assault likely going to go for a check. The timing. He saw him. Vivid sees him, Can he track him down for the kill inside the garage? Oh, Vivid almost makes it happen, Andy. But they just barely hold on, and we're going to a round 11.
Almost a full-on 360 pirouette inside of the garage. He took to the right. Assault went to the left. The nameplate just right there, but he could not get to the gunfight in time. Assault was red screened. He was actually a bullet away from death and had ample time, did Reese, to get back over towards the bomb for the defuse. And we would be talking about a map number 3. Nuh-uh, not this time around. Vivid's 15-4, but could not close out the map for his team. We go to round 11, and it's Team War's offense.
Oh, brother. Close, but no cigar. So round 11, Team War have been in so many of these. OMIT being pushed to the limits, and Vivid's got 15 kills in Search and Destroy. Just you gotta think about that for a second, man. What is going on?
He's got one less kill than the rest of his team combined. That's what's going on right now. And we're still in round 11. Team War for the offense. They show presence through the mid. Why? Because Mac normally does so, but the biggest player is going to be Linz. Oh, Vivid, he's caught inside the RC car. Oh, Lindsay finds the first. He's about to find the second for free. Vivid couldn't get out in time, and now the entire map has been flipped, bombed down today.
Oh, what a timing that is to get through. And an almost impossible situation to try to work yourself out of. You've lost one of your key players, but Mamba gives them a chance, turns it into a 3 versus 2. Still some utility, but you don't get any help from Mac. Full on ace. Full on 1 versus 3 here from Mamba, and he gets pinched up in the back. Team War bring it all the way back and tie up the series 1 apiece.
Had themselves a little bit of a lead, and then they bounce back with the 2 required from a 5-4 to a 6-5 final. Team War down but never out. Vivid called in the RC car. It was his second one of the game, and thinking that it was going to help Craze get forward again, but Linz just gets activated. There was nobody anchoring over by the B bomb site. Mac, because of the set play, had to go over towards B to pick up Mamba's former positioning, because Mamba had to pick up mid to then enact Craze to push with the RC car. Vivid couldn't get out of the car in time. Linz found the first onto Craze for first blood in their own spawn, and then turned onto Linz or onto Vivid almost instantaneously for the freest 2 kills I have ever seen. So tied up in this series, wouldn't have had it any other way in winners finals.
Wow, a lot of close calls, a lot of crazy moments that we'll look back on here for the dealership Search and Destroy. But coming in, I think it was, almost necessary for Team War to win a search. And I think, like we framed up coming into the matchup, they've been pretty good in this game. This is something that they've been clutch in. So to see it come to life here is certainly going to be pivotal. But my goodness, they gave him a good run. 15, 16 kills was it there for Vivid. He falls short.
What's up the slight?
That's got to hurt a little bit, but nonetheless, you regain and you feel great if you're Team War.
It's just interesting because, Team War through Search and Destroy, and I'm glad you brought up that great point, because, Search and Destroy throughout the entirety of the weekend has actually been their weakest game mode. And most importantly, in that game number 2, it was the map that they lost to Decimate in the rematch to qualify for the playoff bracket. And you go back to the previous match that they had, even versus P7 White, on Rewind Search and Destroy, round 11, they lost it there. They got by on the red card Search and Destroy. That is not a luxury that they will have within this best of 5 series, because OMIT, well, they just got rid of it. Not a big fan of that one. But still, dealership we haven't seen them on might have to become a staple or a pocket pick if they're able to react and adjust the way that we just saw within those last handful of rounds. You cannot have drawn a better picture of how competitive the entirety of this Search and Destroy was. We had defuses, rounds ending in kills galore. We had bait and switches. We had a Ninja also be coming through for 2 real onto Vivid of all players, who dropped 15 for the L. This Search and Destroy was an absolute barn burner, and we're just tied up at 1 apiece.
Was it ever, brother? Back and forth. Banger game number 2. Team War keeping it competitive to try to lock in that grand final spot again. Whoever wins that will be playing on CDL main stage tomorrow before the CDL matches on Championship Sunday. You want to talk about having a chance before EWC to get viewed and to potentially be a prospect going into the next season. That is where it's going to be done. That's where you're going to have the most eyes on you for a chance to try to secure a spot in the future. So much on the line here, and well, Again, Team War, who have been very competitive throughout a lot of this year, showing that they can still compete with the top teams. Now it's about doing it going forward here in the respawns against OMIT as well.
Staple names on that Team War roster. Again, I know it sounds like a meme, but world champ, MVP Adam Assault, come on. Like,
call it what it is, right?
Diamond Con always fighting for that power when his time in the league was not his best. I mean, he was definitely still shooting as straight as ever. We know what to expect out of Connor. You and I have been big DC fans our entire career.
Absolutely.
Too Real as well. He is a land champion. You go back to the Boston Opens as well, playing with Fellow and Yuli at that point in time, and Dan Ghosty has been able to be at the top. And it's also vibes for Team War off of that round 11 win, and they know that they probably could have won that map number 1 should the opening set go a little bit different, minus the 30 seconds they got on P1. But yeah, I think Team War are just continuously stepping up to the plate and making sure that, yeah, OMIT already qualified for EWC, and they weren't in the grand finals at DreamHack. Team Orchid were, but they're very much so still around the block. And well, speaking of Team Orchid, they might not even have an opportunity to make it to Esports World Cup. They're down 2-1 to 5 Fears. They just lost the protocol control to Caden 3-1. They took the Search and Destroy on Rewind 6-4, but they lost the red card Hardpoint 250 to 105, like we saw. OMIT Brooklyn on the other side find themselves down tied 1 apiece versus Cruzy Cod and the last dance story of the Royal Spartans, losing map 1 Skyline 250 to 229, but took the dealership Search and Destroy, did Carson & Co. 6-3. We know those guys love a good Nesla.
Do they ever? Lots of matches going on, but we are getting ready for map number 3 here shortly. And this will be, I think, a true test. We've seen OMIT play this one quite a bit at times. We saw them also pull off a little reverse sweep into control, if you will, down 0-2. So they have a lot of reps. Team War, we'll see what they can do. Attacking first, though, will be OMIT as we break off here in round number 1.
Protocol control for a swing map mode combination between these two. I don't even know how you're supposed to spin this one. I mean, through protocol control, the entirety of the weekend hasn't exactly been a favored in between these two. A lot of Hacienda being played, so a lot of unknown. But Too Real in control. He's kind of towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Again, this is out of 64 players, 1.07, but has been absolutely performing in the hard points in the Search and Destroy. Just needs to piece it together here through the opening break. OMIT find themselves up 3-up in the lives.
Already an early touch, though, will happen right on the 8-point. Diamond Con going to come behind the play. Easy pickup onto Vivid. Now can turn his attention to the zone to try to clear it off. Going to get some help with Too Real. Middle of the map slowly being cleared out, but the response is also there. Craze, Mamba, the duo making it happen here on the point. Too Real's forced to backtrack. He's also taken down, and that is his second segment locked in.
Mamba up to 4 in a row. This guy's been piecing all weekend. Again, end of the year, Mamba is a real issue, has a head glitch, and has all of the assistance as well. Look at Craze starting to get a little bit more space further forward. A-zone captured, and they've only lost 3 lives, have OMIT.
4 in a row, as you mentioned. Ooh, for the streak, finally taken out. But Mac able to get himself to a decent position and might be able to loosen up the defense, get rid of some of the defenders. Salt, he was looking for it, but Mac with the snap is good. Eyes on Diamond Con, not worried about it, wants to press forward, but Linz is there to cut him off, trying to make sure B maintains some safety.
Just gotta slowly whittle away at this life deficit. 23v17. Any kills are going to be good kills. For Team War, that is. But if you're OMIT, all kills are great because now you can hop over towards the B zone. 2 players strong. There's the first segment.
Mamba thinking about a chow in the back. Assault trying to get involved in this play. Everyone's almost just pinned through the middle or kind of at the back of Lighthouse. And while Diamond Con does get involved, 3 kills in a row, up to 6-2. It is a pretty pivotal moment to clear off the point. Minute 20, however, still to work with on the attack.
Still shaved about 40 seconds off the clock, excuse me, from that A-zone being captured, but still 2 segments required and a 9 life gap between the two. There's still ample amount of time and lives for Team War to be able to do it, but OMIT are just so proactive, getting back over towards the zone, stalling out the clock. Second segment's been locked.
Good shots on Mamba. Takes out 1. The slide comes through, and just about all the clearance you would want onto the B point. Craze comes back off spawn, but unable to find anything. And now the lives also something to consider here with a minute left for the attackers. Only 7 remaining for Team War. OMIT having double that, so valuing your life almost going to mean everything as well as stalling the clock.
Diamond Con trying to rectify this round. He's 8-4, but he's trying to push his way in towards the spawn trap. Assault was here. He's now dead. And then Diamond Con finally able to appear within the kill feed. 10-4 now for Connor, holding on to that spawn trap. That is your avenue for success to be able to win this round. But now DC's out of the spawn, out of top trips. Next is going to be Linz. OMIT trying to get themselves further forward, but trades not going to be good enough for Team War. No respawns remaining.
No respawns. 1 final segment. too much in front of you if you're Team War, to be sure. Diamondcon has to try to clear the point. The read is good, but can't slide back to safety. All down to 2Real for a 1v8 or a stall of 30 seconds. He's good in the first, but Vivid will make sure he's got no chance of that. OMIT, very clean opening round.
Yeah, I guess your saving grace is if you are Team War is that they won or they lost off of kills, not the segments being captured, but that was a steep life disadvantage that ended up coming through. But most importantly, you got to do the most difficult thing on protocol control or any control map for that matter is now you got to step up and actually win an offense. So very tough to be able to do. Again, bouncing back the way that we saw that opening breakoff for OMIT was just so good. And, well, if you cannot tell, and this is your first time listening to me cast about Controlled, it is all opening breakoff dependent, especially for Protocol. That spawn trap can get enacted very quickly, especially for the defensive side. We never saw that from Team War, and the reason why they were down so quickly and horrendously through that round.
And the last thing you want to deal with early on is Craze and Matt going rogue in the back here. So I'm right there with you, brother. Clean break off going to be fairly required. And, well, speaking of Craze, he has found a window through. He's already going to be top blue and might be able to try to influence some of the pressure onto the A point. While that's happening, it is slowly being captured. Assault gets a good read from the front and is able to eliminate one. Just about secure that first segment, and he does lock it in and now has found another. Adam Assault up to 4 in a row.
Pretty sure Connor died trying to take a Mamba hostage there, for a Vivid hostage there for a second. Not going to work out. Double positive for Craze, just playing a good corner. First segment locked over at A off of that fantastic push out of Assault, but it was just the only play that came through from Team War. The rest of the team getting all pieced up, back towards the spawn trap. Mac playing his life over by the blue doors, just finesses for the other two to show up in the feed. So much time already shaved away, now sub 50 seconds.
Assault thinking about whether or not he should dabble with B, dabble with A, wants to pick up mid, and wants to probably get a couple of kills here before he makes his move. He's starting to lose members, and Craze and Vivid now are up to sprees of their own. 2Real will touch to try to draw out some of the pressure to figure out exactly what's happening, but are the reinforcements or the respawners going to be able to get into the play? So far that answer feels like it could be a no. 3 players going to drop down, and now you got to worry about the spawn trap. You only got 30 seconds left.
No spree anymore coming through for Craze, taken away from that one, 13-7. Coming through from Mamba, he's close up on a 2 spree, now finally dealt with. 20 seconds remain, and you can see the desperation coming through from Team War. They want to get over towards this B zone, but there's hardly any assistance on this side of the map.
Lins, nice little bait here.
Oh, good help.
And yep, great help over the top. So giving Team War a chance to be sure on the B point. First segment almost locked in. Mamba thinking about that long-range jowl here to top blue. And Assault's just going to be watching over the middle the most he possibly can. Vivid coming off a spawn, looking to get involved. Clean shots from Diamondcon, and now you got a couple members that need to find kills. DC comes up with 2. That will be about 4 down, and now Team War trying to keep everything alive on the B point.
They got 2 players on the zone. That third segment's going to get worked on very quickly. Vivid's just waiting for his teammates to try to pounce back in, but it's not an invitation you need to wait for. You got to try to get in there. DC forces the team kill, but it doesn't even matter. Life disadvantage, be damned. Team War are able to convert the B zone, and they got more time to play with. Halfway over towards that A zone segment, by the way, was never depleted, so Team War can still tie up the segments, let alone maybe win the entire darn round.
It's possible. We called for a response on the attack, and they may be able to give it to us. The life lead is the only differential, as well as the time that could hurt Team War here. Lins wants to get to a forward position. Stun check coming out, but really needs to get a touch on the zone. Diamondcon comes behind the play. Surprise, surprise, onto Vivid. He's dealt with one. Could also maybe play for a spawn trap, but no, maybe the stack is also going to be the call. The problem, no lives remaining. Mamba's cleaned up a couple of kills, and now big problems here for Team War.
4v8, and you know they all have to flat out from trips somehow, some way. Vivid's hitting a little bit of a route past screens through the big door as well, waiting for the timing to pounce. 25 seconds remain, and Team War got to turn this into a magical moment.
Assault going to get the read on the zip line. Boom, knifed. Good night. Vivid not going to be able to flank the play. Everything's basically in front of you at the moment, but Team War still have no idea. Is there one more lingering through mid? Yes, it's Mamba. Mamba looking for some more shots over the top. Picks up the AR, gets on the point to try to contest it. It's just 2 lives remaining. He's stalling time, and it all comes down to 1. Mr. Adam Assault, too much to deal with in front of him, despite the clean shots. Could maybe play for the streak. but not going to matter. It ends at 5, and OMIT will, in fact, hold on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, able to at least get that 5th segment, but again, now you find yourself down 0-2 in the control. You have to win, I guess, in theory, 2 offenses now, including a round 5, which is so difficult to do versus this OMIT team throughout the entirety of this weekend, throughout the entirety of their inception being put together as a 4-player squadron. You give them any sort of inch, and they will continue to turn it into a quarter-mile or a Waterloo-sized Walmart, depending on your gauge of distance. 2-0 here in the control, and for this team of Team War, just got to get better through this opening breakoff. I mean, yeah, forehead statement of the day, but even more so, just being able to find the eliminations and then being able to work the spawn trap, that is something that they were missing from their previous defense.
Must wins from here on out. Need a better defensive look. Coming into their second attempt here for Team War. Too Real, early spot onto Mac. Will be good for the first blood, and well, great help actually comes from up top in red. So that means a couple kills going to come through for the opener. Too Real trying to get forward. Craze realizing that and wants to slow down, play his life, wait for his teammates to come off spawn before they make their hit.
Opener break off much better. Team War had the lives. Craze, oh my god! Shooting like that up to 18-11. He's been going on massive sprees throughout the entirety of this map, by the way. All 4 of them have 4 OMIT. Looking to get a little bit more activated. Past the AA gun, segment progression being worked on over at A. First segment locked.
Looking for the second, Linz. He's coming all the way behind the play. He's taking a route, so it needs to pay off. It's taking a lot of time, and it won't pay off. He will be cut down. Assault up top, can't get a clean look at the point. There was a quick contest out front, and that might be enough to try to get a clearance, but Mamba's still able to get himself 1. Kills still looking solid for OMIT here, but you are still going to have to battle through DiamondCon, who's trying to hold the line. Comes down to those final couple seconds, and Mac now actually turns his attention to B.
Third segment still being looked at here. Halfway up through A, but they spawn parallel over towards B, splitting the defensive players. This is looking like frequency BO4 if I've ever seen it. So wonderfully orchestrated out of OMIT, but they can't walk away with the gunfight wins. Not emphatically. Mamba's able to clean up 2 on the back end of that. 2 Reals found an avenue, past the chopper to get into this position over by pillars to work a couple spawn traps, and he's able to walk away with 2. Big moment out of Brennan.
Slows things down. Oh, but Vivid, he just answers right back here.
Dude.
And it looks like he will end up dropping. So, Too Real, 3 in a row. Good kills for Team War overall. Time, also something to consider here for OMIT. They got good progress on both zones. Now it's just all about trying to secure that final tick of progress to get the extra minute. Mac trying to get the job done. Support over the top. Clean gunfight on the Too Real. Just can't turn and snap in time. And DiamondCon, well, maybe he's just done enough. He finds the clearance. He gets 2. And now it's back to square 1. Through the middle. Vivid trying to get something over the top, but it's clean trades back and forth. 20 seconds left.
23 and 21 for Connor. Sub 25 seconds back over towards the A zone. It's Mac, and if he has to do it himself, he's got another nade to help him hold that space. He gets the connection onto the EOD. The flak jacket has the head glitch. 1 was already weak. A zone captured. 4 life lead for OMIT. They can smell blood in the water. They can end the series, or they can end the map here.
Mac gonna come all the way behind. Nobody has any idea about it. Lynch tries to turn, but Mac just lines them up. The progress is looking great. And OMIT with a hot 3-0 to end the protocol control will be good to go 2-1 up.
Absolutely insane. You could just see it on their face. Business as usual. They had to work hard for it, but it looked a little bit easier when you're talking about hindsight. So many massive moments. Viv was going on massive sprees. Mamba was finding just so much damage with the aims and the headshots galore that he was able to produce together. But I'll tell you this much, this 4-player roster, even when their backs are against the wall, they could turn you into an absolute round win if you just give them a single inch to breathe. Mac always a bit of an issue. He was constantly being the 1 player over by the AA gun there at the end, winning a lot of 1v2s, getting a lot of damage, backed up by Mamba, top trips, Craze. How many times can we say that this guy's just a nuisance, just hitting all these different flanks? And then Vivid, he's just so wise for all the timings he was able to really fish out there in that map number 3. And OMIT taking the swing map mode combination ahead of the vault hardpoint is a good look for them.
Certainly is. Respawn still the big factor. Again, the slaying that we lined up coming into the series is something that needs to be matched at all costs. And Team War having a couple of their players not being able to keep up with it is just not going to be enough to take down this OMIT squad. But across the board for OMIT, it felt like there was a lot of players getting involved. Craze was just huge in a lot of those moments. And as you talk about Mac, he's always the first one onto the point. He is a very selfless player, and he finds huge kills as well around the objective that play the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Mac, look, he had the tied for lowest assists on his team with Craze at only 4. But Mamba and Viva were the ones that were finding the majority of the damage. If Mac was getting a kill, he was doing it mostly himself, but he's always been that player, to your credit, a very selfless player to always try to play around the team's cohesion, where those shots are coming from, and then being able to clean up that elimination for the better of the objective. And that's why a game mode like Control actually works really well for Mac to be able to play the way that he does. And when you have the cohesion like that, and Mac can get away with the hamburglery on one of the zones, and Crazy just continues to push the opposite side. Yeah, it's a pretty good recipe for success. But to combine 25 kills between 2Real and Lins in that map number 3 through 3 rounds is just not going to be good enough. Again, you're already Esports World Cup bound. That much we cannot take away from them, barring any roster shenanigans that might end up coming through. But, you know, for all intents and purposes, for Team War, you just cannot come out flat, not versus OMIT, because you know who's going to be at Esports World Cup? LA Thieves. I mean, they're not here in Ontario anymore, but, you know, they going to be there in Esports World Cup. Sorry, I had another dig. I'm sorry. It's all love. It's all love.
They won't be here. Neither red team will be here, which is...
Dude.
It's a little weird to say out loud.
Vamos.
On Saturday?
Vamos.
Saturday. Yeah, definitely a little bit interesting. However, yeah, you turn your focus back to the point you made, and it feels like this is going to be a squad that could potentially do some damage at EWC, especially if they can stay in this form, and a chance to, again, just get a great look going into the next season. And if you can beat a couple of those CDL teams, all of a sudden those conversations, well, they get real interesting online, that's for sure. But have to still get the job done here in the winners final. That is going to be the key and the task at hand. Team War, you never want to count these guys out, but I think we're going to need to see a little bit more from Lins. Need to see a little bit more from 2Real. Those were the two that struggled a little bit there. Not that it's easy to deal with the ARs of Vivid and Mamba on a map like Protocol, especially when you can never really get up close and personal, but that is going to be something that we look at here. Not sure if we have a chance to take a look at the map set that will be potentially in the cards here for us for map number 4 and number 5, but it looks like it would be a Vault Hardpoint coming up here, so that's going to be a massive one. And a chance to get mixy and, well, like actually a chance for the subs to really shine. This could be the map to do it.
Yeah, and if it extends to the Hacienda Search and Destroy, I mean, are you feeling good about that if you're War? Because I'm willing to put a massive asterisk that the only reason why you're able to beat Cruzy Cod and Royal Spartans on that map 5 of Hacienda Search and Destroy is because a little Frenchman named Lins drops 16 kills. But that's just me. Casual. Can you, yeah, just come casual stuff. But I mean, you go back towards that map number 2 and you were able to at least get some productivity from Vivid on the opposite side. So it almost feels like if we do get that map 5, it's going to be a showcase to be able to see who gets more activated, Craze, Vivid, or 2Real and Lins on the opposite side. But we got to get there first. It's a Vault Hardpoint to kick things off here for a map number 4. OMIT, already Esports World Cup bound. Team War, Esports World Cup bound, but they want to guarantee using white noise generators tomorrow morning on the main stage.
Do they ever? Main stage. That is what everyone has their eyes on. And you take a look at just some of the KDs and what we were kind of expecting there for map number 1 for Mamba. I mean, this guy was putting up numbers, so the slaying needs to be matched. Craze already off to a pretty solid start, but it is some okay time that's been secured for Team Wars. They're able to get on for about 10 seconds, and now they're coming through with their second hit to see if they could break back through mid.
Sun's not going to connect anything too close. Vivid playing the angle, good damage. Now it's a even better read. If you're looking at it from the perspective for OMIT, so long as you can hold from the front, play for the traits on the whole. Craze, good damage. And then the slide still finds the initial or the secondary to come through. In saying that, it took a third player just to take Craze down via a trait. When they've had the spawns at the beginning of the map, did OMIT off of that little bit of a squabble to the middle of the map. Team War, the dust will settle. They're in for P2 first.
Vivid, bottom side of the pool. Gonna try to get a nade out, but forced back inside, hole in the wall. Gunfight comes his way, no problem. But still relying on his teammates to come off the spawn before they can really dedicate a solid hit through the front. Mamba starting to clear out space with this stun. A lot of time going the way of Team War, so you need a response here, but 2Real's doing a good job of delaying things. Great team shots over the top. Another successful hold coming through for Team War on the second push.
Sticky in towards the back. Team War, or OMIT, excuse me, had an opportunity to maybe try to break that within the initial 30, but And now you got to start thinking about how many more numbers you want to start throwing at this. And, well, luckily enough for you, you break it from the front at the utmost right time. Team War still spawn in for P2. And you got Vivid hitting the route over towards the back. He wants to try to get top arc control ahead of the P3 rotation.
Salt looking to make his way right through mid as we start looking at the face-offs at the next point. Craze through the backside. He's sniffing out something. He knows there could be some flank potentially in the cards, and well, he's finally taken out Team War, starting to swiftly make their way through the middle of the map. Assault also giving it a good look at Mamba. Won't be able to find the kill, but you got presence from Team War already at the new hill.
And here's the tough thing too. I mean, Vivid, again, he was the route player to make sure you got the anchored spawn to look at P3 in ahead of the P4 rotation, but now you're from the outside looking in. We've seen the duality of this Vault Hardpoint P3 that you can hold it from the opposite side. It forces Mac to get mid control. He's able to contest it, and the gunfights that subsequently follow send Team War packing spawning out.
25 seconds left to play for. OMIT looking to give it a look here, but they're more focused on making sure they do hold on to the spawns you talk about for the next point. DiamondCon would love to get the 15 seconds remaining and give Team War maybe a slight edge in case things do go awry at the next hill, but Craze, he's cutting down just about every single Team War member. Things have been locked down into the back, and now OMIT in a great position to maybe come away with a full 60 at P4.
A little bit of a flank that came through from Lins allows the rest of his teammates to finally get out from that spawn trap and start getting past the 50-yard line. Now here comes the play from Vivid a few moments ago ahead of P3. Try to anchor out these back spawns for P4. They're still trailing by 30. It's this moment that they played for Austin to try to flip the lead and let it grow.
Team War, a lot to deal with in front of them once again. Looking to try to find a way all the way around. Mamba focused on that cross. Lins looking for the chow. Won't be able to find it. Quick little cheeky peek from Craze out front. Too Real has been able to sneak through, though. Is this going to be red? Yes, he's tagged up heavily from Mamba. They know he's missing, but he is in a forward position. Challenge comes to him. Can't play his life. He'll be taken out once again, and it feels like OMIT doing an excellent job of what is needed. Finding kills, locking it down, but Lins has something else to say about it as the spawns flip out.
Great start for Craze, 13 and 10. Sticky spawns in towards the back. Team War finally flipped that in their favor. 10 seconds will be soaked up here before we go back towards the center of the map, and it is a small yet marginal lead for Team War. OMIT are trying to set up for a couple of exits, but they played that set of hard points just so wonderfully awesome. The break over towards P2 to be able to get the spawn flip 5 seconds before the hard point actually popped, and then the break over towards P4 for those back spawns, not to mention the hold from the P3. Team War need to find some semblance of consistency if they want to try to force a map 5.
They do. I said the slaying needed to change, however, and a lot more players have been involved. Too Real positive. Salt, Lins, both going to be either equal or positive by 1. So this is exactly what is needed, but you need to keep up the consistency as you highlighted, Andy. Too Real going to be taken down on the catwalk as Vivid's already going to be threatening maybe some of the early spawns for the next point. While this is happening, Lins is casually up to 6 in a row, going rogue on the point. Number 7 comes through for him as well, and he is just locking down the P1 hill.
Get this man some help. Someone needs to bump Lins. We need to get this Hellstorm missile. If you're looking from the Team War's camp, he has been unable to get a Hellstorm missile from the past handful of times that he's been on a massive spree like that, and another one is going to get ripped away from Tom. 97 to 63. OMIT knocking at the door, just making sure that they're in a position to try to flank over towards the spawns for New. A little bit of a 1v1 might be coming our way by way of DiamondCon. Has to swing wide. Vivid, very aware from that. A gunfight win for OMIT to win the initial time for P2.
Craze. 4 in a row, just trying to lurk here by the Palms area. It's going to force everyone from Team War to start to funnel through mid. And well, this should be quickly red, but all the way through the back, it is going to be Too Real who manages to come around and now could start to threaten the hill, looking for some kills. Need to get the player in the back, which is going to be Mac, who tries to finesse his life. DiamondCon trying to figure out which way he needs to look, but it's the wrap all the way around. Able to go trade for trade. Vivid on his way through. Hill goes neutral. Still 25 seconds to fight for.
And they're just going to try to knock it down to the front. This was the turning page of the moment for OMIT, that they kept Team War spawn trapped over here, but they didn't find the majority of the kills. At this point, last set, Vivid was already rotating towards top art. This time, he's going to wait a little while longer to help his team contest it from the front. It's not looking any better as Lins is able to double on down up to 18 and 15. Shout out the 7 spree just a few moments ago. He's still got the hot hand, but the rotation over towards New, albeit different, it's Craze anchoring things out in art this time around.
Very close game, seconds apart, but OMIT looking to finally secure that lead. Craze, great read in top art, able to play his life. And Team War understanding how much influence they need to put on that building to try to make sure they can actually contest the hill, but Craze is making it ever so difficult. Good takes on the both, just can't get the finishing shot. So he has finally dealt with teamwork and start to turn their attention to the hard point, but now you got to get through the next wave of kills. Good nade over the top from Linz as he tries to enter in. Mac now ready to get involved on the point. He's got good team shots, and it is just a full-on slugfest. Both teams fighting and both teams looking for the spawn.
Now, OMIT had no trophies for that initial to try to attempt to contest that time, and then Craze tried to hit a little bit of a route going in towards the P4 building, scouted out because it was being watched by Assault yesterday. Another contest comes in towards the time, just 5 seconds left to fight over, but OMIT, you don't have the luxury to play for the time because Team War setup for P4 is that good. You got to break inside of Art.
Too real in the back. Oh, Mac, the patience, finds the player up top with a little off angle. He can now threaten the close spawn. You have to get through one more, and well, it's quickly dealt with. Mac has cut through two massive players here. Still need to lock down the spawns.
Oh.
Linz is gonna drop. Too real, the last one up. Needs to rely on his teammates maybe from the hill to also get involved in assaults. Is no problem, I got you. Craze flying to the back. Needs to find DC over the top, but there's still two members to cut through.
Craze uses his Semtex, he gets inside and he gets the timing to take down two. He's still missing Diamond Con. He knows that he was in towards the back. Delta Swift hand. Craze is twisted right now. Flying on forward, clearing all of P1. His teammates spawning in, they'll soak the back 20 seconds, and that was time that Team War definitely wanted. OMIT should have about a 20-point plus lead going in towards the third set.
That's a moment we might look back on here if Team War end up falling short. And that is some critical time that OMIT had no business getting. My goodness, need to now put it together if you're Team War going into this hill as well as the next, because it feels like OMIT started to heat up. Craze up to 25 and 20. He has really just been cooking and frying, and he is now ready to enter in, as Linz is not going to be able to spot him here, and he is taken out swiftly.
Really took that long for that car to explode outside of front P4, but all right, 141 to 161. Strap your boots in because this is about to be a photo finish for either a Map 5 or an OMIT Grand Finals potential. We'll see how it all unfolds. Inside of P1, Team War doing a much better job keeping things contested, but most importantly, want to make sure that they don't lose spawns for P2. So they're cycling players out, making sure that you get bumped over by the staircase, and it's still there. Linz can bump inside of the hardpoint. Assault inside the time with an SMG is able to find 3.
Assault looking good with the sub. And wants to try to keep this middle map presence as long as possible. Delay this rotation from OMIT as much as you possibly can. That could play the difference, but you're starting to see some of the members of OMIT gear up, ready to try to break the back spawns. You got Diamond Con lingering by the palm trees here as well. He is overwhelmed. Quickly traded though, and now this is your moment. Mamba through the front, denied. Linz is able to find one, make it 2. That's massive kills that come through, but it's also a flip of the spawn.
Yeah, flip of the spawn's gonna start coming through OMIT in towards the back. We've seen what they've been able to do with this before. Team War, they're aware of the situation. They take down Vivid over on the outside of the pool. Now their guns have to just look forward, but looking forward too much. They get flanked in from behind, and it's Craze for kill number 31. The spawns will be flipped, but it's OMIT towards the time. They just have to try to keep it contested. Vivid waiting for his teammates.
Waiting for the support. OMIT ready for the hit. Mac dies for the front. DC gets a good look at the second. Just doesn't fully come through. 20 seconds for OMIT. That is how much grab time you're giving away, and it feels like it could be a lot because it's going to get them pretty close to that 200-point mark, and Assault just can't find the angle onto Vivid. One final chance here to fight for the scrap time, and Team War do get in, but it will cost them the rotation.
Yeah, they were all watching the same thing, trying to break from the front, and it allows Craze again to go unnoticed. Kill number 32 on transition. Back over towards the arches, trying to anchor out the spawns for his teammates who are all flooding over by P3. Towards Diamond Con, able to lock down 3, now dead even 21 and 21, but it's still Craze towards the back. DC needs to find all 4 as Craze is trying to hold the line. Will go down. OMIT spotting out Team War. What a sequence.
Oh, baby, we got ourselves a hard point.
Look at the game
clock. Gonna grab themselves a huge point lead here after going down by just a good 40 seconds there when you go back to P4. You talk about the game clock, Andy, it very well could come into play. Trades again, back and forth coming on in. 25 seconds left on this point, but Too Real, does he get the read on the back? It's gonna be OMIT looking to get control of Art. Too Real good on the first, but can't line up the second. Now it's about the spawns for P4.
Oh, he was so close to being able to get that second. Vivid has to play for the regen. Nade goes into the front side of Art. It's not gonna tag anything. Numbers here on this side of the map for War. They can try to get presence in towards the P4 building, but it's buying OMIT time to try to flow through the map, and they're gonna be able to get across that B lane. They're in towards the backside of Art. Vivid trying trying to hold the line on the backside of the trees. Got good damage, but no kills.
Mamba, could he clean up? This would be the perfect moment to try to do it, but he doesn't have the ammunition just yet. Stun check, beautiful. Diamond draws, but Assault does manage to get the trade. So the spawn still very much being fought for at the moment. You turn your attention to the hill, but OMIT, they are in there. They are collecting points.
They're over 200 points. Team War nipping at the ankles as well. Player number 8, he's Assault. He's trying to wait for his teammates to come back around so that way he can reinforce this side of the map. But the spawn's so sticky. Mac just spawned right next to Assault. Oh, he's going to be infuriated of that.
Oh, Assault, he was in the perfect position, but now it's going to come by way of the front. And now this also puts it just a little bit too much out of reach. If you get 20 seconds, Assault now flips to the back. So Team War need to get them off the time at the very least. The entries need to be here, and they are. Two Real comes through for the double.
You got to start going out from this hardpoint, start bumping, get upper hallways control. OMIT are playing 4P1. They want to close it out there. You got players outside of the P3 lane. Mac has to double back in to help out his teammates. Vivid's going to spawn in at Old, and Assault has that red. Split spawns occurring. The battle inside the time. Diamondcon with the pistol comes out on top and immediately traded.
Assault, good for the pickup onto another one. Could he get involved on the point? Craze, no, not going to be able to find it. 234 to 200. OMIT starting to collect a lot of this time at P1, and Craze finds the double up. 4 in a row for him. Team War starting to spawn pretty far out, and they may not have a chance to get another touch. OMIT might have just done enough, as it's a final couple seconds for the dub for the CDL main stage, and they will be there for Sunday.
250. It was finally reached by OMIT. Not a whole lot of shouting on the opposite side. They know that it very much so could be their opponents on the main stage tomorrow. So much left to be played, so much left to be desired for Team War. They left so many different opportunities out there for them, Austin. There's no way that the P2 gets broken that way that they did twice in a row. I mean, Vivid playing his life in the second go of things to buy enough time for Craze just to get a spawn out over by Art, and then he flanks all the way through. Everybody for Team War were looking at the bathhouse, and then Craze just gets the freest flank. He finds 2. Heroics for DC at the end is not enough when Craze is just in the flow state like that. 69 engagements is diabolical. 29 of 39 kills being non-traded is even crazier. Craze, he wants to get back to that main stage. He was there last year. Get yourself excited. Make sure that those IEMs are working, bub. We'll see you up there tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the case, man. Wow. Yeah. What an unbelievable game. Craze putting out some big numbers. Lots of smiles, obviously, here from the OMIT boys, who are going to advance in 3-1 fashion in the respawns. That's simply what it comes down to, right? Team War competitive in that search and destroy. Certainly started to be a little bit competitive in that hard point as well, but just a touch out of reach. They now drop down to the lower bracket. They'll be sitting patiently in that lower final to see who they're going to be matching up against. But, man, hard to say who we're going to get going into the grands, man. There's still so much talent down there in the bottom of the bracket, Andy.
Look at this stretch towards the end of this double helix of a game flow. All the way towards that third P3 is where we started talking about the game clock. It had 1:15 left on the board because of all the traded time in gray time in the second set. And then through the end of the third, that's where we started to see OMIT really coming to their own. That flow state from Craze towards the end of that P3 in towards the P4. Absolute mincemeat of all of the Team War camp. Everybody that was challenging him just simply could not step up to the plate, unless your name was Diamondcon. that guy was frying. I'm pretty sure he's still leading the overall KD leaderboard for the weekend, but when you're the main AR, finding that much value, only so much you can do to produce that space for your SMGs when they are not producing it for you.
Man, so many insane moments. Lins with the double with the RC car. You go back to the S&D. Team War clutching up in the S&D to even make sure the series stays competitive. But the control out of reach with the slaying, and then just a couple pivotal moments around the P3 hill, the P4 hill that really gave OMIT the advantage they needed. But it felt like at times we're fighting for spawns for 30 seconds at the back and kind of getting blessed maybe even with the spawns at points. Doesn't matter. It only matters who gets 250 first, and that is OMIT.
Insane scenes. This is not the last that we will see at Team War today. Again, we got to get down to top 2 to see who's going to be facing OMIT up on the grand final stage. And there's only, well, 3 more teams that it could be. It's either going to be Team War, Team Orchid, who just beat 5 Fears in a map 5,
Wow.
6-3 Exceed, will not be back at that Esports World Cup. All of the chirping against EU, it lives on. Team Orchid will go in towards that lower semifinals where they will have to face the winner of OMIT Brooklyn versus Royal Spartans. The last dance lives on, and from my understanding, that is currently roaring in a map number 4 with OMIT Brooklyn having that 2-1 lead.
Oh,
Still anybody's game. I mean,
It
like,
is.
OMIT are in grand finals, but they've been shown, at least today, they are beatable.
They are beatable. I think it's matching them in the respawns. They can definitely fumble the search and destroys, and we have teams down there that could certainly match up against them well early morning before the CDL matches start on main stage. Who knows what's going to happen here, brother? Incredible stuff all over the place here for as far as what we've seen, and man, it is just so hard to make a prediction on what's going to happen. We still got one more EU team that's trying to do what they can to match up. We've had a lot of EU NA Grand Finals in years past, but hard to say if it's going to be this year with all the talent that we have, Andy.
The last time we had an EUNA Grand Finals was that Team Notorious versus the OMIT roster. Adam got RX his farewell Grand Finals tour in jeans, absolutely dropping a bombshell performance on Eric Boom's forehead. But yeah, we have one more series still going on as far as this heat is concerned. Royal Spartans going up against OMIT Brooklyn. The map 4 to force the map 5. Cruzy Cod ain't never making a bracket play at Champs. This is his first taste of it, and he's getting the lick of it.
Oh, is he ever? But Royal Spartans are down by a map and need to make a comeback here versus OMIT Brooklyn. And 30 seconds now here on the point. Yuli starting to heat himself up as we jump in. 4 in a row for him before getting shut down. And now with this P4 Hill in the balance, feels like the remaining time could be good for the Spartans.
194, 191. I mean, Spartans, you soak up this back 10 seconds. Think about what they're going to be able to do on the rotation and where it goes next. They get all of the Burgertown Street, a couple more players for OMIT Brooklyn throwing their lives away towards the end of it. But still, it's going to be Royal Spartans coming out on top ever so slightly with the lead.
Cruz gets stunned up, has to wait. Now patiently will be able to actually find himself a kill. Read in the back. No, not going to happen. Yuli, big double up for him. Gets in for the triple. So what a break that is from Yuli. Another big moment for OMIT Brooklyn to get themselves inside of P5.
Yep. Brack soaking up the time. He's going to get bumped out by Standy. They got these back spawns, but nobody was bumped out enough time to get a little bit more space further forward. Quad SMG setup. Brack with an SMG in his hands. You don't see it too often, but the kid does fry with it.
Yes, he does. Not going to land on a prelude, but is it going to matter because all the kills just seem to keep coming through one-sided here so far on the point. Wiz wants to get another look. 20 seconds to try to play for, but he'll be taken out here, and it just feels like not a trade is finally going to come through, but Gunzy can't come up with 3. Quick contest, doesn't matter. OMIT Brooklyn being very solid on this point, and now this game just about ready to be put away, going back into the reset of hills.
232 to 210, striking distance now for OMIT Brooklyn. They want to send Royal Spartans home. They want to stop the Cinderella story dead in its tracks before it gains any further traction. Yuli up to 29 and 24. Brack up to 23 and 20. Going to be the tip of the spear here all the way through inside of Blue. Is able to find the first.
Spartans holding on to try to extend this to at least one more map. Extend the year one more time. Kills coming through, back and forth. But it is going to be presence in the point here for the Spartans. They are slowly but surely doing this. We have ourselves a potential lead switch, maybe in the cards, all tied up at 234 apiece. Yuli trying to bide his time, but he'll be taken out. Prolute also able to find the pickup. The kill's looking decent here for a moment. Need to find one more if you're Prolute, but goes for the chow, and there it is. Still a little bit of time to fight for, but everything's going to end at the next point.
Conversations on the other side. Is it, though? I mean, it might just end here. The contestant's starting to come through. Yuli's trying to play his life. All the assists on the backside of the bookshelf, all the way through the elephant door. They can still get close, but they cannot win it here.
Have to fly. Need pivotal kills to come through right now. Yuli at the front of it all, getting caught off by the side, and well, he kind of gets taken out. Not a lot for him to do. Brack through the middle, looking to also get involved in the play. He's able to come up with 1. Cannot make it a second. The Spartans are trying to do it, and the spawns are in the back right now.
They got all the spawns. 242 to 246. They can win it here.
Chance to do it. Standy looking to go big for his squad. He finds the entry. It's all about the hill time. It's all about the final second. And OMIT Brooklyn have done it 3-1. win will be the series. They advance to the next round and eliminate the Royal Spartans.
Oh, top 6 for the Royal Spartans, where nobody even had them potentially getting out of groups past Team Notorious. Commiserations to them because they played that as flawless as they possibly could. They held everything from generators back at the elephant door. They found the initial kills. Yuli finding that double is what opened things up for OMIT Brooklyn to push forward, to get Sandy in that position out of Jenny's, to be able to find that damage in the subsequent second to be able to assist OMIT Brooklyn in that pinch over by the Burger Street to then close the game by 5. Gosh. What is this tournament, man? Look, this Royal Spartans roster has been absolutely impressive. Every single year we sing their praises, but this is where the last dance comes to an end. The lights are down, the curtains are down, everything is over. It's Nurse Cruzy Cod from here on out.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of these guys might be their last time competing, right?
Who knows?
We'll have to
Cruz
see.
said the same thing going into last season, but I wanted to make sure that he definite it. Like, he made sure, he told me, this is for sure.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. And he said, listen, it's probably going to be the case for these other guys because unless the scrim schedule changes, which who actually knows if it ever will, it feels like it's going to be impossible for some of these guys to balance, everything at once. So tough scenes. We've had this guy in COD when he came over back in Cold War, right? And we've been casting over him for a very long time.
That old UIU team. Oh my gosh.
Brother, it has been an absolute dream over these years, and I know he's loved it the whole way through. And I think it probably is a nice little cherry on top at the very least to finally break through the group stage, to go into bracket play, actually get to compete for an extra day, right?
Well, they hit his PR alongside like longtime teammates, right? I mean, you go back to that UIU team and like way up back in Cold War, one of his opening like teammates was actually Gunzy, and like in and out of these switcheroos with Wiz, playing a lot with Dak, playing against him as well in the College COD League at the same point in time. It just always feels like you get an iteration with like those core 3, and even back when they were playing underneath SGP Syndicate with Eric Boom on that same roster instead of Wiz, like, or instead of Dak, excuse me, you feel like that roster just was the accomplishment of friendship, and it felt like no matter who Rory was playing with, you always just kind of gravitate towards him because he is just that likable of a fella. Not always on social media, and maybe some put a muzzle on that Twitter profile, but I tell you, man, it's going to be a tough scene to not see everybody's favorite Kiwi within the Challengers bracket. So commiserations to them, but big old congratulations to OMIT Brooklyn. Again, 2 OMIT teams at least guaranteeing getting themselves going towards top 4. Now they have another tough matchup ahead of them because going up against this Team Orchid team who just beat 5 Fears in 5 maps, this is the last qualification match for EWC. What is it? No, it's for top 4, right? OMIT are already in Grand Finals. So
for Grand Finals, they got the qualification
spot.
So
Yeah, that's right.
This is going to be interesting, right?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, we know it's going to be cinema. It's going to be content. It's going to be a great night of Call of Duty. And, well, hopefully these boys are juiced up, ready to go, because they're going to have a lot of matches still potentially left going into that grand final for tomorrow. You want to qualify for it. That's the big thing, but also EWC. We know that's going to be the big talking point. We are going to throw things to a break. When we come back, loser semifinals coming up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challengers Finals as we're heading into our last top 4 teams on our way to cut down the bracket into our last 2 remaining into the Sunday Grand Finals. Everybody who is left has qualified for EWC, and the only thing that's left is to really crown a champion, and we still got a ways to go before that does happen. My name is Seymour. With me is Proper, and we still got a little bit of ways to go before the day is done. Andy, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see where we are and kind of run us through what we've just seen.
Yeah, again, we started off 16 teams yesterday down to an 8-team double elimination bracket going in towards today through 4 GSL-style groups. We have to reach top 2 for tomorrow, and everybody was very happy to see the OMIT win over 5 years. That means that top 4 now within guarantee for the Esports World Cup, albeit coming up short for Team War with their Map 5 win over the Royal Spartans. They have then gotten that ticket and their right to go over towards the Esports World Cup, but it wasn't just done down there. It also comes down to the Royal Spartans versus OMIT Brooklyn. They had a second shot at being able to get their key for the Esports World Cup, came up short versus OMIT Brooklyn. In 4 maps, the last dance comes to a grand conclusion, but 5 fears coming up short to Team Orchid. The last European team standing had to take down their European brethren in lower round 1. Are going to solidify themselves as an Esports World Cup team, a full-on European roster, making their way not only later into the bracket, potential for another Grand Finals versus OMIT. They have so many more teams ahead of them, but they are guaranteed to be Esports World Cup. Bants, back-to-back via Challengers, guaranteed Esports World Cup.
A couple more games before he gets a chance at revenge for the finals versus OMIT. And yeah, for Orchid, the only European representatives that we're going to be having fully in EWC, if I do say so.
Well, unless Gentlemates does something absolutely insane.
Would be crazy. But they got to get through OMIT Brooklyn and then Team War and then have that rematch versus OMIT if they want to defeat the title of being Silver Surfers across this year. But Andy, I mean, we're looking into the matchup that we do have right now on stream. OMIT Brooklyn versus Orchid. And this is something that we got to now dive into, because for OMIT Brooklyn, it hasn't been the greatest day for respawns for them every single time we do see them, but now they're going to be walking into a team that has really been known as one of, if not the best S&D team in Challengers.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. It's just a quick correction. Of course, always forgetting about Miami, right? Based in Miami, but they are actually a full-on Spanish European team.
I guess so.
It's just semantics. But yeah, I mean, coming in towards this one, how are you supposed to spin it in between 2 teams that have really benefited from their best-of-5 map selection to be able to get towards that map 5? They've been Nezzling teams, swing map mode combinations for that map number 3, ever so crucial for both Team Orchid and for Brack. You see on your screen, Bance, Henry, Mythics, Harry, last full European team standing in the Challengers pit, going up against OMIT Brooklyn, who came up short just a few moments earlier today. Started off the stream versus their sister team versus OMIT. Lost that one, not decisively, but they've been battling back ever since then with a handful of wins, most emphatically over that 5 Fears roster. The way that they were able to dismantle them was quite a sight to behold. But the best of 5 map set, all set and ready to go for us, and this is the venues that we are going to have on our selection. Vault, double protocol guaranteed for the first 3, but if we go all 5, well, that thing could be very, very scary for either of these 2 teams. I don't know how to shake it, but the Skyline Hardpoint, not a good look for OMIT Brooklyn. Hardpoint has been really bad for them today.
Yeah, I think for both of these 2 teams, you look at that Vault Hardpoint to really set precedent for what to expect in the series. You win map 1, you're going to be feeling good about winning the entire series with how these 2 teams have played. I walked up to Marky B and I said, was it your decision to ban the dealership? Please tell me you banned the dealership. And he said, yeah, we banned the dealership. Why? I mean, like, I can't believe so many teams have played OMIT Brooklyn on dealership Search and Destroy. Finally, Orchid's going to ban it away from them.
Anyway, last time that they played a dealership Search and Destroy versus the other playoff European team, well, they actually lost, OMIT Brooklyn won 6-0. So definitely something you want to get rid of in a best-of-5 map set, but still, nonetheless, it's truly anybody's game. I have not seen these 2 face each other all weekend long, and if they have faced each other, it would be all the way back at DreamHack, so nothing really to talk about rather than what's been on the day. And what has been a constant for these 2 teams is their Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
It is that game number 5 that we're going to be facing our way towards. And for the red card Search and Destroy, for a handful of times throughout the entirety of the weekend, let alone on the day, has been very, very good for the Europeans. I will not lie. Triple AR setup coming through. Harry is a real menace. He knows that timing quite well. If Mythics continues to be in that flow state, Henry goes unnoticed as well. We've been able to see what Bance is able to do. Again, the wily married man meta of the veteran that is Benjamin Bance is constantly finding these flanks, constantly finding these opportunities, because he knows for challengers, everybody's always focused for the front. We saw how much that was able to come back to bite in the rear in our previous series of OMIT versus Team War. Might get some of that again here versus Brooklyn and Orchid.
Yeah, I hope this one goes the distance just in general versus both of these two teams. It's going to be a great matchup no matter what way we spin it up. I think the Search and Destroy is something that everybody's going to be looking forward to between both of them. But, yeah, I mean, kind of like breaking into these players and, you know, what we're looking forward to. I think if there's somebody, especially on this Orchid team, that I'm really looking at to perform in this matchup, it is going to be Henry. I feel like for this Orchid team, a lot of their performances comes down to Henry as the X factor of the squad. When he's playing good, the team is playing good. And I think I'm looking at him to really be that difference maker.
No, I do like that. Again, for Henry, for all intents and purposes, has actually been one of the standout individuals for this roster. He is the head SMG to Bance to try to be a little bit more of his bounce off of, but Mythic's also at the same time going to be putting himself in a position to try to get as many slays as possible. Fun fact is that when Team Orchid were last on broadcast for us up on this main stage, it wasn't exactly a pretty showcasing for both Henry and Mythic's as they were going up against the Royal Spartans. They lost that series 0-3 in a pretty emphatic way, especially in that control. Mythic's, Henry were a non-benefactor. We need this team to be firing off on all cylinders. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. These guys traveled a long way just to boot camp for the whole entire shish kebab. So we got to see what they can do when their medal is test. Esports World Cup teams on the docket to compete against each other, to be able to see who's going to get themselves closer to that grand stage.
And let's get a look at that matchup now that I'm sure we're going to be seeing again before this year is over. So OMIT Brooklyn, Orchid loading into the vault hardpoint. Let's go for the lower semifinals. See who's going to match up against Team War in the next match after.
All right, Vol Hardpoint again, starting off on the favorite side here for OMIT Brooklyn, trying to at least maintain those bathhouse spawns, but they're doing a good job, as they always do here on Vol Hardpoint, just to try to cycle players in from the upper hallways. That's typically where you can get the majority of the kills, especially against a team starting off on the unfavored side. They are trying to generate time, our Orchid.
Standy's going to slide out. Matchouts in. Pro good for the second one. Starting off hot so far. Standy 5-1 on this breakoff. Help onto the last one as well, so good start for OMIT Brooklyn. They have to set up over towards New as well.
And you need that out of Standy. Again, just as much we were sitting there talking about with Harry and Mythics on the opposite side for Orchid, you could actually make the argument for Brooklyn. Standy and a handful of different respawns hasn't exactly had a standout performance. Same for Yuli. It's been a lot of Brack in the kill feed and Prelude to boot.
I agree. But here he is performing. And Orchid's off to a slow start because of it. Team Nate on Yuli, that's going to break up this setup towards New a little bit, but still walking away with the kills. Inside the hard point, it is going to be OMIT Brooklyn. Brack's going to back up for a second one. Allows Mythics a chance to soak up some time, but the trophy's going to make it pretty difficult to exist on the inside of this one. Slides out with the pistol. Not able to break down Mythics just yet, and it looks like Orchid going to have a chance to hold strong.
Yeah. Still got a lot of those trades, but still 20 seconds left to fight over. Mythics had a good look at 6 in a row, but will be denied as Prelude rips his head. It's rolling across the bathhouse. Still trying to play for exits, or Brooklyn as Orchid are still having those sticky spots in towards the back. They will end up at least getting this game to be just about that, even if not just a handful of seconds ahead. But they're really relying on Bance to make this push forward.
Big win. Turns around. Gets the read and a shotgun onto Prelude. Bance turning up for the rotation. One more in front of him. It's going to be Standy, but the timing just doesn't work out, and that streak comes to an end. So tie game heading into P3. Both teams just looking for a leg up on each other.
Yeah, it's just a really interesting setup. I mean, already dropping down from top art was Prelude. Knowing that his teammates were still going to spawn into the back, that's a little bit of a gamble, but it doesn't end up working for Brooklyn in this favor. You still have those back up top patio spawns for Orchid, and it's very difficult to try to combat it against, especially from Brooklyn, the way they played for the future. They got those back gold spawns, and they know that they can hold this rotation not only for 3, but for a potential couple of spawn kills as well through the middle of the map to already win the rotation for 4.
This is a hill that I'm sure a lot of people just want to soak up time so you can get that buffer between the rotations. On hills 3-4, Standy's going to take a look back at this one. He goes down, should spawn up with the rest of the team, but I like this call from Orchid. Everybody group up, spring loaded, trying to hit this rotation, but it's an early fight from OMIT Brooklyn over towards Art. 3 go down, spawning you in Narnia for the P4 setup.
Yeah. really good setup as well. Forward approach right here for Brack as he's just going to be watching a whole bunch of players. Yuli, good comms coming through from the teammates that are playing on the backside of the arches as well. That's Prolute, eyes like a hawk to convey that information to his teammates, especially for Standy. 26 seconds soaking up inside of the time. He's 13-8.
Still so much time to get here, and Prolute's finding everything. 3 in a row. Standy's going to get caught all over the place, but off the respawn, OMIT Brooklyn going to hop right back into the hard point. Everybody from Orchid tunneling through poolside, but with 20 seconds left, it looks like they're already chalking up this P4 hill. They don't want to give a chance for OMIT Brooklyn to flip the spawns potentially for the back P4.
Well, it's just interesting to try to give this up this early, right? Because you're going to basically be shaking your head in an agreement that you're okay with being down by about 50 points going in towards the second set of hard points. It is Standy to 14-10. Henry is 2-12 with 16 seconds of OBJ time. And you feel like that even for a little bit more of an impact, the Orchid would be running away with this game. Because albeit with the slaying being as far away as it is, for the scoreline to only be within 40 is blasphemy.
Yeah, it's got to change, at least for the slaying, and that should be able to bring Orchid back into this game. OMIT Brooklyn surrounding Yuli on 3 in a row. He's going to find the break in with the Jackal. Turns around, Mythics putting an end to that reign. So Orchid are in. Still 25 seconds that you'd love to pick up here for OMIT Brooklyn, working off the respawns. You can see a little bit of a two-pronged attack to see if they can flip things out, and it's going to be Prolute making a full rotation, back useless to spawn out Orchid.
Brack got a lot to do, snuffed out immediately. Bance 16-13. Again, you would never tell this guy is absolutely twisted at Black Ops 6, but elsewhere, back behind the bathhouse, OMIT Brooklyn are still trying to hold on to the spawns. They simply cannot do it any longer. It's a combined 6 spree in between Bance and Mythics, and the latter of the two Bens will end up being in the time first.
Well, even with those early spawns being at least punished a little bit, still Orchid bringing this one back to only a 10-point game. Standy's going to break through the front. Good trades out from Orchid. It's going to be a 2-on-2 for the Hail Henry in the back. What a win, and Harry's going to double down. So you hold the initial break. The wave is snuffed out. And I like this call from Henry to get active.
Was 2-12, now 5-16. Didn't look up, though, trying to get a little bit more space past the palm trees. Prolute for 2, Standy there for the 3rd. Brooklyn knocking at the door to try to break from the front with sub 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
That'll flip the lead. It'll keep Orchids trapped in towards the backside of P2, and Standy realizing the situation at hand. They're missing a number, so Standy's got to hit a route. He's going to get an isolated 1v1 versus Bance trying to clear this side of the map. It's a gunfight and a race for the art control, and Standy's going to get it.
Orchid have done so well at bringing this game back. Heading over towards P3. This was a big focus back in the first set of rotations. They just were not able to break this top art setup, and Brooklyn had the most comfortable rotation from P3 to P4 to extend that lead going into the second set of rotations that we're seeing now. And this setup just gets even more comfortable with Orchid spawning over towards gold. A couple kills come through. They're going to hop this hill, looking to get a portion of this 30 seconds left, and Bance wins the fight through mid. That's going to back up Brooklyn.
Standy and Yuli were so focused on what was going on inside of open that Bance just found a really easy opportunity from the plat side to be able to hit the middle of the map and start really gut punching its way forward, but still cannot get into the backside of gold. Orchid still trying to fight for the time. It's the righter of the two to try to hit through the old time and try to flip out through art, but you want to try to get yourself a buffer by any means necessary. Standy's up to 25-18, ahead of this P4 pop. Orchid will love to break this sooner rather than later, and Standy's playing the trap over by the stairs.
And now heading into P4 for the second set for the first time in the whole game. Orchid with a lead. Small one, but a lead nonetheless. And you can see Bance is trying to be that difference maker. The pushing towards the back, it's actually going to get caught out. So OMIT Brooklyn shut down the flank. 3 go down, and they hold the rotation of 4 yet again.
Yep, they sure will. Initial gunfight's great. Not the greatest nade, though, in the world. That's going to be some unfortunate damage to land right in Prolute's lap, but it doesn't even matter. His teammates are coming up with all the kills. Standing in towards the back now with the names in hand. Gonna be able to get over towards top gold, but the timing's not going to be good. Bance is right beneath him.
If we go to another set of hills, this has to be better for Orchid on the P4. That is twice they've given up full 60s nearly to this OMIT Brooklyn team. We're going into the third set of rotations with a comfortable lead for OMIT Brooklyn, but we've seen Orchid already chip it away one time. What's going to stop them from doing it again?
Probably breaking one of these P2s, getting a sufficient hold on a money hill. That would be the step in the right direction because Orchid have been fighting for scraps at this point. Pun absolutely intended, considering that the majority of their time has come through the initial 20s off of a lot of these different money hills and just fighting for the scrap time soon after. 2 minutes and 30 on the game clock. Probably not going to be a benefactor here. Standy leading the lobby. 32 and 21. Henry losing out on the lobby. 9 and 23 on the opposite side, but still a 26-point game.
Still a chance. Bance fighting for this time at P1. Finessing around the pillars. He's going to get a second one. Runs in. Standy in trouble. Still wins it, but the rest of Orchid are here. 3 kills for Orchid to try to get this time, but the respawns for Brooklyn, they are right there, and they are right back into the hard point to keep this lead going to P2. Now for Orchid, you have to pump the brakes. Stop this rotation and get the setup. This is what brought it back in the second rotation.
Yeah, Prolute, though, very proactive as far as the push over by the bathhouse is concerned. He puts himself in a position to at least try to get a couple players off of the respawn. And those 2 players, both Harry and Henry, have to play in towards the back. Yuli in the time, 17 HP, is able to hold on. 1 player's going to contest him inside the time, and he gets the better of Bance. What a breakdown. OMIT Brooklyn about to be over 200.
Yeah, this is a turn for the worst for Orchid, and Yuli's going to go down before that streak can turn into anything, but you just haven't been able to break this one from the front. And it's going to be very difficult this time. Prolute pops up, 3 down. Henry brings it in, hits the deck, and Orchid still survive.
27 seconds left on this time. Orchid need all of it, and we're got ourselves a little bit of a swing and a 20-point differential in between these 2 Mythics. Bad stuns himself, stuck at 33 HP, and he's going to get snuffed out by Standy, up to 37 and 25 now. But still, Orchid are holding the line. OMIT Brooklyn, they got the back spawns, and Harry just lined up at least 3 in a row, working himself towards a little bit more of some streaks. 170 to 209, not the overextension, not like this. If you are Orchid, completely giving away so many lives, and now Prolute can fly through the vault.
Yuli's going to be in a position to cause some danger. It's checked, but the gun's not up. Yuli still goes down. Mythics with a big win, and a flank's coming through from Harry. So team kill onto Henry, but is it going to make a difference? So far, no. Orchid are in the hard point, soaking up the time. And Yuli's going to take them out for a moment.
Orchid were okay with playing in that way. They get the spawns over by Plat, and instead of trying to shovel their way towards the north side of the map, they don't reinforce over by Gold. Orchid, a little bit of a split communication coming through on where they needed to get that set up. OMIT Brooklyn spawned to the backside of Art. They're able to reinforce this hill with all of their numbers spawning in close by, and thus they're able to get towards the time yet again. 221 to 182. OMIT Brooklyn just a handful of breaks away from closing game 1.
You need to get the flip. You need to break P4. You have yet to do it all game long. But these initial kills are going to be so telling on what to do. Spawn out for Prolute. Should be splits in the back, but no, it's Bance right behind him. Should have a freebie, but not before Prolute takes out Harry. That's going to slow things down, but look at number 7. Henry's in the back. But he's not doing anything for the hill.
Right.
OMIT are on it.
He's anchoring it, though. He's anchoring the spawns, and that's mostly what Orchid are trying to play for. It's just the bait. He's throwing out so many shots because the break's coming through from the front. Now you're dead. In towards the back. 3 dead now. Bance the closest alive, and he's only mid-map.
Prolute's in. 17 seconds. Can you break? Orchid in the hot seat. Trying to get through the middle of the map, but the airs are set up, posted up. And the power positions are just too strong. 7 seconds. Bance has to go. Should have the touch in, but Prolute for the hip fire. They line up. Henry still makes it through. But you have to hold for the next couple seconds, and he's doing just that for the moment. Standy shuts him down, and OMIT Brooklyn strike first.
250 to 194 scoreline has been reached. And again, it's one of those things, you go up so quickly, so early, Standy with a 5-1, a hot start. And when your SMG player that's supposed to be putting up the same numbers on the opposite side is not doing so, well, it's going to be one more number that you just got to be concerned with on the map. Not being able to go 1-for-1 in certain instances of time is going to sting for this Team Orchid roster. But it's never been about the respawns for them.
No.
We'll talk about more of that in a few moments' time. But this OMIT Brooklyn team, as far as Hardpoint is concerned, is the best they've looked all dang day. I mean, 71 engagements. Casual stuff out of Eli. 20 of those 41 kills were non-traded and 4,200 damage to boot, sure. But it's mostly the assist column that's being conveyed or being looked at right now, in my humble opinion, for the stats is because of all the team shots that were coming through from OMIT Brooklyn. They were putting themselves in really good positions to be able to not only just find trades, but to be able to flip the spawns when they needed to.
We saw that the breaks on P2, the rotation towards P4, they put it on display every single time. I mean, you get a chance there if you're Orchid on having that P4 break, but you're just never truly able to actually have a setup towards that money heal. And OMIT Brooklyn do so well at contesting and delaying. Orchid should just never catch up after the first wave of hills don't go your way. So you're trying to play catch up the entire time. OMIT Brooklyn, they shut you down. And where we've been waiting for Standy to have one of those big games in the respawn, he shows up here in the vault Hardpoint. And that's going to be feeling good now for OMIT Brooklyn, who this game one has been so elusive to them.
There's just so many clutch moments coming through from OMIT Brooklyn. You had so many players backs against the wall. Standy was obviously the easier of the handful to talk about. Yuli, even in this moment, just buying time to slide the chow, and then he found the subsequent second onto Bance to get the full-on break for P2. But you get Perloot multi-kills, you get Brack multi-kills, you get Standy multi-kills, and Yuli stepping up in a massive way. It's tough to really gauge because we don't live in that one of a million universes that Doctor Strange once saw, but it was just an uncharacteristic vault hardpoint out from Henry. Again, double negative is not what you want to see, but even being able to produce 10 more influential kills across the entirety of the rotation, you'll see it in the game flow. You feel like that impact not only was missed, but surely could have been felt. I don't even know how they went backwards in time. That's not even possible. That's crazy.
You go from 221 to 194 in a couple of hills. That it's levels.
Because he went double negative, Colin.
It's levels of hardpoint I've never even seen. It's things that only can come through from the best of teams and to just, bring things back a little bit.
Fair.
And we're going into the Search and Destroy, and this is where we need to see Orchid kind of pull things back, at least in the move. They know they've been here all day long, all week long, and even through every single run that we've seen them make to grand finals. The hard points haven't been the talk of the town for Team Orchid. It's nice when they win them, but they don't have to rely on them for these situations. So now heading over towards the Protocol Search and Destroy, this is where you have to really see them bounce back versus OMIT Brooklyn. They took out the dealership. They saved red card for Game 5. Protocol is where Orchid want to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team Orchid are just hopping off of a Map 5 win versus 5 Fears. It only took 9 rounds to do so. 6-3 was the final scoreline there in a Map 5 absolute barn burner. They took both Search and Destroys, of which the Map 2 was on Rewind. We'll get to the red card if we need to for that map number 5, but I'll tell you this much. Team Orchid, they're not really feeling too much stress away from losing that map number 1. We already kind of set up the conversation point for this this matchup between these two teams, in between NA and EU's best, is that this is going to be a battle for who's going to be the better Search and Destroy team, the better control team, as it always ends up being a discussion. But both these teams have struggled on hardpoint all day long. They've been kind of nitpicky on the hardpoints that they're comfortable to play, let alone be able to take, and it's the Search and Destroys that have been carrying them through a lot of these different series. Long, grueling series on Saturdays, and towards the end of last night on Friday for a lot of these teams just to make it to the playoff bracket. It is exhausting, but a game plan nonetheless.
And everybody's going to be wondering, how do we take down that OMIT team if we do make it to the grand finals? When you look at this Orchid team, obviously they want their revenge, but OMIT Brooklyn want their revenge just as bad. I mean, they lost today in winners round 1. They lost back at DreamHack 2. This OMIT team has had a lot of squads numbers throughout the Challengers pit. And both of these two teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get through this losers bracket, where they have been fighting tooth and nail since losers round 1 to be right here. Qualified for EWC. We're going to be seeing these teams in July. It's just, can they step up now to crown themselves champions and make the lower bracket run?
That'll be the question. Well, we will be asking in about a month's time for these teams of what they're going to end up looking like. But, I mean, the lower bracket run still calleth to be able to go up against OMIT. We have seen these teams face against OMIT in one way or another, especially for Team Orchid. They want that salty run back that they lost out on DreamHack, knowing that they could have got the auto-qualification spot, and maybe it could have been them in the winners' grand finals position that OMIT find themselves in, but not the case. They still get qualified the old hard and fashioned way for Team Orchid, but OMIT Brooklyn, they want that run back that started off the entirety of the day. Orchid's looking for that run back. Ward just lost 3-1 to OMIT as well. Everybody wants their get back. OMIT has the biggest target here in the pit, but you can only play what's in front of you. And Team Orchid being down 0-1 has another tough road ahead of them, given the simple fact that OMIT Brooklyn are undefeated on Search and Destroy throughout the entirety of the weekend. Just some casual stuff.
This is just one of those things for Orchid. Now they're just tested in what kind of Search and Destroy they're going to be bringing to the series, because OMIT Brooklyn are undefeated in this game mode, and it has been pretty lights out, from start to finish, barely dropping maps. I think they've been avoiding round 11s for the most part. it's just for somebody like Orchid now, this is your next big step. I think this is what would solidify you as the undisputed search and destroy team in the pit, if whoever wins this one.
They haven't played a protocol all weekend. Not a single protocol by OMIT Brooklyn have been played all weekend long. That's crazy to me. And if it was, maybe it was a round 1, but it's all been dealership for their map number 2s. That's so interesting to me. I mean, protocol, whether it was vetoed or whether it was just left open, never picked. And again, this is a team that I think, they've never been to a map 5. They've only ended things in 4. All of the matches that they've lost have been in 4, and they've won series in 3 because of their search and destroy record. So, yeah, don't mind me and my old brain just trying to go through all of the little tidbits of what is going to be happening here in this map number 2. But OMIT Brooklyn, I mean, even if they win this map number 2 from having an undefeated search and destroy record, that doesn't guarantee the series by any stretch of the imagination. You go to that Skyline Hardpoint, that map mode combination has been terrible for OMIT Brooklyn all weekend long. They'd love to get it done in 3, and their best foot forward to be able to do that is by a hot start here in the protocol search.
So we're getting these things ready for both teams. Don't forget, show some love to AMD for everything that they've brought to challengers, not just this week, but last week prior as well with the AMD Overclock. Go join their Discord, follow them on Twitter, AMD Gaming. Show some love for the love that they gave to these challenger players and to the challengers community. For Orchid, for OMIT, the love has been heard all weekend long. And it was a big moment for OMIT Brooklyn to make the EWC qualifiers. You saw it even in the pit from Rafi, how stoked he was that he's got 2 teams that have now qualified for EWC. You know, yeah, we can get into the details.
No, we don't have to.
A little bit later.
Not on this show.
Not tonight. But for Orchid as well, I mean, you even talk about the history of the squad. I mean, just think back, all the way back, Andy, to MW3 inside Boston. You know, when we first saw Bance take stage for the Challengers pit, and it just wasn't really all there for him. And the growth that he's shown throughout Challengers, even into this team for Orchid, where you look at him as one of the best players for this squad. He looks like he is playing some of the best COD he has played in years. And you're looking to see if he now can carry the last remaining European Challengers team all the way to another Grand Finals to continue with the legacy that has been Europe in Black Ops 6, not missing a single LAN final.
You're going to be really happy about with this for Bance, of course, not missing that LAN Grand Final again, but being back towards the Esports World Cup. He's been chasing the Purple Dragon to get back into the league. Former Splice icon Bance went 10-3 in that map number 5 versus Succeed in 5 Fears. That's a 3.3 KD with 1 first blood as well.
He was roaring after it. Team was fired up. And you gotta see that energy, that intensity now going up against OMIT Brooklyn for this first round. It's gonna be a slow hit with the bomb. Bance has middle map. He's waiting for the chance to get through. And he may have found that timing for the trade to bring us into a 3v3.
Finds that timing, kills top trips onto Brack 3v3. Bance is just still getting activated. He would be looking for the entire ace, but Harry's gonna rip that one away from him. And now Bance just going to be sliding around. Bombs should be planted here by Henry. Should feel more than comfortable to do so. And wherever Sandy is located on the map, inside of Grandma's, he might just drop down to his death here momentarily.
1v3, drop down, and Orchid secure it. Losing the first blood, still translating it into the initials. The bounce back, the regain, it's already been shown.
Yeah, it really is. And it's like I said, I mean, like, if you're looking into this from Orchid's perspective, you're not upset that you lost a Hardpoint. You're just excited that in this series against a top NA team, comparatively to 5 Fears, you put up more than 105 points. Like, that's what you're mostly excited for. You knew that this was going to be a back and forth for search and destroy and control for these 2 teams who have really struggled in Hardpoint all day long. And as we get towards that Skyline Hardpoint, it becomes juicier for Orchid. We'll explain later on. But now it's their turn. As far as an offensive incursion is concerned for Brooklyn, gonna be a square up in the middle of the map.
Oh, Bance, 4 in a row. They line right up, and the assistance as well. 1 versus 4 for Brack. You blink and you miss it. Where's the team gone? What is the break-off call? So many questions to answer, but Brack, he has got some work to do right now, making it a 1 versus 3. Bomb is down right next to him. He is going to be able to recover it. 55 seconds to turn this into something.
It does take Bance off of that 4 streak, too, so Lead enough to get an RC car.
A's open.
Unbeknownst to Bracket is open, but he's got to cover so much different space. He has no utility. Harry, Mythics, Lucifer, they're quite content with this idea. You got the numbers, just play for the retake, play for the trades. Bunch up, fellas.
Planted for the left side. Brack playing aggressive. Can you get the kill? Maybe even a second one. He gets away. 1 versus 2. Early read onto Harry. They line up. 1 versus 1. Brack now on the escape. Playing for the regen, the pre-fire. It hits, and Brack for the 1v4 ace. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that is some rookie mistakes coming through from the Team Orchid side. You can see Bance right there just shaking his head. I mean, he was the one that needed to initially get in there to maybe try to find the kill, continuing on with the 5 spree, but individual gunfights isolating versus Brack, who's been at the top of the pinnacle as far as KD ratios are concerned, dating all the way back to BO4 with the Maddox ICR in his hand. The guy is ice cold. He is dirty. And you give him isolated gunfights with a headshot multiplier that we have here in Black Ops 6. Yeah, he'll take the ace. He'll take the 4 in a row as well, plus the round tied up in round 3 we go.
If there's anything to fire you right back up into this game, you're Brooklyn. It is Carson Brack on a 4 spree, 5-1. He has spoon-fed you around 1, and they are not going to let that fall.
Space being provided at least through the middle of the map, but playing for this timing. Standy's just watching the exits from screens like a hawk. Though if you're Brooklyn, you don't want to give them up anything. Orchid playing for the pounce, and it's going to be Bance for the slide chow, and Brooklyn going to be able to walk away with that first blood thanks to Uli.
Another first blood. Back on the first offense. Orchid were still able to translate this into a win, but it was Bance who made that play, and this time you're not going to have big ol' Benjamin to make that play. Slide out. Henry trades it into a 3v3. The ace site open. Yuli's going to try to take this bomb back, and he does. Playing his life. Shifts around for the finesse, going for the chow, and he knows Harry is pinned, but all he has to do is play his life.
Ooh, finds the kill over towards top plat. That was well conveyed by his teammate there from Brack up top. And at least the damage being found down low. Bomb had to again plant it, and Byron had a big pop off there before we ended up looking at the cameras. Back-to-back rounds now for OMIT Brooklyn, slowly dissecting this Team Orchid roster and what they're trying to manifest all the way through the middle of the map. They were trying to play coy. They were trying to play for the bait play to see if Brack was going to get a bait for the switch of himself to try to get closer towards that streak. Not going to be the case at all. I mean, when you got a team on the opposite side for OMIT Brooklyn that consists of both Brack and Prolute, they will slow things down to an absolute snail's pace to make you drool out of your mouth. A combined 8 spree between Brack and Uli.
Such a good play from Uli as well, and he's going to be already down and towards the pits of A. Trophies out. 3 members to chow. Lucifer, Mythics, and Henry all here for the slide on in. Yuli's in trouble. Henry finds the angle. And the RCXD of Bance, why not add that into the mix? 1 versus 3 for Prolute. Can he deliver what Brack just did?
Now use the streak, get yourself back into the round. Don't let Brooklyn build up all this momentum, though. Prolute, we've seen him in situations like this before. Drops down, creates a little bit of a ruckus. There's the jump up. He needed that one as clean as all get out. Now just sub 48 seconds. Byron's hoping for a chow.
0-3. Not only have to find his first kill of the map, but 2 more as well. He's still got the nade cooked up. Hits the mark. Early damage. All 3 members of Orchid just back on down for the regen. Pop back up. Play it perfectly.
Yeah, not enough damage. Just outside of the impactful of the blast radius there with the fragmentation grenade, but still, nonetheless, Bance, red screen, he was the one most impacted. All it took was just the assistance over by the elevator shaft to be able to put themselves in a situation to enact their numbers. But this push was brought to you by the RCXD car from that man right there, Mr. Benjamin Bance. Pulled out the RCXD car, dropped it down low, stopped the push dead in its tracks through that A bomb, and we're tied up again into round number 5. And at least for this side of the bomb for OMIT Brooklyn on defense, they caught Team Orchid lacking, thinking that they were going to get overextended upon. And Orchid then, by the time they had made the move, had no map position. They're looking to change that this time around. But it's Brack with the car.
He's getting the info that A is off limits. Now you got a retake. 4-on-4.
Mostly going to be dropped down over by the big door. This is going to be coupled along with the drop over by Spiral. This has to be picture perfect.
Mythics in the slide. Really aggressiveness. Pro's going to read it, but still loses that first blood engagement. OMIT Brooklyn now in a little bit of a pinch. Brought down into a 1 versus 2. You know, Brack is outside. Mythics is throwing shoulders, making it impossible for Brack to bid this one back. Henry right alongside you. Nade's gonna hit, and they put it away. So a swing for Orchid. Back-to-back maps to take a lead.
Yeah. Late utility as well. I mean, like, that's what's most insane about the entire situation. The late utility coming through from Henry. Again, he had a terrible map number 1, but he's playing the search and destroy super methodically right now, assisting his teammates to be able to get space forward, to be able to then get that bomb planted, which he is more often than not the carrier to 4, which is probably the reason why he's got the utility late in the first place. So wonderful stuff coming through for Team Orchid. Again, for a team that's been undefeated in Search and Destroy, you'd expect Standy and Prolo to be somewhere better than, I don't know, a combined 0 and 10.
Especially with the pop-off we heard from Byron earlier. Trying to bring the passion. OMIT Brooklyn need some slaying. They go back up the zip. Exit the back of Grandma's, trying to reassess the situation on where to go.
Yeah, bomb might just start to lurk its way over towards the plat side. It's already towards the lighthouse. And they might just wait for the drop down low. I mean, they don't have so much information, do Brooklyn. They don't have the luxury of all the utility to try to find said information. Harry's playing top trips, trying to see if he finds anything and snaps on a Prelude. No AA gun control.
All 5 shots just hitting. Yuli's going to break these back. 3 versus 3, but another trade. Orchid taking the life lead. Standy wants to take Mythics away from this back turret position. It's going to be a tough fight to take, and he doesn't even know Mythics is laying prone on the other side of the box. Mythics goes big, shuts them all down. 3 rounds in a row for Orchid.
I see Mythics just, I don't know why they're trying to chow me back there, but it's also just the only play that you have at that point in time. I mean, you lose the opening engagement. Prolu was trying to get forward over by P1 on the AA gun. That you got space provided over by the plat 4 P2 that your only play, okay, we don't have any space over by the A lane. Let's just drop down, see what we can find, push all the way back to the spawn, but that didn't get good timing onto Mythics, who has been shooting very, very straight through this map number 2. So going back in towards this one is going to be a 2-round lead for Team Orchid, looking to play spoiler for OMIT Brooklyn in their flawless Search and Destroy weekend.
0-12, Standy and Prolo. Hopefully we don't add 2 members to the agency. Looking for an answer back, and there it is. Standy finally getting the first blood. Yuli's going to double down, and A-Zone is shut down by the defense.
Bomb dropped as well. And that needs to be recovered and tried to execute upon, but it's just Harry, 1v4, would need the entire ace. And look, Lucifer, you've had yourself a great weekend so far, but this one might be a little bit further out of reach. He's just going to yeet himself into the water, go for a quick little swim, put on his back a best attack on Titan impersonation, and maybe go towards the island of Paradis, though in human form. Don't go into Titan form, Harry. You're tall enough.
Yeah, same Vanguard. We don't get no Colossal Titan or Armor Titan.
Yeah, right.
But,
or Krampus just running around Gavatu. Do you remember that?
what a time.
Is he still in the venue so we could, like, get him a little
Just
bit
like
further?
unlocking so many memories in my brain.
I'm a historian for all the best and the wrong reasons when it comes to Call of Duty. Within 1 now are OMIT Brooklyn, and both Sandy and Prolo get themselves on the board finally. So is that something you could rally behind? It's going to be a fast hit down low. They're going to be utility to meet them here.
Hell yeah. Prolo's over the top, first blood again. Yuli, a second, the follow-up, it's sublime.
Yep, combined 5-3 now between Yuli down to Proloot. Brack, the only one that's not a part of this entire engagement. He's late to join him, but might not even be needed. Cooked up nade here for Mythics, gonna bounce right off the wall. No connections.
Oh, Mythics. A little too fast off the jump. 1 versus 4 for Harry again. This time he doesn't even get the chance to jump off the map.
And that's the first time defensively that we haven't seen anybody from Team Orchid actually straight drop down inside a spiral. Through the past handful of rounds, we did have Bance drop down there with the RCXD car. Didn't really find much of anything. He went on a little bit of a drive. So then the adjustment was going to be, okay, this time Harry, Henry are going to hit over by the courtyard area, wrap back over by Big Door. They heard the drop down through the zip line, through the elevator chute, get some stuns and nades. But by that point in time, 2 had already slid through, and it's full on covered. I'm sure that Team Orchid will not let that one go lightly. Proloot now up to 3-7 as we're tied up into round number 9. It's an offense again for Team Orchid. I have to see if they want to say things remain slow. No, they're actually going to meet the pace. They did this a lot versus P7 White. They love this aggressive hit.
Well, for Byron and Eli, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And to tie us back up, they have completely unleashed the beast that has been Yuli, but he gets caught in some poor timing. First blood for Orchid, first time in a while that we're going to be looking at that numbers advantage. Trying to take their lead back.
I'm sorry, that was against 5 Fears in that map number 5. Yeah, there's the aggression through the elevator shaft, almost uncontested first bloods for Team Orchid. And this time it's a little bit of a bait. They catch Yuli lacking. And now they're going to try to wrap back over towards the chopper. There's going to be one player that's going to be watching this. It's going to be Prolute. He's going to get some really awkward timing. Doesn't know that Bance is up top, but that nade's going to come up short.
Yeah, but he's given enough time for Brack to reposition towards the back of B.
Didn't take the
Opens
bait,
up
though.
A, Standy alone in this endeavor. Prolute's actually going to go big for the assistance for a kill on towards Harry with the rewrap on Zip. 3 versus 3, bomb going down.
Yeah, still got to be worried about where Bance is located. He's going to start clearing inside of Trips.
Oh, the
They didn't
patience.
see the door crack open. Standy's going to find the trade, 2v2.
Could have been dangerous. Still a chance, though, for Brooklyn to take this lead, 2v2. Who's going to get map point first? For OMIT, would be a chance to go up 2-0 in this series. Orchid looking for the answer back. Brack's going to get tagged up, has to back down. And you're waiting for Standy to make a play alongside you. In for the chow, 21 seconds. So much damage on the exit. Henry takes down Standy, isolates Brack, and it is so good in the post plant.
What a cool play. Just all of that was manifested from the aggressive hit down low. 3 stuns, 1 frag grenade, down the elevator chute, and they catch Yuli trying to rectify that with a push over towards the big door. You catch Yuli lacking, everybody goes back up towards the Zip, and it's a double-double, baby. Why not? Because we're in Canada. So you bait down over towards A, you bait back over towards B, and then Bance is holding there inside of Trips to be able to catch everybody by surprise in the opening in the middle of the map. Fantastic stuff, and well orchestrated by Team Orchid, and now be up to map point.
The good old Timmy special. You leave it up to part of our friends across the pond to make it happen. Bance up to 10-6. Let me see if he can find some space here on the defense. It's an aggressive hit over towards B. Yuli's going to lay that rock right away. His Mythic's going to get eyes on it.
Oh yeah, the sun's going to connect, but Yuli's going to be able to at least get this bomb planted. You got full-on chopper control for Prolute, but there's no trophy system to keep Yuli alive.
Trades out for the retake. Henry up top. He's got a big battle versus Standy, but both back down. Now through the middle of the map, Standy pinched between 2. P1 battle is going to be so important, but right now it's all going to be OMIT Brooklyn in that kill feed. 2v1. Harry all the way back. Lamar, 20 seconds on this retake. And he's got to go. Brack still posted up over towards the P1. He's throwing shoulders. Harry's going to be spotted out. Neither player has to chow, but they want to chow.
Because we got to go around 11. OMIT Brooklyn, they riding on that high of being flawless and search and destroy all weekend long. This team of Orchid would love to upset that, let alone tie up the series and guarantee a Skyline Hardpoint. That should be a guarantee for them. But they got to get past this round 11 first. Who's going to have the offense or defense? I was not doing the quick maths to be able to see. And it should end up being Team Orchid, I believe, will end up having the defense. So OMIT Brooklyn got to crack the code again. Their best success so far was that chopper push.
Well, ring the bell. We get around 11. Lower semis. Orchid want an answer to that hard point. This is their moment to shut down Brooklyn in their best mode, but Yuli finds a route to be.
Oh, that first blood is immediately just going to be brute force their way over towards the chopper gunner. And Mythic thought it was going to be coming this way, but no, it's actually a bait. They're back through Trips. They're going to drop down and pinch inside a spiral. Wonderfully executed. Mythic's last alive, and he's all the way over by the chopper out in no man's land. He's got to try to make something happen.
The great Bamboozle. Can he clutch up for the team? The nade's out, and he ties to the fall damage.
So I think it was actually the nade when he dropped down. Like the fall damage did about like a good 30 damage, and then the nade, which was cooked up, just exploded right at his feet.
Oh
so,
man,
yeah, that's tough. But what's even more tough is that you were the first up to map point, and then you lost it to OMIT Brooklyn, who are now completely flawless on search and destroy throughout the entire of the weekend so far. They now have themselves a 2-0 lead within this series. And you feel like they're truly and utterly within the driver's seat. I mean, the camp for Team Orchid, they really got to lock it in because this series is looking like it's getting away from them.
What an anticlimactic end to a round 11 search to destroy. Fall damage and an aid, it does wonders, not for your health, but for the entertainment of the stream here in the Challengers Pit. 2-0 off for OMIT Brooklyn, undeniably one of the best teams that we do have for search and destroy now at the event. And even taking a look back at this one, you thought for a second with the hot start that we got out of Bance that it was going to be all Orchid in the initial rounds for this search and destroy Andy, but I can't believe we got to see a 1v4 clutch from Brack. That
Yeah.
is one of the most insane things we've had all weekend.
Even without that four kill ace that he was able to get, that still would have left Carson at 8-5. He went 12-5 for the W, 1,300 damage, and it's a lot of this early damage he was able to find to help his teammates work their way back in. There was at one point where we were talking about Standy and Prelude being a combined 0-12. Standy, yeah, he still finished double negative, 4-8, 5-8 out of Byron,
Yep.
but you cannot ask for more composure to be exemplified by a team that have been in and out of the league, all as individuals, and even up on that main stage a handful of times. Prelude wants to get back towards that grand finals for challengers. He wants yet another chip on his shoulder. He needs to eclipse that top two.
Like I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And that is
Love
as
me a
good
good
as it gets.
destination.
Yeah, well, round 11 for OMIT Brooklyn. They stay undefeated in the search and destroy, 2-0 up now against the number 2 seed in the bracket out of Europe. And it has not been a kind event for Europe all weekend long. Team Notorious get knocked out of groups. P7 White, DF Fard in the playoffs. And then you look towards Orchid, who gave them that knockout. The last hope for Europe in a position where they have to reverse sweep their way into the losers finals.
Yeah, I wonder if Sleeb ended up walking, or if Steve walked over towards Banson, he'd be like, shake his hand real quick, be like, you are the last hope now for the European nation. I need you to step up and absolutely deliver on a grand finals. But hey, you're still going to have at least one full European challengers team represented at the Esports World Cup. The real question mark is, what's the stain going to look like on your record before you take that travel over to Riyadh?
It's a big question. We still got more to answer with the potential reverse sweep on the table. Orchid in the hot seat. We're going to cut to a break while we get ready for the rest of this lower semis. In a surprising turn of events, we are looking at OMIT Brooklyn on the brink of knocking our last hope for Europe out of the Challengers Finals here in Kitchener, Ontario, up 2-0, heading into the Control. Bance & Co., they got to dig deep now.
Yeah, they sure do. Again, it would have to be the full-on reverse sweep, and at least the next several maps do look really good when it comes down towards Team Orchid. You do have the Skyline Hardpoint. That has been the weakest Hardpoint for map 4, but you got to convert this map number 3 first and utterly foremost. It is a protocol control. This map mode combination of which they lost to 5 Fears 3-1. The same map mode combination that we have seen throughout the entirety of the weekend for Orchid only a handful of times. They dodge it. They don't enjoy playing it, but they got to get it done here.
Here or never. So for Orchid, it's just what do you have left in the tank on this Saturday afternoon? Henry gonna turn around a beamer, as you need him to turn up after the poor performance in that map 1 on Vault. But as he's gonna be cleaned up, Harry's the furthest one, and he's just waiting for a chance to touch B and distract.
Again, Team Orchid, they wrote this ship. Ever since being 0-3'd by the Royal Spartans on Vault, it has been their hard veto all day long. So it's either Hacienda or this. 23 plays up against 25 through the opening breakoff, and there's not a single segment of progression earned quite yet.
Harry's going to get all the way around. A couple kills now, and he's lighting the way to at least over towards one of these zones, but 30 seconds. Eventually, you're going to have to make a play if you're Orchid, and it does look like Henry's going to touch that zone onto A, stop that clock, and the rest of the team's going rogue for the kills.
They sure are. Watch one player number 8. Prelude's all around the back. Mythics might be a little bit too late to try to read this. The spawn out is over by Tree, and you would never expect that. So Harry slides a little bit too far forward. The gunfight over by the AA gun is won by Standy, and now we're down to 20 seconds.
Only one segment. Some work to be done here for Orchid. On their offensive round, one more chance it feels to hit this as a full 4 stack. Stick out. Brack's going to finish it with the kill, and Brack translates to 2. The snap over towards the AR. He is lighting up that kill feed. Still, Harry, a chance. Not ready for the flank, though, and it's only 10 seconds left to chase this dream of an offensive round with 6 seconds. Brack on 3 in a row. He's going to turn things around and possibly take this player off of A, but he's more focused over the front. Timing is terrible. Is this a chance to bring it back?
Yeah, it sure is. They just took down Yuli. He was the player up top.
4 dead.
Mythics gets further forward. 4 dead in the feed. 3rd segment stacked. It's going to get locked in. Lives mitigated. 13v13, and we got a minute left to play.
Margins of mistakes from Brooklyn, but you've opened the door of opportunity for Orchid to come back into this one. Harry now on the pop-off for map 3. 6 and 4 alongside Mythics, now 6 and 5 each. A couple kills for OMIT Brooklyn. They're going to put you back on the respawn block, and Vance is going to look to see if he can dig you away.
Yep. Vance trying to cause distress over by the P2 plat, or the B zone, depending on which way you like to call it. Brack trying to help out his teammate, but the timing's not great. We'll find at least a trade, but down to a quarter HP, almost able to get the turn. Vance missing a little bit of line, but still gonna be bringing back down the red into red digits. 22.1 seconds, 7v9.
Not done yet, but lives terribly low. Time even lower, 16 seconds. A flank through A. Henry's going to hop on towards that zone. Knows Yuli's going to be in Lighthouse. Tries to go for the chow, but big win from Yuli. A nade from Brack. Everything falling apart now. 3 go down, and Harry is nowhere close to getting on the zone.
No, nowhere close at all. So looking like just the 3 segments to be captured here for Team Orchid, but that's 3 more segments than they had any business getting. I mean, the setup for OMIT Brooklyn was astounding from the opening breakoff. They got all the way inside of bottom trips, had lockers control, pillars control. They were setting up spawn traps. They had players in towards top trips, windows, watching players trying to cross, getting over towards B, but there was a moment in time. 3 dead quickly come through, and they're trying to cycle players back in towards a position to try to work the spawn trap, and it was at that moment that the numbers started to sway in the favor of the Europeans, and they were able to convert at least that 1A zone for 60 extra seconds, but segments are definitely what you're after. OMIT Brooklyn's turn for the offense now.
It's been the conversation of protocol all weekend. Nobody has had a consistent offensive take, and it has always just been scrambling to get it done when they do win it. OMIT Brooklyn now, their chance. Brack on 4 in a row, make it 5. Roaring into the A zone and trying to take his team
Oh, yeah,
to the promised land.
You're going to be loving that now if you are Rafi. Very, very much so watching this, eyes glued like a hawk. 27 plays 25, and we got players over by the A control zone. It's just Brack on a 5 spree. Would love to get some assistance, maybe for Carson to get closer towards the spree, even if he needs it.
It's a slow progress, and it's a slow retake for Orchid. Trying to find the necessary kills. Harry's going to put together 2. Mythics over the top, forces Brack away. 6 in a row, trying to hold on to this Hellstorm chance, but no. Big kill from Harry. 8 and 7 now in the round.
Able to at least mitigate the lives. 23 plays now, 22. Second segment, only about a quarter of the way, and that's going to be depleted. So now you got to look elsewhere if you are Brooklyn. They go down low. They deal with the players inside of the spawn and the secondary as well. Get a couple players over towards the Z-zone, boys.
Byron shotguns him. Hipfire's going to land, and he's immediately going to peel back to stack this zone with the rest of the team. Yuli over towards B. You have them pinned towards the back of Lighthouse, and Yuli knows just that. He's going to be in a position to now get double progression for the team.
Yeah, sure will. Furthest player up would be Henry. Dealt a very tough hand. It's Yuli. He's pushed all the way over by the Lighthouse. Tough gunfight. Got good damage, though. A-zone's going to be captured. 19 plays up against 14. Brack into the corner. He knew that someone was nearby. It's such a wily veteran, but Mythics was on the right side there for the trade. But we're still in the B zone, stalling out the time.
Spawn's going to be forced out. Standy knows that. He's trying to deal with the remaining lacking players towards this B zone, in towards the Lighthouse. The stack now, only 1 player on this B zone. It's going to go slow, but Brack's going to get there in time. Not in time to stack with Yuli. He goes down. Orchid only on 9 lives. They have to be so careful of what they do next.
Yeah, they sure do. This could be an offensive round win for Brooklyn. At least Vance finds the opening. Oh, Harry really wanted to try to get in a position to work a couple of spawn traps, but not going to be that easy. A couple of trades to speak of. Positional advantage now being earned. Standy's push all the way up, and Henry finds good timing to take him off the zone.
Yes, finesse. Oh, Prolute dives in. 2 dead. No respawns. OMIT now for the stack. Looking at all the segments in this round. Only player close by is going to be Mythics, but he drops, and that's it. OMIT Brooklyn 2-0 up in the control. Steal the offense. Get the brooms out.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way. I mean, a 3-0 in the control would definitely call for a OMIT Brooklyn continuation back up against Team War, something that we haven't seen in quite some time, but I would honestly be here for that. We'll have to see what it end up might being, but still, what a massive sequence to come all the way through for Brack. 5 spree to open things up on the round, get themselves over towards that AA gun, and to be able to at least work that first segment, but back to the drawing board is where they all went. And once OMIT Brooklyn came back right off the spawn block, they found a beautiful sequence of transition through the middle of the map and then being able to capture the B zone. Very difficult to do, to convert an offensive round on protocol control, but that's exactly what Orchid need to do.
That's where you got to start. And you got to turn that dial up to 200% now for Orchid, now or never. A reverse sweep in the control, reverse sweep in the series. That is what's on the table, and Vance is going to do his best over towards that A zone through the middle of the map, looking to hunt these players in for the pinch. Prolute shot in the back. Vance looking for 2, but Yuli slides back out. Vance good for the double kill. 3 go down. Orchid have an opening.
Trying to get themselves a little bit further forward. It's only 1 player that's on the A zone, but great pickup over by Spiral. The takedown Sandy. You definitely don't want Eli in your spawn. Second segment being worked on over at A. We also are being look over by B, and they are getting a lot of space provided for them down low inside of screens. The A zone uncontested. Brooklyn just want to give it up and try to concede the space and play inside their spawns, but Orchid are running them down.
Henry was looking for a chance to maybe punish a couple more kills before the A zone does get captured, but now, because of that, OMIT Brooklyn have a chance to possibly even contest this zone before it gets captured, and here they are, slide out. Harry's in trouble, surrounded by blue players, but teammates get there in time. The reinforcements have arrived, and Andy, it's a 4 dead.
Yeah, it sure is. Transition over towards B, more than likely. First segment halfway done. Going to be locked in before the second segment is even going to be beckoned to try to be contest. Orchid lead by 6 lives, and here comes that second segment.
Full flank. Harry's watching it. 4 in a row. All eyes peeled. Front-facing battles. Henry over the top with a pistol. Out 14 and 16 coming alive at the last leg. Third segment's in. It's being worked, and Orchid are not done yet.
Yeah, not getting over popped there at the end. It was a beautiful sequence there from the AA gun that then transitioned through the middle of the map, back over towards B, but overextensions continuously coming through from OMIT Brooklyn, where they found success in the opening defense. Kind of got away from them. It's the same exact thing and reasoning of why they actually lost the A control zone in the first place, is because the overextension back in that opening round. It's just the difference this time around was the transition from the opening breakoff to be able to go on that combined spree for all of Team Orchid to then subsequently transition to the middle of the map with their life advantage and positional advantage soon after. Harry's coming to this one on a 6. He just needs about an assist, if not like a tier denied, and he'll get it.
Would be big. Shots in, finds it. Hellstorm acquired, but 2 go down in the meantime, so Harry's just going to post up, but dead body fall from the skies now.
Yeah, someone put on let the bodies hit the floor. That's exactly where Harry just got tripped up from. Does get the Hellstorm missile, but will lose out on the rest of his life. Brooklyn are trying to manifest an A push, but it's all individualistic and it ain't working.
Shots out from Standy. Now for Brooklyn, you get the shovels, see if you can dig yourself away from the spawn trap. Standy finds himself a second one inside lockers. But he gets cut down, full coverage onto this A zone from Orchid, and Mythics is going to be able to easily translate onto the kills, shutting down this rotation over towards B, but big kills out of Brant. He gets 2, and now he's on to the B zone.
27 and 13 for Brack. He's been leading this team's KD ratio the entirety of this series. We know that Carson loves himself a good KD ratio, but good bait allows Standy to come on in towards the lighthouse to be able to find that elimination. But the problem for Brooklyn is not the eliminations. They are only trailing by 3, but they got to try to work one of these segments for some of these zones. Again, it is 9 segments to just the 6 for OMIT Brooklyn. And if this goes round 5 as it currently stands, Brooklyn will have defense, or offense, excuse me.
So somebody's got to touch. TLDR. Yuli's going to go down, though, getting aggressive, and that's going to open up some avenues for Orchid to have angles towards this A zone. Harry, a second one. Henry's going to fly. And you got to be careful. 10 seconds. Brack wondering, do I touch? Do I wait? But you got to go right now. Bans to the middle. Hipfire's going to land. Swaps over to the second one. Brack's in trouble. Good shots from Henry, but it is still 2 members there for Brooklyn.
First segment being worked. It's just Standy here. 14 plays up against 13. Not too many lives can be thrown away from this. If you are Orchid, trophy system now going to get depleted.
They're going to walk forward. 4 seconds. Hellstorm's going to be called in, and they want that round 5 defense.
Oh, no.
1.7. Standy in trouble. Shot from the top, and it looks like Orchid going to get it done.
Yep.
Round 5. Ring the bell.
And that's exactly what you want to see coming through from Harry again. He's been playing in this in Call of Duty at the pinnacle for European Call of Duty for such a long time. Had a stint back with the London Royal Ravens back in the Jay Gizmo days as well. And that's just what you expect to come through. Conversating about the Hellstorm missile. I have the streak. Should I use it here? If the Hellstorm missile doesn't get invested, you had good positioning inside of Grandma's to maybe try to contest the zone, to deny the 3 segments, to probably put Brooklyn over the edge to get a round 5 defense, but guarantee that. Call in the Hellstorm missile, make them flood forward. There was under 10 seconds that even further desperation had to be set in. Orchid putting themselves in the driver's seat, keeping themselves in the narrative. They got the round 5 defense.
Can they keep this series going? 1 more round. 1 more step. Bans denies out. Standy's going to get the quick trade. 2 opening kills on either side, but you got to worry about Henry now as he is starting to find his pacing in this series, but both members in the base of Brooklyn go down.
The scoreboard is just absolutely all over the place. 29-17 for Brack. On the opposite side, 27-25 for Mythics. Harry is up to 19-16, but he was the one with the Hellstorm missile. First segment being worked on. Brooklyn are a lot more objective-oriented through this opening break. They're only down by 2 lives.
I'm fairly certain at one point Bance was 7-16 as well, so his climb back into the series going to potentially be studied for Orchid. They are answering the call.
Blockers control. Henry going to be able to get the better of 1. Spawn trap starting to be occurred here. And, well, the second segment doesn't need to be depleted so long as you continue to find the kills. Mythics down to 5 HP. Still going to get traded. Standy for 2. Maybe can get out of their spawn, but Bance is next up. He's behind enemy lines. He doesn't give away his red dot quite yet. The A zone beckons. 34 seconds remain, and Brooklyn finally get back on.
Standy on 4. Bance up top, good trades out, and the Cadets through. 3 down for Brooklyn again, 30 seconds. Now, for Orchid. You are in the driver's seat. OMIT Brooklyn have to find some answers if they want to put this one away in a 3-0 sweep as the Bromes get put underneath the seat for a second. Orchid are feeling good.
Are they ever? 15-14, 11.7. Over by the A zone. Where was he? Had no idea. Prolu was right underneath his nose the entire time. Here comes the push. Second segment lock. Gonna get the stack. Trying to bump a little bit further forward, but you cannot defend this at all. Add 60 seconds to the board.
One life difference. OMIT Brooklyn making an argument for the sweep. And it's never over. Yuli on the flank. Nobody's going to be watching it. 2 down, 3 down. Andy, I'm getting worried.
Oh, are you getting worried? Orchid is certainly getting worried. Somebody check Marky B's pulse right now. First segment's going to get locked. Second segment looking good. There's a pinch to start to come around the backside of the double door, but traded Standy for 2.
Eli Stannington. Third segment now. The stack is going to be in. Everybody from Orchid are racing. Vance for one last try, but he drops the stack. It's over for the first ever time in Black Ops 6 for the Challengers Pit. An EU team will miss the finals.
Yep, and they will be sent packing top 4 at the very least, but not the last we will see of them this season. It is a long and real tedious road for the European teams, coming over a week early, fighting jet lag, trying to compete in that AMD 10K the best way possible, but it's Team Orchid again, who eclipsed all of the European teams, including Notorious, a Miami champion. Orchid have been to grand finals so many different times, even through the elite stages. They had to get through the TK of P7 White in lower bracket round 1, and they continue on with the rampage through the lower bracket. They guarantee themselves Esports World Cup as the roster still stands, but as far as their champs weekend is concerned, it is done.
A sad way to bow out, but it doesn't get closer than that for a 3-0 sweep. OMIT Brooklyn from lower round 1, you get bounced out by your sister team, and you guarantee that they have the resilience to make the run deep. And so they have top 3 with War in their iron sights. They know what needs to be done. Orchid just another step on what is a long journey back to greatness.
I just can't believe that they ended up losing that Control. I mean, like, when you go back to it, like, when Control became a first, like, the iteration of Control back in BO4, when it became a staple game mode in competitive, we were talking about all of, the lightning strikes, the Hellstorm missiles at the time as well, and just being able to save all of your last bit of utility for a bombardment in round 5. Defense or offense alike, that's the gamble that Harry had to take just to make sure that they had the round 5 defense. And again, hindsight being 2020, who's to say that if they don't invest that Hellstorm missile, that they don't end up recontesting the point? I'm not too sure, but maybe that could be a conversation going towards Esports World Cup. Save your utility for that round 5. They're going to have to wait a little while longer to enjoy those white noise generators, man.
It's a decision that you're going to have to deal with, and look at how much that means to OMIT Brooklyn, knowing that they just sent the last hope for Europe packing in the Challengers Championship pit. We're looking back towards the Control. A rough start for Orchid, but you got to give some respect to them for the way that they were able to climb their way into that round 5 defense. The Hellstorm investment, questions to be asked, but at the same time, Orchid can hold their heads high, saying that they left everything on the table for this map 3.
Oh, they wanted so much more. I mean, heads can only be held so high. Just defeated looks for Team Orchid. Still really don't want to leave that main stage, but still, what an impressive feat throughout the entirety of the season. I mean, this is a roster that's only seen so many different roster changes themselves comparatively to so many others in the European region, but to be able to be as consistent as they were through all of the elite stages, came up short of the beginning of the year for as far as an OMIT is concerned, whatever, but at least they put themselves in a position to constantly be in the argument for a top 2 team in the world when it comes down to challengers. Again, coming up short at DreamHack, runner-up to OMIT GG, who are already in grand finals. We will see them on the main stage tomorrow, but they still qualify for Esports World Cup, so they might still get that run back that they've been chasing for the past month. They bow out at top 4 as OMIT Brooklyn. Now they have a date with Adam Assault and Team War.
It's going to be a while since we see Orchid yet again, and I'd love to see them stick together for the EWC a month away. Sad to see them bow out here and now, but you're right. All the focus is towards that OMIT Brooklyn team on what they've been doing. The Search and Destroys have looked good, still undefeated in S&D. OMIT Brooklyn, they hold the crown for that category. One more step to make it to the main stage. It's OMIT Brooklyn versus War coming up soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to Challenger Finals. It is time, our final two here for day number 2 in the lower final. I am Visions. This is Seymour. Brother, we have the decider coming up to see who is playing on CDL main stage for tomorrow.
One more match, one more chance for both Team War and OMIT Brooklyn to have a rematch versus OMIT GG, who are waiting, chilling. In fact, I've seen them inside the players. I guess you could call it player lounge now that everything's kind of getting cleaned up a little bit, but they're sitting posted up, watching these matches, taking notes, and getting ready.
Well, let's introduce both of our squads that have played a hell of a long time of Call of Duty throughout the day. We got Team War going up against OMIT Brooklyn. And, well, of course, introducing first, we have Diamond Con, Linz, 2 Real, and Assault. These boys did lose the winners final 3-1 up against the other OMIT squad that's sitting comfy in that grand final until tomorrow. And we'll see what they've been able to do, how warm they've been able to get, and how prepared up against OMIT Brooklyn.
I mean, they've had a long run, too, for themselves for that winner's bracket. Obviously, not going through that loser's gauntlet, but 2 Game 5s to get into that winner's final situation versus OMIT. You lose in Game 4. So this is a chance for you where you've had a lot of reps. You're not too cold going into this match, but you're eager to find your way back, and you're going to want to step up in that first game to bring that intensity now for Team War after that loss. And the other side for OMIT Brooklyn, Brack Standy, Yuli, Prolude. I mean, this squad, we've been talking about them all day long. Losers round 1. They get knocked down by OMIT GG all the way back at the start of the day, the first match that we had on stream. And they have been climbing ever since. They eliminate Stallions. They take out the Royal Spartans, ending the last dance for Cruz here at Champs. And then they eliminated the last European team as well in Orchid. So they've been on a run. They've been getting it done, and they are still undefeated in Search and Destroy.
That's the biggest factor. Glad you're bringing that up, Colin, because that is something that you're going to potentially have to steal away here if you're a Team War. We've seen the hard points. It feels like at times that's been pretty solid here for them, but it feels like if there is a game mode that you have to rely on, that you can go clutch in, that has just been your bread and butter, it has been Search, and that is going to be huge to give yourself a solid chance going into that grand final.
And I mean, even look at the record for War today with those Game 5s. They've won 4 out of the 5 Search and Destroys that they've played on the day. The one that they lose is the Rewind Search. That P7 White did take off of them all the way back in their round 1 match. And for themselves, they don't have to worry about it.
Well, the maps and modes that we have laid out for our lower final. We'll be kicking it off on Hacienda Hardpoint. We'll move into a dealership, Search and Destroy, followed by a Vault Control. That's the guaranteed 3. If need be, Colin, we'll move over to a Rewind Hardpoint, followed by the Red Card Search.
And I like this one. I mean, for War, we've had a lot of information on this team on, what maps they like to play. They beat Spartans down on the Hacienda Hardpoint that we saw earlier on stream, and the complete brawl that we had between Red Card and Hacienda is all the way back in that winners round 2 match. So you go into this one trying to kick off on a map that you're familiar with. You get that with the Hacienda Hardpoint, and you're trying to heat up after OMIT Brooklyn are riding a little bit of a heater.
Okay, what do you have in store here for us if you're Team War? They're the squad that's going to have to try to get into the mix and make sure that they're really shooting straight against an OMIT Brooklyn that just came off of a very convincing dub. Again, it's been a bit of time with the vetoes. We've been waiting, we've been warming up, but I think that's going to be a critical point. The other one is that we have 2 players on each side that are facing off against one another that were on the same team for Challenger Champs last year, Yuli and 2 Real, Colin.
And this is what we've kind of been cooking up. Not only does Yuli leave Team War going in towards DreamHack to join this OMIT Brooklyn roster, it doesn't work out at first, but they've built themselves up from the ground now. And you qualify for EWC, you have a chance to get back into the grand finals if you're Yuli, and you have a chance to get back into the grand finals if you're Prolude as well after a second placing to Lore Gaming last year when we saw them in Texas. But for the other side, I mean, you got your previous teammate in 2 Real who you also won Challengers Champs with. So we got a little bit of a head-to-head between these two, with 2 Real looking to take him down, still run through this gauntlet with his new sub-duo Linz.
Only one can get through, so somebody will be denied a second chance at a championship. But even then, you're going to have to go through the absolute juggernauts of OMIT. So there's a world where we have an OMIT on OMIT matchup here, but Timor, I'm sure, have something to say about it. We saw second place earlier on in the year with this squad as well. Remember, they were 3-1 up in Miami. The organization as a whole has been looking for that dub throughout this year, and well, for quite a while, period. And they have a chance to get it done, or at least give themselves a chance to get it done after this matchup if they can come up big.
And you even look at this Team War squad. Assault, top 8 at Champs last year. This is going to mean a lot for him as well, trying to build his way back into the CDL where we've seen him before. Linz, you were in the CDL last year. You started the CDL off this year as well with Gentlemates, but you took a little bit of a tumble down over towards this Team War roster, but you found yourself a home. You're starting to get better. Every single game we see him take over for this squad. And alongside a Diamond Con who just seems like he is in his bag this weekend. You are safe under the wings of Connor.
Connor's been great, man. And Diamond Con has come up big at these type of events for a very long time. I feel like throughout his career, it has always been a situation where he is picked up and forced to try to turn things around for some of the squads that he's been brought onto for the CDL. And I feel like he has been competing. He's been absolutely fighting down here in the pit. He's been a great addition without question this year to this roster. And he's been going big, as you just highlighted, Colin. There has been multiple games where it felt like he has taken over. He has been impacting them intensely. And that is what you need from one of your key ARs against a squad like this when you have just vets that have been down here like Brack, who have been solid as well. So I'm excited for that matchup and that head-to-head.
Speaking of, this is the man of the hour for OMIT Brooklyn. He's been having one hell of a weekend for the squad, whether it's Search and Destroy or the respawns. You can always bank on Brack to really put up the numbers for this squad, and he has been on one this year as well, playing beside Standy for majority of the year. Dallas champion here in the Challengers pit alongside that Standy team with Johnny and Arcides, who did elevate up and towards the league. But you've had a revolving door of this OMIT Brooklyn roster, a lot of changes, a lot of new teammates, a lot of things to kind of figure out going in towards the champs. And albeit DreamHack wasn't the best showing from this squad, it's been a month since we've seen them on LAN, and on their way to champs, through the boot camps, through all the practice, they have truly found themselves a roster now to compete at the highest level of challengers. Both of these teams now looking for a place in the finals. Both of these teams looking for a rematch against OMIT tomorrow in the arena.
We started with 16 teams coming into group play. Now we are only left with a total of 3, but only going to be left with 2 after this match is all said and done. Hacienda Hardpoint is where we're kicking it off. Colin, let's get it going, brother. I'm ready.
Okay, look at this one, Brack. We talked about him for the hard points. 1.14 KD, 3,000 damage across this tournament so far. And Brack has been great for the squad, so let's see if he can really step up once more. Linz is going to kick things off, though, with a kill down a secret.
Yeah, hard not to talk about Linz, one of the key subs here for this squad. And he's had a lot of pop-off moments throughout today, 16 kills in the S&Ds and whatnot. So if he gets off to a hot start, it could get dangerous. But the second sub duo already off to a pretty solid start himself. Real comes away with 2 kills, but does get taken out in U. And now still 25 seconds to fight for him, P1.
Let's go start for OMIT Brooklyn. War looking to battle their way back. You see, trying to put some pressure over towards the spiral staircase. It's going to be OMIT Brooklyn for the first rotation over towards P2. Couple players set up. You still have Yuli a little bit rogue, and he's going to cause some issues for the rotation. Now finds a second kill as well. 3 go down. It's Diamond Con in a little bit of a pickle. And he's going to get cleaned up for OMIT Brooklyn to kick off the second hill.
Great moment. Yuli able to come away with 3 kills in this life after starting off 0-2. So now you're looking great if you're OMIT Brooklyn here in the back. The spawn's in control. Brack doing a great job of shutting down the push out front. Diamond Con's going to try to get something done himself, but now you're losing some of your members in the back. Standy's got to go big.
This must need breaks. Standy just decimated. Yuli on the inside. Linz breaks on in. 3 go down, and you flip the script, but you just haven't taken Brack out yet. Still going big for the team. 6-1 on 4 in a row. Looking for number 5, and with the close respawns, his teammates are right here alongside him.
Brack up to 6-1, and he has just been living in the hard point. There's finally a timing that doesn't go his way, and Linz actually finesses quite well for a double. It is just grab time both teams are fighting for, and overall, OMIT Brooklyn actually come out with just about all of the points here on P2.
That's 2 times Linz assists for a 3-piece, and War are denied a break to P2. The heroes for OMIT Brooklyn, individuals going massive for that time, and now they're looking to get this quick break over towards Hill 3.
Prelude not going to have the chance to be able to fight for office, so has to drop down low and might be looking to make his way all the way around the back. He would be met with one of the members there. Now, Brack also trying to get something done. Frag grenade over the top, looking for the entry, looking for a peek. Nobody budging here so far, though, for Team War as they hold strong on the point. Chow finally comes his way. He's good to get the kill, but he doesn't have the support. Team War doing a great job.
Yeah, too many angles to deal with if you're Brack there. Tries to do his best to stall, but War is slowly chipping away at this lead. And you can see that they want to try to flip the script going into the 4th hill for Rock P4, but still some work to be done. 12 seconds at old. Rotations already being looked at by Brooklyn.
I think it's important to note that Standy's off to a pretty slow start here at 3-8. If you go back to what we saw there in one of his last series, he was 41-30. So he was one of the leading players when it comes down to KD and when it comes down to slaying. We have not seen that so far. And OMIT Brooklyn, they are going to be able to grab themselves the lead change. And you got Prelude, who's on a spree of his own. He's up to 4 in a row.
And War on the other side, it has been consistent all the way through from everybody. But Linz, 8-8, 16 engagements for the squad. He's going to try to see if he can lead them to another break. Linz takes down Prelude for the trade. Hit through the middle from Real. They're going to hit this together. Assault ends up going down, but still Linz looking to see if you can work some magic now with the rest of the team, but he's just not able to get it done.
Oh, Yuli over the top. Fantastic, that is. And so, with about 20 seconds left, both teams going to give it another go, making sure it doesn't go over for free, but Team War slowly being cut down. Quick contest on the point. Chow now coming on through. Standy has a chance to line up a couple. It won't fully work out, but the trades are good, and OMIT Brooklyn will come out with a slight lead after the first set of hard points.
So, I mean, we talked about Standy. It's not the sexiest kill-death ratio that we've seen from a player, but that is a ton of damage on the assist column that he gets for that hill. So, important moments for OMIT Brooklyn, up by 40 going into this P1 second rotation. You look at the mini-map, and it looks like Standy also trying to impact this flank.
Standy good for 1 inside of Wine. Now wants to play for the high ground here. And the timing almost works out. Not going to fully come through, but the team shots around are going to come out somewhat for OMIT Brooklyn. Now Yuli getting activated inside of Office will be shut down by DC. Lots of time to still fight for, though, on P1. Standy getting mixy for a couple of kills, but again, the trades back and forth. Everyone fighting for the high ground while there's 20 seconds left.
Again, OMIT Brooklyn running away with this hard point, upping their lead to nearly double what Team War have. And you can look at that minimap in the situation that we're going to find ourselves. Team War, they struggled at breaking this P2 back in the first set of rotations. They got 2 triple kills, and still it was Brack to hold on strong. You're losing the rotation yet again. OMIT Brooklyn are going to have the setup that they want to further hurt this Team War squad.
Diamond turns into Jack the Ripper for a moment. Real looking for the entry. How about that snap? My goodness. Has a chance to get the second, but he's a little bit weak, so doesn't get a fair chance of the fight. Will be pretty much fully cleaned out. Spawns in the back, looking solid right now for OMIT Brooklyn, as Brack's responsible for watching the flank.
And Brack's going to have his head on a swivel. Lots on your plate to deal with. First Shaolin. Good shots from Diamond Con. Rips him right off the head glitch. And that's going to put pressure on Standy to back up with the rest of the team. Turtling on towards this P2. Pinched at both sides. Yuli and Prelude or Standy still going big for the squad. They work from the inside out and they hold on.
And it's one of those moments where, all right, we're Team War. Do we hit this one more time? Do we just rotate? It looks like they go for a bit of a 50-50 flip. 2 other players going to try to hit old, but nobody able to really get through the front. Real tries from the side door, but it's really just exits. So you slow them down a tad bit to make sure OMIT Brooklyn doesn't get too much map control, but all things considered, they are locking down a lot of these hills, and that's another essential full 60 off P2.
Yeah, I mean, you are down by 100 points. This P3, it has to be a full 60 or at least nearly a full 60 off of this hill right now for Team War to really contend with the map, let alone maybe even the series if you lose this hard point. So this is a really big one for you.
This is where Team War were the best so far on the map. Was this P3 hill outside on fences, but Yuli well, he's creating some problems. Top Dark, able to get himself on 4 in a row. Good chance, but Assault's been able to bully himself up to this point here on the fence side, but can't play his life any longer. Diamondcon around the outside's got to finesse his life. The support comes through. Team War still got numbers here, but they're trying to hold on and need to funnel through on the kills.
Team War got that dog in them, but they also got a couple of team kills. That's going to make it really difficult for you to finish off the scrap time. Still, you walk away with it. But again, Brooklyn, we look at them. They've been fantastic over towards these rotations. They got the early setup, all 4 players on the money hill.
All in the money hill. Team War now need to show us something on the break. Chow comes right to 2 real. No problem. Puts one down. Can he put another one down here through the middle? Diamondcon not going to be able to find anything. So you are really looking for some of these entries like I had said. And so far they have not been able to break in. But here's their moment. Lynn's here at the tip of the spear. Can't find anything. And this is again another solid hold for OMIT Brooklyn.
I mean, you're in and you are not going anywhere right now. Standy has completely flipped the script from the initial troubles that we saw from him at the start. Now 18 and 16, a minute 11 in the hill. He is grinding with the rest of them.
He absolutely is. Another 4 down for Team War. As you can slowly but surely feel this one slipping away. It's a full-on rotation to the new hill for Team War, but it is a 100-point differential. OMIT Brooklyn are slaying out on Hacienda.
You just can't close the gap at all. And OMIT Brooklyn, this has been the conversation for them. Their hard points have been lacking, but if this is when you want to step up for the respawns, no better time than losers finals.
P1 time now starting to tick away in favor of OMIT Brooklyn. 5 in a row for Standy, who has brought it all the way back after that slow start at 6 and 11. Now up to 21 and 16 with a minute 23 in the hill, and he also gets help on that kill. A nice snap onto 2 real, and these boys are completely fired up.
6 in a row for Standy. He put away Orchid back on that protocol control, and he's looking to do the exact same for Team War. Hellstorm in the pocket, everything that you need for OMIT Brooklyn to put this hardpoint in the history books.
Too many boxes to check, it feels like, at this point in time for Team War. We've seen some comebacks throughout the day for them, but this one feels like it could be too much. 100-point differential. Scrap time surely picked up, but it's going to be a disadvantage here on the rotation with a little 3v4. Diamondcon able to get a trade, but needed a double, can't find it, and now this is where they've been their best. OMIT Brooklyn, they can put it away.
Twice we've been to this hill, twice Team War denied the break. Now you have to do the impossible within 8 seconds.
Assault cut down from the front. ARs are just too much to deal with. OMIT Brooklyn are warmed up. They're ready. They're taking each other out. They're so fired up. And that's map number 1, locked in and secured.
This team looks like they are firing on all cylinders at the finish line. No better time to find some rhythm than in the losers final. They look fantastic, and we talked about how rough Standy looked at the start of this map. I mean, he completely turns this entire game around. It frees up so much pressure from the rest of the team, and everybody was able to do their 25% for this Hacienda hardpoint. Even looking down at those stats, Standy finishes at 23 and 17, 18 non-traded, 3,000 damage for the team. Still not the highest, as it was Yuli who put up 3,500 damage. As his sub-duo, they were cooking that entire Hacienda.
No question about it. On the ball, trades were good. The holds were completely on point. And you talk about that P2 hill, I don't think Team War ever got more than 15 seconds in that hill on any of the rotations, brother.
I don't even think they got 5 seconds off that hill. We're going to look at it even in the replays, and it was picture-perfect setups towards OMIT Brooklyn. And even when they were punished, I mean, you saw Brack, he went from 4 in a row. You had Yuli right next to him, showing some support from behind them on the driveway. The second time they go there, it's a break from the front, side door as well. You get 3 players in there and the flank being washed, and then Standy and Yuli, they just lay it all down on the line. They just go big in this moment right here. You see Standy pivoting from one side to the other, getting those kills, locking down that P2. We're going to see it in the game flow. I imagine those P2s are going to be a big reason why that lead was so one-sided.
Man, there it is. And it tells the entire story without question. If you somehow missed the opening game, well, it was clearly in favor of one team. It felt like there was just nothing really going right there for Team War coming into that first matchup. But that said, you know, again, OMIT Brooklyn coming off hot on that last series, able to get a nice little comeback in there as well on the protocol control. And, well, they take that momentum and they run with it here into the Hacienda.
Here is the issue. We got Dealership Search and Destroy coming up next. And one of the biggest issues for this OMIT Brooklyn team was they couldn't win a hardpoint.
Right.
Now they win the hardpoint, and you're going into map 2 with the best Search and Destroy map that we've seen for them all weekend long. They're not only undefeated on Search and Destroy for the weekends, they haven't lost a dealership, but they've played it for about half the amount of time that they were in Search and Destroy. So the fact that they feel so polished on this map, to get it into a lower finals for Team War, this is an ego chow on the map. They just took down OMIT in around 11 on this one. You shut down Vivid after he's 15-6 for this map mode combo, but I still feel like OMIT Brooklyn, this is still a step above.
How about ProLoot's S&D stats?
Wow.
Number 2, 1.67. Byron has been cooking here in Kitchener.
14-7 in First Bloods as well. His opening duels are crazy.
Yeah, that is absurd. But both teams going to lose one. A small exchange through middle. The bigger problem is that you also do lose the bomb here. So going to have to do some recovery at some point in time, but I like the play call. You got Brack, who's just kind of isolated, waiting for someone to overchow while your teammates start to work on the other side of the map.
Things are going to slow down. We get a look at Brack's S&D stats as well. He's going to bring his team back in towards this map mode combo. 2 kills on the round. 3v1 for Linz.
And the timing, works out well. Able to take out Brack, and that stops the bomb planner, and guess what? He doesn't actually get taken out, so Linz has some good information. The chow comes to him. The snap looked good, but the regen not fully through.
I mean, if he got the regen off in time, that was a bold challenge to take, considering your teammate was literally on the other side of the map. If ProLoot loses this, that gives Linz a chance for the 1 versus 3. And we saw Brack get a 1v4 earlier, so really anything's on the table for these clutch moments. But you can look at this one for OMIT Brooklyn. You feel good for the dealership. You win round 1 off of a hard point that you stomped Team War through. So you are riding the wave.
Great opening round, and those KDs and stats that we highlighted, well, holding true for a reason. Team War looking for the response on the offense of their own. Good stun connection from Brack as he's posted up right on top of the bomb. Little shoulder check coming through, and obviously no commitment going to follow.
Oh my goodness, assault. Rips Brack right off that heady. DiamondCon's going to follow up for a second kill as well, so numbers advantage for Team War. The A site is wide open, and all you're banking on is a fast flank from Yuli. Still trying to find his timings.
Oh, that's a lot of players, and overwhelmed is an understatement. Not going to be able to find anything. Talks about 1v4s. Yuli gets a little bit of info, but as he slides out, not going to work out, and a very clean round comes through.
Yeah, you're not Brack right now. I still can't believe he 1v4 clutched that protocol.
Pretty gross.
I think that Orchid might see that in their nightmares to come, but different series, different game. When we talk about somebody who is going to change the trajectory of this entire series, it is this man right here, Linz. When we saw him versus OMIT, he was the one to put the dagger into this map mode combo. The flanks, the timings, the aggression, and fear that isn't shown by someone like Linz. He has to be the one to find those timings and make a difference here on Dealership.
Well, both teams able to grab 1 round apiece. As much as we've gassed OMIT Brooklyn, Team War have won a lot of clutch S&D maps, and this would be one of the clutches. Take it off of them here on potentially the final match. Stuns and nades being exchanged through the middle of the map, but nothing really going to find a connection, and now it looks like the play call might be to start to bang out A.
5 S&Ds all day for Team War. They've won 4 of them. The only one that they lost was a rewind round 11, so this is still a team they have to show respect to, but Linz, 3 in a row, first blood, answered back, 2 versus 2, assault on the flank, just going to play his life, both players separated and isolated.
Oh, but look at DiamondCon here, plays unfolding right in front of him, and well, the double team is beautiful. Now all down to Assault for a 1v2. Good tags onto Brack, but doesn't get the finisher. Now position going to be given away. They're waiting for Assault to try to push all the way through, but now they're going to rally right back. No problem whatsoever. The double team again, perfect on the last 2 kills.
Good follow-up from OMIT Brooklyn. You lose that first blood, you still get right into the action to rip those power positions away from Team War. DiamondCon was alone on an island. They recognized that immediately. They chased down the player. They forced the 2v1. They don't even get too eager to go to the bomb. They just sit, they wait for Assault to show himself. As soon as they do, they knew they had that round in the bag.
The teamwork, the isolation is coming back to why this team has been so darn good. They don't give you anything for free typically. You got to come and steal it and take it. Brack opening nades. Well, that's something we've been seeing all weekend long, hasn't it, Colin? Another great one here on the DiamondCon. Take him out of round number 4. Bomb going down.
Things you just expect from a player like Brack, but still going to give up this bomb plan. Very defensive setup over towards this B site. Now you get a retake, as it's not a guarantee, even with numbers. Linz looking to see if you can equalize on the aggression, but a team nade.
No, and well, that just pretty much, you feel like, seals it. Unless Yuli goes down here. TrueReal's able to slip away. Could come behind the play, but they're just going to hop it. They're going to go for the hop. Assault over the top. Won't find anything. TrueReal, he's in a 1v1 battle of his own. And well, they hop off it, but doesn't matter. ProLuke back on. OMIT Brooklyn going to get a freebie there on the retake.
I gotta know where that nade came from, just first and foremost, because you have the conversation that Linz is playing aggressive. You want to get that kill, make it a 3v3, and then the nade comes in. But you throw the nade way too early while your teammate is vulnerable, and you don't even give him the time of day to make that play for your squad. So yeah, spoon-feeding rounds over towards OMIT Brooklyn. I'm sure that the boys in blue are going to be laughing that one to the high heavens. Yuli on 4 in a row going into round 5.
Linz has also been one of the difference makers here. He's been great at S&D throughout today. 5 and 2, trying to rally the troops behind him.
I'm sure he's not happy about that team nade.
Can't imagine he would be.
Peekaboo.
We'll see what's going to happen through middle. A lot of shots being exchanged back and forth, but not going to connect with anything just yet. Awesome! What is going on?
I don't even know. I mean, we got cars being sold. We got rounds being sold. This is a dealership for certain, but it's not the kind of cars that you would enjoy being sold to a team. It's Linz now trying to make that play, leading his team back in. And yeah, that is one that you're going to be laughing about. Forget about the team nade in the round prior. ProLute, he one-ups you.
Yeah, you get a freebie, and, well, you get a freebie right back that goes the other way, but that's why we usually don't see the RCXD get pulled out at times, right? Especially maybe early. It's almost the desperation thing to use for info later and later into the search and destroy when you get into those very passive sort of rounds and you're trying to figure out what the setup looks like.
So, like, do you count that as a first blood for ProLute? Do you count that as a first blood for Team War? That whole sense. You got 2 out of that as well. I mean, major impacts for War. They didn't have to do anything. That's aura.
Well, have to recover. I'm sure OMIT Brooklyn will be able to shake that one off, but Team War giving them a chance to claw back into it. Again, this position's been played quite a bit by Brack. Last time he was getting the shoulders, and then Assault would kind of chow him, trying to get the camera angle and throw him off guard. Brack has been putting his nade away and throwing it back out. Finally throws it, won't find a connection.
Trophy's going to eat up the ordinance from War. They know that there's a stack over towards B, so right call is to rotate onto A. ProLute is here, prone behind the cars.
ProLute, oh, he's ready to pounce. Gets a good look at the second. Won't happen. Trade will follow. 2 versus 2, and now you got a very interesting decision. Do we rotate to B? Team War thinking about their options.
Letting this one breathe a little bit, but OMIT Brooklyn, they're not going to bite. Instead, Brack's going to meet you. They line up, and Brack is ice cold on this Saturday. Putting rounds away, clutching them up, taking OMIT Brooklyn all the way through.
What a transfer that is. Salt just can't get the trade. Unreal. Little 1v2 up close and personal. Brack, as you said, one of the iciest men so far in S&D today with the 1v4s, the close-up engagements. The man's bringing it all.
Casual smirk, too, at the end. He knew that he just got away with that. The read onto the flank, the re-wrap. You thought OMIT Brooklyn might have stacked over towards A, but here we go. Trophies out, set nades. It's going to be an aggressive look at this A site, but look how deep Team War are standing. No need to play for any opening bloods around these cars.
Yuli waiting patiently for someone to maybe get over-aggressive. Little peek comes through there for 2Real. Immediately backs away. Nade won't find a connection, but they're not fully committing to the site just yet. They're still looking for some info, looking for that first blood, and now Team War looking to get aggressive here on the defense, and it works out for the first, but is 2Real going to find anything else?
You love this call, and after the cars blow up, that's when you re-aggress. Surreal, though, he's in a little bit of a compromised position, trying to play his life. Teammates behind him supporting. They got the bomb down. They don't know this, but they have OMIT Brooklyn right where they want them.
Oh, Surreal trying to toy with that gunfight and just can't find the hit markers. And, wow, DiamondCon just not going to get a read on the player pushing here to his right. So now it comes down to Assault for a 1 versus 3, and you have to have a rough idea that Assault likes to play in this back position. Looks for the gunfight, not gonna happen. Shut down for Prolute.
You look at that whole scenario, and Team War had them right where you want them, but OMIT Brooklyn with the rebuttal. We're not trapped here with you. You're trapped with us inside this dealership, search and destroy, and there's a reason why they love to go to this map, because they are undeniable every single time we see them in this map mode combo. Now looking to add another tally to the win column for what has been a phenomenal, a perfect weekend of search and destroy. 5-2 up and ready to go 2-0 up in the losers final.
And you haven't gotten a whole lot of production out of 2Real and DiamondCon. It's again been on the back of Linz. It was a great opening, and then it's immediately responded with a double from Brack. Trades coming through, all down to a 1v1. You need Linz to try to keep you alive and carry you through one more round against Prolute.
I mean, nobody you'd rather have in this scenario. Linz has been that guy. Where the bomb is down, a little bit of a break, a whole minute to figure out where to go. Prolute as well, he is just going to open up the routes to see where Linz is going to go, play for the gamble that maybe Linz overheats.
40 seconds to play with. Bomb picked up by Linz. Prolute playing this very passive, simply looking for info. Doesn't want to get caught on the timing, but very well might. Linz now decides to double back and is going to go for the B plan.
This is smart. You get the sub in your hands, go to the smaller of sites. Even better, he's going all the way through vent. He's going to re-wrap the spawn. Prolute has no idea where he is.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's trying to get a read. Prolute's played so many search and destroy chals in his day. Came up in the search and destroy scene. And now we'll see if he could try to get the closer on Linz, but Linz will keep his team alive.
One more
and they'll live
round
to see another round.
Linz, man, what a guy. A player that you look to when your team needs him most. 11-5 in the dealership. The play call, the gutsy call to drop bomb and get lost all the way through the vent, all the way through the spawn. If Prolute hops that bomb, we are done. We're going to a control on vault, but because Linz just is making those vet calls already so early in his career for Call of Duty. Team War have another chance.
Well, early aggression on the defense here to make sure it's not a fast B hit. Luckily, still have plenty of time to play retake or bounce to the back of the A site on the defensive side. Prolute's been scouting info the entire time. Now, finally, the tax nades starting to do a bit of checking, blowing up some cars, but OMIT Brooklyn, they haven't revealed a whole lot so far.
Looks like it's going to be a delayed hit behind the RC. Another team kill from Linz this time.
Man.
A team nade onto Assault. Payback, but you don't need it. You needed Assault.
You did. You needed Assault, and, well, that means that it's a free route for Standy to come all the way through. Pinned in the middle of the map, nowhere to go. OMIT Brooklyn up 2-0 in the search and destroy.
What do we learn, Austin?
Don't kill your teammates.
Don't kill your teammates. I mean, it's as simple as that, but it's...
Did we have that game?
How many
4,
months have we
5?
been playing Dealership Search and Destroy? If your teammate is standing around those cars, don't throw a nade. I mean, yeah, you can say the same to Prolude. If you got an RCXD on this map, just like don't use it whatsoever. He still had the guts to use another one.
I know.
In that last round, even after what happened. But it doesn't matter whether it's RCXD or a nade in the hands of Linz or Assault. It is still value towards OMIT Brooklyn when you go to a Dealership Search and Destroy. 6-3 is where we end things. And even looking back at this, it was so smooth, so clean.
Yes.
From Brooklyn, remaining undefeated in Search and Destroy.
This team is just going to punish you over and over and over again, and it felt like there was one too many mistakes to even try to keep it close with team nades and fumbling some of your isolations. The teamwork, of course, of doubling up, always making sure that OMIT are playing for a trade is something that they just always do. And Team War not being able to get things going, and it really was just down to one member, right? Linz drops 10 kills. He wins that 1v1. He's trying to give his team a chance here, Colin. It just felt like the troops never could rally behind him and never really got going.
I know you've played a lot of Call of Duty across the day, but War, this is not the time to slow down. This is not nap time. This is the lower finals. You're down 0-2. You have a chance to make it to the arena here in Kitchener tomorrow to play against OMIT for another chance.
Right.
You have to step in. It's time to lock in.
Gonna need it here now as they get a short break before the control. We can take a look at the map set here and see what we have coming up for you guys. It will be a vault control. Very well could all be decided on this one, pending we don't get anything going here for Team War. It is now do or die.
On the day, Team War, you're 1 and 2 in control. You've played each Hacienda, Vault, and Protocol. It's that Vault that you played all the way back in that round 1 versus P7 White. You win it 3-0. So you've taken a gamble going back to it now versus a team like OMIT Brooklyn. This is where you have to start this reverse sweep. You got to look back to what you can do and see if you can fix some of these mistakes. But Austin, even looking back at this, for DiamondCon, for 2 Real, it's just not a good enough performance in that Search and Destroy.
Agreed.
Hardpoint as well, just not all there for the entire team. You got 3 more maps at least right now for this War squad to try to make it to tomorrow. Like I said, you got to lock in.
You got to lock in, brother. It is do or die time. If you want to make it to the CDL stage, as Colin just framed up, you got to find 3 maps in a row, or else we're going to get the OMIT on OMIT matchup. Sure, Rafi can't complain with that one, as both of his quads look to make it to top 2. But it is not sealed just yet. We still got to see if Team War got anything left in the tank. As we get later and later into Saturday night, we are going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, Control coming your way. Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Finals. We are currently in the middle of our lower final, and OMIT Brooklyn are 2-0 up over Team War. Colin, it is now do or die for Team War heading into the control.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about this one right now, but I did take a look at the script between the break, and the script does say that we're supposed to go to a Game 5 right now. Whether or not OMIT Brooklyn have read that script, I don't know. I mean, we could be completely off the rails right now. I mean, it seems like this entire tournament has been off the rails, whether it's Challengers or CDL, so script's out the window. In fact, it's on fire right now.
Well, it is late night here in Kitchener, and maybe Team War is starting to feel that fatigue, but it is do or die, as I've said a couple of times. We need to see them come alive, come out firing on all cylinders, but ProLoot will be able to find some pretty favorable trades here, and it will be OMIT Brooklyn on the attack as they get some early control onto A.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Team War, they've played all 3 controls today. They lose the Hacienda, they lose the Protocol, they won the Vault versus P7 White. So if there's any map that you can really find salvage in to mount this comeback, this reverse sweep, it is going to be the Vault control.
Standy finds a big one, and now he has a chance to play the catwalk, play back onto A if they so wish. Have lost about 45 seconds to kick off round number 1, and no ticks of progress have been locked in, so all things considered, not too bad defensively for Team War. Yuli wants to change that up, however, and his teammates now break in with about every single kill. That means that they are now stacking the A point, and they're threatening B.
And I mean, don't get too much recency bias. Don't forget what just happened in our last series against Orchid. OMIT Brooklyn, when they are in crunch time, they turn things up to the max for control. So it is not over till it's over for War. Don't get comfortable.
Yuli, he is just finessing his life all the way in the back, and they can't even turn their attention to the B zone because Yuli was alive for so long. Standy finally overwhelmed out front, and that is a great kill feed here for Team War with still no zones captured, but both just a tick away.
A segment at B, a segment at A, it doesn't matter. Just 30 seconds to decide where do you want to go right now. Linz has his hands full. He's going to be on 3 in a row. 2 real. Going to follow up with a kill. So solid right now from Team War, trying to salvage this round.
4 in a row coming through for DiamondCon. Linz on 3 in a row. These boys may have started a little bit slow. They're heating up, trying to stop OMIT Brooklyn from getting that final tick, but Standy, man, does he ever come up big. Couple of key kills, chance to try to get this final capture onto A. Linz with the dive, desperation to be sure, but the extra minute locked in for OMIT Brooklyn.
I feel like I'm having deja vu right now. Why are we throwing bodies at A? On the escape, you just hand over B for free, and like I said, don't get comfortable against OMIT Brooklyn, because before you know it, they got the zone stacked, and it is done, and you hand over an initial offense now to OMIT Brooklyn, trying to look for the sweep in the lower final and get an early ticket to Grand Finals.
Not just pressure right now, it is presence, and it is being felt. Team War with 0 answers up until this point in this best of 5. And that was even a moment where it felt like they got some clearance. They found some sprees, and as you put, throwing your life away, giving them a chance to get to B for the stack, and they will be able to execute. Team War now got to get it done on the attack themselves.
They do that, and Brack doesn't even get a single kill in that round. He is in full story mode right now. The rest of the team picking up the slack, though, and it was solid. Now demanding an offensive round from Team War. They're playing for A. They overwhelm ProLoot. Can they deal with Brack, too?
Brack will be taking down Yuli on the pinch. Trying to make something happen, maybe, from the flank. But while this happens, you had a couple players that have been able to work towards 2 ticks progress, maybe a third. Yuli desperately looking to line up 1, and he does a good job of clearing off the zone, but a few more members of Team War ready to pounce here on the second hit.
Yeah, Yuli goes for a full tour, and he's running circles around Team War. 58 seconds, still lots of time. You do not want to jump the gun, because as soon as you do, you give up 3 in a row. Assault, it's his turn to try to go big.
18 and cracked. Adam Assault with the sub. Oh, baby, he finds 3 in a row. You love to see that here if you're a Team War fan. Finally some life, and they got 2 minutes to work with, starting to look at that B point.
One of the youngest world champion MVPs in Call of Duty history, Adam Assault. One of 2 players, maybe soon to be 3, who their first event win was a world championship. Now on this Team War squad, looking to find another ticket to a grand finals for a championship here in the Challengers pit. And he's going big.
Great nade comes out, or else things could have got a little bit messy. Brack, though, just going to take the same position of his teammate, and also going to be able to get some good tags on the Diamondcon and give his team the call-out needed. A lot of this time has been taken off the clock here. They almost had 2 minutes, and Brack is still forward here in a great position.
Oh, Brack, he is getting lost. Tough start to that first round, but on defense, he is picking it up. So a couple kills now for Team War, a minute. Standy in a good spot to see if he can punish on the flank.
Standy, oh, he beats the stun check. Works out beautifully here for his timing and doesn't want to fully commit through the vault, so decides to kind of backtrack a little bit before he heads over to B. Assault still trying to line up some of the members all the way in the back. Meanwhile, that pinch about to come through as Standy wraps all the way around. He finds Diamondcon, and now a lot of these Team War members, they're left out to dry, and they start to drop like flies.
Yeah, everybody's going down. Only player that is left is going to be Too Real, but he backs right up. Standy doing the utmost for the squad right now and rolling out such a forward stance for this defensive setup.
Pro just went flying up in the air. Doesn't matter, though. 8 lives remaining here for Team War. Standy is still a problem in the back. 3 in a row for him. Sure, there's a touch that ends up coming through, but Linz is just not going to have a whole lot of support, so easy pickings for Standy, who's up to 4, and now 20 seconds remaining in the round.
Standy is undeniable right now. 5 in a row. He is pitching a 10 in the spot of Team War. No more respawns. Yuli's going to join him. Everybody backed away from the zone. 5 seconds left. OMIT, Brooklyn, Austin are 1 round away from joining their sister team in the grand finals, and look at how locked in they are.
They're dialed. Absolutely dialed. And it feels like they could do no wrong at the moment. Everything going their way. The timings, the kills, the teamwork, you name it. Just feels like they are destined for this OMIT on OMIT matchup for tomorrow on main stage. Team War, we've asked time and time again at this point, Colin, when are they going to fully come alive? When are we going to start to see the clutch plays? It's going to have to come by every single member here. It is not only a reverse sweep in the best of 5 now, it's also needed for the control.
The ultimate reverse sweep for Team War. We are off script, Austin. And OMIT Brooklyn, they are feeling the vibes. They're feeling the energy. And Standy, he is flying. He's growing wings.
Oh, pure confidence from Standy. He flies forward 7 in a row. Early takes onto Assault. And it doesn't look like he's going to get an angle onto the point either. Both zones actually under attack. And Team War now have to make an important decision. Where are we defending at?
A or B, but it's going to be the full wrap back for OMIT Brooklyn. See if he can get in behind these players towards you. Yuli back up over towards the catwalk, leaving Brack alone on this B zone. Contest is out. Brack not able to live. 3 go down. Team War stabilize.
Small breath of fresh air, but Standy still trying to make something happen on B. He's cleared off as well, so about all 4 members going to go down. Prolute comes hot off the spawn and immediately runs to the back. Lynn's going to get an eye on that, and oh, it's a little bit dicey, but clean shots over the top of the heady. Lynn's now has to deal with another.
And Brack's going to just back up. No need to get aggressive right now. There's still 54 seconds because of how much you've been ping-ponging both zones. A segment at A and a segment at B, but here we go for Team War. Finally, we can talk about a little bit of momentum with 4 dead.
Hasn't been a whole lot of positive, but you will certainly be happy with this if you're Team War. Forward positions. Lynn's up to 4. Make it 5 in a row. Does get cut down. Diamondcon has to back up and retreat a little bit, but the pressure comes right to him. Yuli there for the cleanup. Too Real also on a 4 spree, but he might have to now back up, retreat, try to defend the point. He does exactly that. 5 straight kills.
Yeah, it's a combo breaker for Too Real. 5 in a row before he goes down. 17 seconds. It's a race over towards this A zone. They get the kills. 3 players there. It's Assault in the flank.
14 seconds remaining. OMIT Brooklyn trying to go big, and Yuli will keep the play alive. 2 going to drop for Team War. Now have to decide how we're going to try to retake this. Too Real says, I'm just going to fly at it. Good tags. Backs up to B to make sure no one's making some early moves to the other zone. 8.9 on the clock. The stack is in, and OMIT Brooklyn might get the extra minute, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
They're just going to give it up. Don't want to feed into the lives. Only a minute to translate this into a B zone capture. 9 lives left for Brooklyn. Surely, Austin. they don't throw this away.
We will see. Life Fleet is in, but you got 50 seconds in a dream if you're home at Brooklyn. Brack will be able to get himself onto the point. Diamond Con, he's in the back. He's top gold, but Assault, no, rather Too Real. As the kill feed lies to us, he's able to find two, clear off the point, trying to keep Team War in this.
Master of Disguise. Too Real. 20 and 17, joining Linz in what has been a fantastic performance to try to bring the team back now. 5 lives left for OMIT Brooklyn. One more group up. They're going to take care of Too Real up top. Open up this chance. 23 seconds. It's a double hit through Vault.
Assault, though, he's flanking this entire play, and you got no lives remaining if you're OMIT Brooklyn. Brack can't really line up the player to his right. Assault now making that flank come all the way through. 2 players. That's it. That's all you have if you're OMIT Brooklyn, and it looks like Team War should be pressed and ready for another round. Pro with the last one up. He's just playing for a streak. Should be traded out, but it doesn't matter. There's no time, Colin. They are good to see another round.
We talk about this a lot for teams when it comes down to composure in these big games. This is the biggest game of your year. We've seen Team War make grand finals. They fail in Miami. Yuli, a part of that roster, transitions over towards this OMIT Brooklyn team. They fall flat on their face over towards DreamHack, but they have risen now inside of champs to look final as this formation of OMIT Brooklyn. But standing across from them, you put Linz in that position. He has been lights out. Let's see if the rest of the team can rise to the occasion to break this team down round by round.
It starts with that first one. That's what you got to be calming to one another coming into this round number 4. We're not out just yet, fellas. But OMIT Brooklyn ready to put the pedal to the metal. Looking for the close here on the defense. Lynn's going to get an early touch on B, and he's going to be side by side with one of his teammates to see if they can maybe come away with the early tick. But now you've lost one, and it's up to Lynn to try to play his life.
Linz is going to step on and off, see if you can sneak a segment. Assault's going to go down on the front line. You got a double stack over towards B. Nobody on the flank just yet, as you are going to lose Prolude. So 3 players through Art to see if you can retake the zone.
Second tick, locked in at B. But Brack, Standy looking to make their moves. Lynn's forced back, wisely plays his life. You get some good progress on B, and now you can start switching it up and heading over to A.
Not bad, but Standy, shark in the water. He's going to look to see if he can nip some toes from this bottom Art. Already a segment in. It's a stack on this A zone, and OMIT Brooklyn, they need to figure out a way to collapse.
Standy just going to hop up, just going to send it, but can't find anything as he jumps up. Yuli, good for some of the cleanup, but not the rest of it. Lynn's still able to play his life, and he's found a couple of kills, staying alive for quite a while. A just about secured. Prolude might give it one last go, but feels like he might just be playing for exits, and that's exactly the case. 2 minutes on the clock now for Team War.
Exit kills just to breathe. Yuli right there alongside him. 3 go down for Team War. 2 minutes. Time to pump the brakes. Assault compromised over towards the side palms, but he's still going to find some value. 17 and 17, slowly working his way over towards B. Only 1 segment needed.
Team War giving us some hope to work with here. Yuli, though, threatening from the vault side. And wow, the kill starting to come through. Team War might have the numbers. Nobody close enough. Collins, slowly but surely. Team War fighting back. We are going to round 5.
That was clean. I mean, the offensive break towards B, you get the early setup. Assault trying to punish some players at the respawn just to make it all that easier. You get the double stack, you get those 2 segments. As soon as it fails, you pivot over towards A, win every single fight. And look at how dialed Diamond Con is in those cameras. I mean, this is serious business right now for Team War. Stats are out the window, performance is on the line. Big moments like this, it really dictates how the people talk about you.
Team War will be back on the attack, so have to replicate what we just saw in round number 4. Easy cleanup for Linz. He is just always at the forefront of almost every one of these plays. Prolude actually going to take out his teammate, so green light here for Linz. He's going to hop right onto A.
Too many teammates across the series. And Linz, he's getting the early tags. Good cleanup on towards Prolude. Backs on up. Double stack over towards A. Yuli in the catwalk, though. Gonna do enough to stall this out.
Yuli, good tag. Gonna get a good call out, but Linz, how many times has he been able to play his life in situations like that? And well, It buys enough time for some of his teammates to make their way back through mid. Brock realizes, hey, I'm not getting involved in the play. Truereal also going to be able to make his way through the pool side, so you're still able to really compete with a lot of the lives. Only down by 2. Have to make your way back over to A for that second tick.
Yeah, just waiting underneath. Second tick gonna get depleted a little bit, but good plays from Diamondcon, hitting the back and winning those fights. 3 go down. It's a flank from Brack, but he is waiting to see if he can take this player off of B, and he's not going to have the chance. The triple stack on A, it's going fast, and OMIT Brooklyn concede it.
Team War, minute 35. As they are somehow still in this game, OMIT Brooklyn feeling the pressure now. Here in round number 5, Diamondcon looking to lead the charge, looking for the entry. Truereal also watching their flank. He might have a great read on it. He finds Brack. That's 2 players that end up going down.
We talk about a difference. I mean, Standy at one point, I'm fairly certain, was 20-9, now 25-19. OMIT Brooklyn have completely slowed down. Yuli on the flank gonna have to win this one out, but there's a stack on the zone. 3 players are there.
Oh my goodness, you have to find Yuli on the flank, but Prolud from the front maybe buys them enough time. The pinch is in, and it is beautiful. Prolud finds 3. It comes at a critical moment, and it stops Team War from sealing the deal on that push. Still have a lot to do, but Byron working himself up to a potential streak here as well.
Big ol' Byron, 5 in a row. 1 minute left. Lies plenty on both sides. Team War, no need to panic just yet, because you got a flank developing from Truereal.
Prolud still trying to influence the middle, but finally cleaned up from DC. Assault has also made his way, rather Truereal, all the way to bottom art. So this is a great position if you're able to hold on to it. But can your teammates get to you? They're also very focused on Standy all the way top gold, who's going to get stunned up, will be taken out. Team War starting to find kills.
Play from Prolud. He's going to be the one that has to delay this B zone, but they're going to be on it for the double tick. They're going to be there.
Oh, baby. Is it happening? Yuli trying to save the day. The hero for OMIT Brooklyn has his teammates with him. You got to slow down now if you're Team War. By no means you have to force the play, but they are slowly dropping 1 by 1. The recovery is great from the defenders.
Still not time to panic. 9, now 8 versus 13, but you have to deal with Brack in the backline. You do just that. Now working out of your spawns. 25 seconds, Austin, to see another map in the championships.
Team War with 1 final push could determine everything for their entire year here for Challenger Champs. Standy gonna wrap around all the way. Team War starting to dwindle, starting to feel the pressure. And man, oh man, it feels like they have done enough. 1 more member trying to go for the touch. You throw him into the fire, and all it does is temper the steel. OMIT Brooklyn complete the 3-0 and advance to grand finals.
You can mold it, you can bend it, but you never break it. OMIT Brooklyn, lower round 1. They complete the gauntlet. They get back to the main stage. They get back to take on their sister team in OMIT GG. For Prolud, what it means is a rematch on the main stage, a chance to right your wrongs from MW3. And for Yuli, alongside him, it means another chance at being a champion alongside some of your best friends.
Incredible here from OMIT Brooklyn. Just no mistakes. Sure, they let up on those last 2 rounds, but they close it. That's really the big difference maker. They've had that ability to close almost every single time. They come out here and they're able to make that entire run from losers round 1 all the way to grand finals. And now they go up against their sister team, OMIT, who will be patiently waiting in that grand final and ready to play on the CDL main stage for tomorrow.
I'm excited. I mean, the stage has been set. The bar has been raised. And we've had so many stories across the weekend. We've had so many chances to see teams rise to potentials we've never seen before. And it's heartbreak on one side for Team War. You can see how much it means for these players, especially considering when you look at a couple of them who never were even at the championships for Challengers last year, because you had Diamondcon, you had Linz, both inside the CDL for, all the glory that they got in MW3. It was Assault, top 8 last year with Singapore Midnight, alongside Eric Boom, Temp, and Capsule. You bow out earlier than you expected in the MW3 year. But you put together a roster alongside Too Real. You look to make that run to give them another shot at that championship. You get to the lower finals through the winner bracket, only losing to the DreamHack champions. You meet your maker in OMIT Brooklyn, and that is going to be a match that you think about for a very long time.
Feels that way, brother. They'll at the very least still qualify and make their way to EWC for a chance to still try to end their year on a high, but we all know just how important Challenger Champs is for all these players to get the eyes on them, to go on that main stage, and to compete for a chance to win. Just doesn't line up that way, unfortunately, this year, but OMIT Brooklyn up against OMIT. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit, one, to every single one of these individuals that have shown up and been able to make it here to top 2, but you also got to give a big shout out to Rafi for being able to get 11 players to the CDL through the OMIT squads, as well as have both teams in the grand final. Like, my goodness, this man has been scouting talent alongside his coaching staff and analysts. They are showing up, they are able to deliver, they are executing, and now we'll see them face off one more time to see who will be crowned the champion.
It's a revolving door. The OMIC rosters, teams come in, teams go fast, and it is really telling when you have pure talent on these teams, because no matter who is beside them, they do it again. And that's one thing that you can say for Brack and Standy, for a team who made it to a Challengers Grand Final all the way back in Major 2 at the Dallas Open. They're champions alongside Arcides and Johnny. Their teammates go to the league. They stay on the OMIT team. They have to fly through the gauntlet, and they have, with changes, climbed their way back to the top. And here we look at the run. OMIT Brooklyn started off versus OMIT GG. You lose in Game 4. You shut down the Stallions, eliminating a big deal. That was the last North American LCQ team. You move into the last dance. That was Cruzy Cod, who is making a statement on taking down Orchid back in their round 1. You beat them. You knock him down. You shut down that legacy. You move into the last remaining European team of Orchid. You silence the region 3-0. A fast sweep. And then you move into a team that had something to prove in Team War, and you don't even make it look close.
Man, it is wild when you look back all the way to that first match versus the Stallions that were looking so damn good. But S&D, it's been said before, wins you tournaments. That's what they rely on in that Game 5. That's what they rely on through the majority of this entire tournament to be one of their massive pillars to make sure they are closing out series, not dropping a single one up to this point. And well, that could very well be the big X factor going into that grand finals for tomorrow, Colin.
It couldn't have been a better story for OMIT. That has just bred greatness all season long, and for seasons in the past as well. No better organization to be at the pinnacle of challengers when they have done the utmost for the players that have represented them and the coaches alongside it. Now, they not only have one team, but two teams on the main stage. The stage is set, Austin. The teams are ready to go for a chance at the chip, and we would have it no other way.
We definitely would not. We are here for that grand final for tomorrow. It's going to be a great time. Again, a great chance to try to get some eyes on those individuals and see who's going to be able to take it all. There's been a lot of battles between those two squads throughout the year, and it has been an intense weekend up into this point. We are now down to our final two. We can't wait to see how that one is going to unfold, but that also means we are at a close for day number 2. Colin, final thoughts?
I mean, you just got to give some respect over towards AMT as well for what they have done here. I mean, yeah, there's been a couple of issues, but the team's been working tirelessly behind the scenes to deliver one of the best challenger events that we've had all year long. And you just got to love AMD for not only doing this, but for the AMD overclock the week prior as well, giving all the teams a chance to scrim for money. And that, it means a lot in terms of the quality of the competition. So make sure you show your love to AMD. Make sure that you go join their Discord, follow them on socials, AMD Gaming, and give some love to an organization that loves to support challengers.
It's been incredible. Would not be the same without them. So a huge thanks once again. But that is going to do it from us, everyone behind the scenes that has been working tirelessly to get us to this point. We now have our final 2, and that will be played on the COD League stream for tomorrow on YouTube. So make sure you guys are there. If you're still with us, we appreciate you. Thank you. We love you. And that is going to be it for the broadcast. Thank you so much. And show up tomorrow for the COD League match to see how that one is going to go between both of the Challenger squads. That's going to do it. Goodbye.